Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the ceremonial start of this 2023 college tennis season. The ITA Kickoff Weekend, it's officially upon us. What a fantastic 4 days of tennis we have ahead of us in the college tennis universe. As you just saw in our introduction video, we have 60 teams competing across 30 host sites. It will be a spectacular weekend of college tennis guaranteed. Of course, Alex Gruskin here to steer our ship here of our Cracked Racquets coverage of everything happening across the college tennis universe. We'll have coverage of 16 regions throughout the course of the next 4 days. We are so excited to bring all of the action. And in case this is your first time joining us here on our Cracked Racquets college tennis broadcast, where have you been? We've been doing this for a year plus now. So excited to get things rocking and rolling. But B, how things will work is we're going to jump around. We want to watch as much of this action unfolding as it progresses throughout the course of the day. So we're going to be employing what we call our cross-court coverage here today. We'll do our best to try to capture the biggest moments of just about every match happening across our 16 host regions. That means the match points, the set points, the break points. We'll try to capture the momentum, the ethos of every match. We'll try to show you all those big moments as well, introduce you to all the characters we will see compete throughout the course of this season. Of course, with that in mind, on the ones and twos today, as always, here at Cracked Racquets, our super producer Daniel Westoff, who I will ask now to bring up our first graphic. Let's show you who's competing throughout the course of the weekend. Let's start with our ITA women's regions. Again, we have 15 host sites, all looking to book a spot in the final 16 field, that national indoors on the women's side, happening in Seattle this year at the beautiful Nordstrom Tennis Center on the University of Washington campus. As you can see, here are your 15 host regions. You have Texas, Oklahoma, North Carolina, Duke, Virginia, NC State, Texas A&M, Pepperdine, Miami, Oklahoma State, Cal, Georgia, Stanford, Auburn, and Ohio State, each hosting 3 other teams this weekend, all of them looking, of course, to again book their spot in Seattle. Of course, let's move now to the men's side of things. Again, 15 more host sites, all this determined by last year's final edition of the rankings. The top 15 schools become your 15 host sites on the men's side. That means Virginia, Florida, TCU, Baylor, Ohio State, Tennessee, Kentucky, Michigan, Wake Forest, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, USC, North Carolina, Stanford, all going to be hosting some of the incredible, immense action we see throughout the course of the weekend. Of course, we have our ITA kickoff draft recap. Let's pull that graphic up now, because again, how is it determined who plays where? Well, how this works is there's a kickoff draft at the end of last season. Again, the top 15 teams are all host sites. From there, you get to pick where you play. The number 16 team in the rankings, they have that first pick. You go all the way down the rankings until every spot is filled. Again, you pick where you play. You look at the rosters. You look at your matchups. I love that fact about this event. It's, I think, one of the most valuable properties in all of college tennis. We talk about drafting, picking your spots, calling out your opponent. That's essentially what you get to do during this ITA kickoff draft. So again, absolutely exciting. Certainly looking forward to seeing all of the action unfold in this ceremonial start to the season. With that in mind, here's what we've got for you to kick off today's action. We start things in Columbus, Ohio, host of both men's and women's action throughout the course of the weekend. Here this morning, we are going to focus on the Ohio State women, who host, as you see on your screen, Old Dominion here this morning at 10 a.m. Also competing in this region, Tennessee and Wake Forest. Always fascinating when you have two teams who reach the final 16 in a single kickoff region. That's precisely what we have in Ohio State and Old Dominion. Again, Old Dominion making their first final 16 field at the National Indoors last year. Ohio State, of course, so much success over the course of the past decade, so much success under the tenure of head coach Melissa Schaub. Looking forward to watching the Buckeyes compete with Old Dominion throughout the course of the day. And that's one of 5 featured matches we have for all of you throughout the course of our coverage here on Friday. Coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we'll have our first double header. We have the Kentucky and Tennessee men competing simultaneously in their first match of the kickoff weekend. I know coming up a little bit later, we have Baylor as our nightcap at 7 p.m. Plenty of action sprinkled in between. So grab the popcorn, grab the snacks, grab your coffee, folks. We have a long day of college tennis ahead of us that, of course, we are so excited about. And look, we have some rankings coming into this 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Now, as of right now, the rankings determined by the coaches. These are coaches' polls. You see them voting on their top 25 teams each and every week. We are immensely grateful to the ITA, of course, for providing us some opening season data when there's not too much to go off of. With that said, here's where things stand for now. Let's start again with those women's team rankings, super producer Daniel Westoff, because here's your top 10 heading into kickoff weekend. Now, this is certain to change after we see all of these teams compete. But of course, as you see on your screen, Texas, North Carolina, your top 2 teams entering the weekend. The big absence in the top 10 following the first weekend of results, Oklahoma dropping down to number 17 following their losses to both Michigan and Ohio State. We'll have Oklahoma actually for you this weekend on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. So it'll be fascinating to see how the Sooners respond. Of course, last year's national indoor finalists absent from the top 10 here to start the season. But still, I mean, you look across the board, and I can just tell you right now, very much looking forward to watching Georgia compete. We'll have their kickoff weekend coverage for you here at Cracked Racquets. I know the USC Trojans, a preseason top 10 team here at Cracked Racquets, are in that region as well. So again, we'll have them. We have Pepperdine coming up for you here this weekend as well. So we certainly have a couple of top 10 teams we look forward to showing you all throughout the course of the weekend. Let's head over to our men's team rankings. Again, we have one weekend of results to go off of. Certainly notable that last year's national indoor finalists on the men's side as well, University of Tennessee, they also get off to a bumpy start, 0-2 in their weekend at Michigan, at Wake Forest. So you see Wake Forest, Florida State, after their win over Georgia, they've both gotten into the top 10, but I mean, we're really excited. We've got Ohio State for you. We've got Michigan for you. We've got Kentucky for you, USC, South Carolina, Florida State competing in the Baylor region, which we have for you as well. So we'll have a ton of men's top 10 action on our hands. Again, we have a week of data to go off of. Are you going to, in May, look back and say, remember the January 25th rankings, how valuable those were? Probably not. But here's your framework for where things stand as we approach, again, the start of this 2023 college tennis season. With that said, I believe we have players slowly working their way to the courts. And of course, in today's college tennis, there's no warm-up. They get straight to the action. So with that in mind, we've provided you the warm-up. Let's get straight to our action now. Super producer Daniel Westoff, let's make our way to court number 1. I can introduce all of these players here as we wait for them to compete. You see, of course, at the number 1 spot, court number 1 here, competing for the Ohio State Buckeyes, and you see it on your screen. But certainly an exciting duo in sophomore Sydney Ratliff, senior Isabelle Boulay. And look, the Buckeyes were ecstatic to be able to get Boulay back for a final 5th year. And Boulay didn't play a ton in the fall, but we know what she's capable of. Her, obviously, and also fellow 5th year Coley Allen have had so much success over the years in doubles. They've been a top 15 team in the country, but she's now paired with the uber talented and rising sophomore Sydney Ratliff. Ratliff, who played at the number 1 singles position for the Buckeyes in their victory over Oklahoma. Ratliff, a massive fall as well. She went 12-6 in singles play. We expect big things from the sophomore moving forward, so not a shock to see her jump into the #1 spot, of course. Certainly, it's early in the season. There's going to be a lot of doubles experimentation. You don't buy too much into any doubles pairing you see now. So many things can change by May, but at the #1 spot for the Buckeyes, again, it will be sophomore Sydney Ratliff paired with fifth-year Isabelle Boulay competing at the #1 spot, as you see, for this Old Dominion team. Two familiar faces, one at the #1 doubles position. Of course, Tatiana Sasnskaya was an All-American last season, playing the #1 doubles spot. Her and her partner startup Seva, the finalists at the ITA Fall Nats event. Of course, you make the finals there, you're guaranteed All-American status. They reached the round of 16 at the NCAA doubles event as well. Sasnskaya, junior out of Belarus. She's partnered with the sophomore, Sophia Johnson, out of London, England. Of course, Johnson, a big contributor to this Old Dominion team last season. Played a little lower in the singles lineup, but contributed in both singles and doubles. And again, this is what happens. Start of a season, step up into the new spot. I like this. Two experienced players in Boulay, Sasnskaya, Johnson, Ratliff, looking to make the leap up the next level of the college tennis hierarchy. This is a very fun battle at the #1 doubles spot. Let's head over to #2. And clearly I have warmed up with my introductions. I'll try to make them a little more brief here as we get to the action. At the #2 spot, very familiar face to college tennis fans for the Buckeyes. American Irina Cantos with the fifth-year Shaban.
All right. There you go, there you go.
College tennis is back.
All right.
Used to be Bon, the righty, serving on the near side of your screen.
All right.
Offside of the net for this Old team. Alexandra Viktorovic, senior of Sweden. With Allison Isaacs, the freshman out of Florida.
Hey, good serve. There you go.
First season for Bon, competing for the Buckeyes.
All right, Sid, you're
Of course,
all right.
many will remember her from her time at Columbia, where she's transferred over from.
Got it, baby.
The Buckeyes hold 1-love on court #2. Bon, the transfer from Columbia, with the hold. We'll keep our eye on this battle. Let's introduce our final doubles battle. Let's go over to court #3 next. Again, it's early. We don't know how long these doubles teams will hold. We do know that come May, Coley Allen will be in the Buckeyes doubles lineup. Allen serving on the near side of your screen, the fifth-year. Partnered with Kathleen Jones. Jones, the senior. Lewis Center, Ohio. Hasn't seen a ton of action in her career. Interesting. Again, early in the season, turning to the veteran hand here in Jones and Allen, who find themselves down 3 break points early. screen. Lisa Yakubovic, senior out of Belarus. Partnered with the senior Shahab Baran, Israel. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Most insincere apology in life. The shank, hand up. Whoops, my bad. Buckeyes will take it. And with it, our first deuce point. Deciding point of the season. Buckeyes hold. That's why Coach Melissa Schaub trusts the seniors. Down 3 break points early. They fight them all off. Buckeyes up 1-0 now on court number 3. Let's go back to 1. Early action across all of these courts. Again, in case this is your first college tennis match, this doubles point. You see 3 sets played consecutively. Oh, Cindy Ratliff will want that one back, but good hands at the net. 3 sets played simultaneously. That's the word I was looking for. Whichever team can capture 2 of the 3 sets takes that valuable doubles point heading into our 6 singles battles. These double sets, no ad scoring. Played to 6, breaker at 6-all. That's Sasnskaya at the baseline. And you can see it there on your screen between the skill set of Sasnskaya, her ability to find the angles, the length, the 6-foot-tall Sophia Johnson. This team has the makings of a #1 doubles pairing. And, of course, head coach Dom Manila, coming off of what was a program-defining season last year, will be looking to capture that momentum again here this year. That's a big hold. 15-30 down. You steady the ship here early. On the road, yes, this Old Dominion team has competed already here in 2023. 2-0 wins over Penn State on the road. They also got a home win against Columbia. Not too bad for our first weekend of the season. But of course, competing in Columbus at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center, a whole nother beast. You just miss that screaming, the yelling, the energy that is so integral to everything you see about college tennis. It's why it's contagious. That happens from time to time, too. Good cross from Boulay, poor execution. Head coach Melissa Schaub has positioned herself here at this #1 doubles position. We got to get a pedometer on these coaches. How many steps do they pace throughout the course of a match? For what it's worth, Old Dominion held for 1-1 on court number 2. Guess what I get to do for the first time, Westhoff? We need a little split screen action. After this point, can you split us with court number 3? Court number 3. Things getting a little frisky. It's good stuff from Sydney Ratliff. High and heavy. Explosion so evident throughout the freshman season of Ratliff. Finished last year 28-11 overall in singles, 18-6 in dual match play. You can see why. All right, breakpoint chance coming here for for this Old Dominion team. Meanwhile, it was 15-30 on court number 3. Now 40-30 there. And we're going to get that split screen now up for you. Okay, you do see. All right, they're playing around with the scoreboard, sure. We'll have to see from the body language. Scoreboard jumped on me as well. Went from 1-0, 40-30 to 2-all deuce. Evidently, it's not 3-2 because they're not changing sides. I believe it's 2-0 Buckeyes on 3. We'll get a correction there momentarily. Meanwhile, how about that? Break for Old Dominion on court number 1. Yep, so we see the score being reset on court number 3. Westhoff, can you make court 1, court 2? We got a game point coming up for Contos. Bomb there. Buckeyes did hold 4-2-1. We'll leave that on your screen. Or we'll get back to that. Let's go full on 3, Westhoff. Full on 3. Good cross, put some pressure. We like court 3 so much, we show it twice. It's broadcast number 1. We promise we'll work through all of these things throughout the course of the weekend. Double vision, though, here. I don't hate it. Good serve from Jones. I mentioned her lack of experience. I'll unpack that for you now. Again, Jones, the senior out of Ohio. She's played 9-8 in doubles last year. 5-2 in doubles for freshman season. I do wonder if this is her first kickoff weekend of action. The trust, the development of Jones. By the way, that I formation you'll see a lot of from this Ohio State team. They love to offer first forehands to their servers. Big hold. Buckeyes off to a fast 3-0 start here at the number 3 position. Let's go split screens, court 1 and 2. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. Let's spend some more time on the top 2 courts. Of course, the level, a lot of parity between courts 1 and 3. And Coley Allen has spent plenty of time at the number 1 doubles position for the Buckeyes through her career. Her and Jones, I don't think the gap too big between this number 1 doubles pairing of Ratliff and Boulay, and this Buckeyes team actually dropped the doubles point to Oklahoma last weekend. See Old Dominion holding 4-3 one-on-one. Meanwhile, ODU takes the doubles point over both Columbia and Penn State. They were very good at doubles last season as well.
There you go, there you go.
You reach, I teach. If you're not getting passed down the line in doubles, you're not doing it right. You got to be active. You have to be aggressive. But that's what Sasnouskaya does so well. Had the chance to watch a lot of her last season. It's the hands, the redirections, the angles. And Johnson providing the pick, as you see. Operation back fence complete.
Hey, good instincts there, good instincts. All right, here we go, here we go.
Break points coming up on 2 now. Buckeyes down a break on 1. Though again, up a break right now on court number 3.
Sit. All right, right here, right here.
Can we go full screen on 2 here quickly? Super producer Daniel Westoff. Break points coming up still there. Don't want to miss it. Middle solves the riddle.
Right here. Right here, right here.
So it's an interesting swing. Obviously, the lob over the head of Sydney Ratliff, but more importantly now, Ohio State up breaks on courts 2 and 3. Here come the Buckeyes. Let's go full screen of court 1, though. We'll keep our eye on 2. I'll be monitoring those scoreboards, of course, as well. If ODU makes a move on 3, if Ohio State continues to pull away. See, Ratliff was ready to go right to that I formation. It's an interesting shot choice, no doubt. Sure, that's what Coach Schaub is reiterating there. Still, deuce point, deciding point coming up. They choose to go to Sasnouskaya, the All-American. Can't say I'm shocked. It's big hold for the Buckeyes. Still down a break, but it keeps things in the margin. So 2-3 in the margin. That's not English. Keep things at a narrow deficit. 2-3, one break separating them. ODU up here on court number 1. Let's head back to 3, where it is all Ohio State. Coley Allen, the senior, fifth-year partnered with senior Kathleen Jones. They have opened up a 4-love lead on Jakubowicz and Baran. There's that Coley Allen serve. And Allen, definition of a veteran of this college tennis scene, the 5th year. Four-time Ohio State Scholar athlete. Top 15 back in 2018. Excuse me, was ranked top 15 with Isabelle Goulet, the first Buckeyes to rank top 15 in doubles since 2018. Top 100 singles player as well. Big win. 20 player this fall. Michigan's Kari Miller. A little uncertainty on the call. We've confirmed it was out. Couple of big forehands get Coley Allen out of a jam. She holds 5-love. It is all Ohio State on 3. Let's head over to court number 1. Court number 1, but super producer Daniel Westoff, as soon as you see them moving on 3, will you take us to a split screen? Over on 1, again, it's a 3-2 lead right now for Old Dominion's Tatiana Sasnouskaya, Sophia Johnson, now 4-2 as they hold there. Again, as soon as that changeover ends on 3, we'll go to a split screen. Jones quickly out of the chair. How can you not be? And by the way, I see we have our first comment in the chat. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but we'll call it Infinite H. Shout out to you. Is that Infinite Hate? Don't love that. That's creative. I'll give it to you. And let us know what you think of all the college tennis action throughout the course of the day. We're back on serve on court 2. 3-2 I see. And I know Bond served first, so I think we're back on serve on 2, which is what makes these 2 leads so important to follow in this moment. You protect them, now all of a sudden all eyes turn to that center match. Court number 1, I think they got the racket there. I think that clipped Sydney Ratliff. It looked like it did. There was a little discussion a la that Australian Open Ali Risk Linda Fruvertova moment, but this time our chair umpire was on it and said, no, no, no. A little touchy-touchy. The racket. 4 critical break points here for ODU. Solves the riddle. It's a good volley there from Isabelle Boulay. Meanwhile, how about this? Match points on 3 for the Buckeyes. It's just a ho-hum day at the office for 5th-year Coley Allen, senior Kathleen Jones, the Ohio State duo. How about this? Friday morning bagel. A little cream cheese on the side. 6-love, Buckeyes take court number 3. If you want to put court 2 in that right side, super producer Daniel Westhoff, we can do it. We want to stay in this spot so we don't miss anything on 1. Good cross. Great angle. Opened up by Sophia Johnson. Sasnouskaya cleans things up at the net. I like this ODU doubles pairing. I think we might be seeing them in the individual portions of this season. So it's 5-2, and that was big, given that 6-love scoreline we just saw on court number 3. ODU, I don't want to say they've stopped the momentum. Midway through, I realized how big that deuce point is on 2. This is the brilliance of college tennis. There is so much excitement happening at all times. We do our best here at Cracked Racquets to try and capture it all. Deuce points, set points, the match points. Big swing for Old Dominion there. They lose a 6-0 set on 3, but what happens? Double break 5-2 on 1 and a massive deuce point hold on 2. And it looks like things are probably going to come down to that number 2 double spot here in this doubles point. Now we are back. It is good to be back. what it's worth, Sasnowskaya, and Johnson. Sasnovich, there's Australia open brain. Sasnowskaya and Johnson, 2-0 on the season. Wins over both Penn State and Columbia at that #1 spot. Viktorovich and Isaacs, 1-1. 1-1 overall at 2. Great lob from Kontos, off leave. That was going to come close. Just lands in, so all right. He has turned this into a serious match in doubles. You're trying to pull an upset on the road. ITA Kickoff Weekend, 3rd dual match of the season. Yeah, capturing that doubles point really helps. Love becomes 30-all. This is one of those inflection points we see in a college tennis match. First one went the way of ODU. They break for 5-2, deuce point hold for 3-all. This is another one. Match point on 1, 3-all, 30-all on 2. Ball just explodes off the racket of Sydney Ratliff. So, all right, there's a push for the Buckeyes they needed. Deuce point coming up on 1, and even if they don't win 1, just to have court 1 stay alive reduces the pressure on 2. Boy, would Coach Schaub love to see a break here. The huge response from the Buckeyes. Huge. They needed it. Yes, you have the 6-0 victory on court number 3, but things were slowly slipping away on each of these courts. And from 2 match points down, Ratliff Boulay stay alive on 1. They get the hold for 4-3 on 2. That's a Buckeye push. So it'll now be Isabel Boulay again, just serving to keep this match on the court. Yep. And I don't know if you listeners can hear it at home, you listeners, you viewers, excuse me. But those of you tuning in, there's just a sound that comes off Sydney Ratliff's strings when she makes contact with the ball. It's the sound you want to hear.
Hey, go Bucks, let's go. Come on. Hey, let's get the break right here. Come on.
I love that. Response from Sky. Power down the line. Why not? Spot on 1. So much experience on court for the Buckeyes right now. Ratliff, who got 25-plus matches last season.
Yeah!
Way. Contos. Bond, who's played 4 years high-level Ivy League tennis at Columbia. Isaac's the only freshman on the court. It's really good tennis on one. Really good tennis across the board right now. Great hands from Sasnowskaya and Johnson. Sets up match point number 3. Also, though, break point chances for the Buckeyes on 2. Yeah, that's a frustration kick from Arena Contos. The aggression these Buckeyes have played with down match point on 1. They go down swinging. 3 match points fought off. It's a deuce point on 1. Break point on 2. Talk from head coach Melissa Schaub. Words of advice on this deuce point to her number 1 duo. What a point on 2. You knew the let was coming as well.
Here we go. Come on.
You know what I'm thinking, folks. It's inflection point time. What a moment. What a match. What a swing towards Old Dominion. They capture another one of these moments. They take the match point on court number 1. And once again, down multiple break points on 2. It's a hold for Viktorovich and Isaacs. 4 all on 2. This is your deciding set. Just joining us, Alex Gruskin here. There's the senior. 5th-year combination for Ohio State. Coley Allen, Kathleen Jones, 6-love set on 3. How about that response from the All-American Sasnowskaya and Sophia Johnson, 6-3 on 1. This is where, again, Viktorovich, senior, Contos, senior, Bond, 5th year, Isaacs, freshman. Just something to keep an eye on. other thing to expect, noise. It's about to get loud in this Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Long. For what it's worth, this is the first time this season, it's only their second match, but including the fall, first time Santos and Bond have played a match together. Right now they've got 2 game points, 4-5-4. The angle of that first backhand. Credit to Bond for just throwing that lob in the air, buying herself a little bit more time, but you could tell her footwork was all over the place. She was yanked outside the alley. Ugh. Talk about drama in an opening doubles point. Oh no, Contos into the net with her volley. So now Old Dominion, they were down 3-0 here on court number 2. They will now serve for the doubles point. Oh my goodness, All-American Contos on top of the net, but that ball just gets a little too low. Good stuff to open up our action here on this ITA Kickoff Weekend. Again, Alex Gruskin here. 16 regions we've got for you here at Cracked Racquets over the course of the next 4 days. That means 16 of the top teams in the country. We'll be watching, analyzing, processing all the ings over the course of the next 4 days. Appreciate all of you who are joining us, jumping into our comment section. Love to hear from all of you.
Nice! Hey, that a baby!
Alexandra Viktorovich, senior out of Sweden. On the near side of your screen, it's the assistant coach, Anna Sokolenko. Words of wisdom. Oh my goodness. Woo! First of all, the wheels. Just to get a racket on that ball with how far stretched Viktorovich was outside the alley. We got athletes on our hands, but to find that angle. Westhoff, put a pin in that clip. You may need that one later. Off the racket. On Shaban.
Hey, let's go, bud. Yeah!
Great move. Playing to win. Stay aggressive. I say it before, I've said it again, that high backhand volley, in my opinion, is the toughest shot to execute in all of tennis. Executed flawlessly there by Bond. Sets up 4 break point chances back. Expect anything different? Play on. Break for the Buckeyes.
Hey, right here.
5-all on court 2.
Rita. All right.
I feel like that might have been a balloon popping moment. Not necessarily that ODU got broken, but the fashion they got broken at. Love. Ohio State responding with such aggression. Better. Much better. And I love the proactivity of Isaacs there at the net. Even if you're not moving, a little split step, a little fake. Just a reminder to Kontos, hey, I'm up here. That's why she pulled trigger line. It didn't work. Action on both sides. You'll love to see it. Playing to win. Check the game film from this one. Should ODU fail to come through, 3 missed returns in this game, they'll be kicking themselves. Still sets up 3
right here.
game points for the Buckeyes. It's a great serve there. Marina Kontos jamming the body of Viktorovich. Buckeyes hold 6-5.
Hey, go to work.
Here on court number 2. Maybe some of you are wondering, who are the top 10 doubles teams in the country right now? I think Sasnouskaya and Johnson might be in the conversation by the end of the season. But right now, you see Crawley, Tangillig, currently your #1 team in the country for the University of North Carolina. Now Miller, Amelia Rajecki, your ITA All-American champions. They're currently 8th on the list. Of course, Brodus and Chen, so good at the ITA Fall Nats. You see them at #4. They were NCAA semifinalists together last season. A lot of talent in the college tennis universe. Certainly all of us college tennis fans had loved to see Ben Shelton, first guy since Arthur Ashe to go directly from winning the NCAA championships to the Australian Open men's singles quarterfinals. Of course, shout out to John Parsons, our friend here at Crack Rackets, for that fact. Who will be next? Certainly looking forward to seeing some candidates in play this weekend. Right now, though, it's all about the doubles point. Buckeyes from 4-5 down, now 6-5. Not missing that one.
Hey, that a girl? Hey, 3 more here, 3 more. Let's go.
Remember, Buckeyes had break points at 3-all. Excuse me, at 4-3. They had break points.
Go Bucks.
At 3-2. Had a lot of break point chances at the Buckeyes in this match. Love the aggression, though, from Marina Contos.
Hey, here we go. Come on.
It's a great dip at her feet. Credit where credit is due.
Let's go.
But from 5-4 down, there's just been a renewed aggression. This Ohio State 2-doubles duo. Signal action from Contos. I like it on the return.
Baby! Go.
Match point. Oh, just missed off the racket of Marina Contos. Everyone that's a part of Buckeye Nation feels their heart skip a beat. That's the beauty of this sport. 2 more match points. College tennis, you've been missed. That's the drama you get. And a little hug between first-time doubles partners. Kang Shaban, Irina Contos, they deliver 7-5 victory to Ohio State. And with that, the Buckeyes take a 1-0 lead heading into singles. 6 more matches to come in this opening ITA kickoff round action. action. Of course, we've got so many more matches for you throughout the day here at Cracked Racquets. What we're going to do right now, though, we're going to take the 5 minutes offered to set our cameras, make sure we are ready to rock and roll. That said, that's all we'll be doing today, folks. Rocking and rolling as the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend officially gets underway. We hope you stick around with us. Of course, we will be back, but for now, for our super producer, Daniel Westoff, I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of this 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin here to pick things up in our singles action. Ohio State with a dramatic doubles point from 3-0 up to 5-4 down. They clinch with a 7-5 victory at the number 2 doubles spot. Of course, we're still working on court assignments here. We'll have those for you momentarily. At this point, if I didn't recognize Coley Allen here on court number 4, I wouldn't know what you're doing. In fact, give us 2 seconds, folks. We'll be right back. We're going to get these court assignments right, but stick around with us. This won't take long. A little scoop. Some early excellence from Coley Allen. That is actually court number 4. We are going to move here. This is court number 5. Court number 2. And again, this is a little day 1 maintenance, as we call it here at Cracked Racquets. What you're seeing right now, court number 2. Overhead into the net. So we are going to take a quick break. Very, very quick. We're going to get these court assignments right. Stick with us, folks. And now we're ready to rock and roll in our singles coverage of this Ohio State Old Dominion Round 1 ITA Kickoff Weekend battle. Alex Gruskin here Serving marker's wrong. It's game point chance for Sasneskaya. So Sasneskaya holds here to kick things off on court number one. Again, these two just saw each other on the doubles court. Sasneskaya, senior out of Belarus. Ratliff, the sophomore out of Columbus, Ohio. Talk more about this matchup as we carry on through this match. Let's introduce everyone. Let's go back over to court number two now. Introduce these matchups we have. At court number two, it's the All-American, Arena Kantos, senior out of Belgium for Ohio State. Kantos was listed at number 3 in the official lineups, but pulled from the Ohio State roster in singles is Isabelle Boulay today. Boulay expected to play number 2. She's out. Makes sense. They're still slowly working Boulay back. She didn't play much throughout the course of the fall. So Kantos up to the number 2 spot. She'll be more than comfortable there after steering the course at number 1 for much of the past 2 seasons. Kantos taking on Sophia Johnson. Of course, we saw Johnson at that number 1 doubles position. For ODU. Johnson, the sophomore out of England. Good length to extend the rally, but a couple of decisive overheads from the All-American Arena Kantos. A couple of breaks. Kick things off here on court number 2. 1-all here in set number 1. Again, it's the senior Kantos and the sophomore Johnson. Let's go over to court number 3 now. Here's one of the fun stories for this Ohio State team. A little wrinkle, unexpected, to kick off this 2023 season. Shelly Baryzniak, sophomore out of Israel. On the far side of your screen, first point here. Baryzniak in 0-0 victory over Oklahoma's Ivana Corley last weekend. 0-0 over a player who went undefeated at the National Indoors last season. Of course, Baryzniak didn't play too many matches as a sophomore, 7-3 in dual match play, as a freshman last year, but had a really good Michigan Invitational to start the season. Got a couple of big wins there. The big 0-0 win over Corley. He's playing the number 3 spot here today. Near side serving for Old Dominion, it's the senior Shahar Baran. Baran wins over both Penn State and Columbia to kick off her 2023 season. Out of Israel. 15-6 last year. Won in the spring, won her last 7 matches, including a 3-set thriller. Helped carry ODU to the Conference USA title last year. So what happened there? Ball rolled over from the other court. Katina Brizniak. Play a let here. How about this? 2 players from Israel. One a sophomore, the other a senior. I love the international aspect of this sport. So many different cultures, backgrounds intersecting within the game. We make it 3 straight breaks. Why not get funky? Here to start on court number 3, breakpoint chances coming up in the singles matches. 2 out of 3 sets. And scoring. Good clean tennis. The racket of senior Shahar Baran sends us to a deciding point. You're early on 3. Oh, the lucky let cord. You play in the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. The bounces are just going to go the way of the Buckeyes. Brizniak with the break. I think we've got ourselves a battle here on court number 3. 2-1 Buckeyes lead. We head over now to court number 4. Saw a little bit of it earlier. Of course, Coley Allen, the 5th year. 2-1 break of serve lead for the Buckeye. And typically, when you see a higher ranked team as Ohio State is taking on a lower ranked foe, it's the bottom of the lineup, the depth, where the best teams separate themselves. We'll get into the depth this Buckeye team possesses throughout the course of this match, but again, Coley Allen at the 4 spot today. If Boulay's in play, she's playing 5. Are you kidding me? Alicia Yakubovic. Senior out of Belarus. Yakubovic was a huge reason why this Old Dominion team was able to take that step forward last season. 17-6 in singles in the spring. She won 13 matches consecutively last year. Not sure how many players were able to accomplish it. More than you'd think, but it has to be fewer than 20. That was good, right? It was indeed. That is a laser. 4 breakpoint chances back. Back on serve. Two all here on court number 4. And again, this Old Dominion core up top, the returners they have. Duran, Bovic, Johnson, Sasniskaya. He asked a lot. I feel like this is a must-have for Old Dominion if they're going to come back here today. We're going to keep our eye on this. I want to move to 5 and 6 because that's where the Buckeyes have really begun to separate themselves. And let's go over to 5 now. Another one of those returners for this Old Dominion team. Alexandra Viktorovic, senior out of Sweden. 18-7 in singles last year. Had a 9-match win streak. One of those key core pieces returning for Dominion. She's in a bit of trouble here. It's the transfer, Danielle Wilson. Very successful career at USC. Always nice to get a veteran presence in your lineup. That's what the Buckeyes have here at 5. But you do wonder how much indoor tennis here out of Newport Beach has played in her lifetime. Looked pretty good there. Couple of overwhelming forehands from the 5th year, Danielle Wilson. It was the transfer Bond in doubles. It's the transfer Wilson right now in singles. 4-1 lead open up for the Buckeyes on 5. Let's go to 6 now, where it has been all Ohio State. And you can understand why. Lucia Marzal, senior out of Spain, as experienced as any player you will find in the college tennis universe. Spain. From the University of Miami. Her freshman season. 3-15 last year in singles, 11-8 overall in dual match play, but 2 years ago, of course, went 22-2 overall in singles play. Clinched the team's 4-3 win in the NCAA round of 32. And we're certainly playing the scoreboard in saying this, or I should say I am, but Marzal, of course, the senior, taking on, as we alluded to in doubles, the freshman here for Old Dominion, Allison Isaacs, out of Boca Raton, Florida. Boca Raton, Boca Raton, I'll accept either pronunciation. Isaacs 1-0-1 in the 2 matches Union's played this season. She got a win over Penn State. Was actually up 6-4, 4-3 on Columbia when the match was clinched. Facing quite the deficit right now. 5-love, 40-love, 4 set points for Marzal. I think that missed, yeah. Double fault, it's a 6-love first set for Lucia Marzal. 6-love, Buckeyes take the first set of singles action. Let's go back over to court number 5. Court number 5, where it's 4-1 Danielle Wilson. We're actually on serve everywhere else. 5 and 6, again, the bottom of the lineup where these Buckeyes are separating themselves right now. So it's 5-1 Wilson now. Here coming over from USC. Played some massive matches in last year's kickoff weekend as the Trojans went to Baylor. Knocked off both Miami and Baylor on their way to the National Indoors. Wilson's been ranked as high as number 70 in the country in singles. Been ranked as high as 18 in doubles, 60 and 35 overall in singles, including a 42 and 29 dual match record during her time at USC. Having been to that USC campus, I'm telling you, there's not an indoor tennis facility maybe within 15 miles. And yet the depth, the pace Danielle Wilson is playing with right now, it's impressive. Set point coming up for Danielle Wilson. So it's a 6-1 first set. For fifth-year Danielle Wilson, Buckeyes dropped just one game collectively in taking first sets at the number 5 and 6 spots. So Buckeyes in control right now in Columbus. Let's go split screen. How about the top dogs? Let's go courts 1 and 2. Sasnaskaya versus Ratliff on 1. Johnson versus Kontos on 2. Fun matchups here, contrasts of styles. And again, you almost feel like these two are must-haves for Old Dominion today, particularly given what's going on 5 and 6. Sydney Ratliff has had an excellent season to date, the sophomore. 12 and 6 in the fall. Ratliff wins over top 100 players, Riley Tran, Isabel Fenning, Snow Hahn, Katja Wiersholm should be then number 2 in the country, Sarah Hamner as well. Again, you feel like this sophomore could be poised for a sophomore surge this season. She's got 3 breakpoint chances right now on court 1. Supplant is too strong of a word, but with Arena Kontos being an All-American, a standard setter at that number 1 spot for the Buckeyes these past 2 seasons, it is a testament to the development of Sydney Ratliff, the trust Coach Schaub has in her, that she's been given the call up to that number 1 spot. She's rewarding it right now. 4-3 break of serve lead for the Buckeyes on 1. Meanwhile, again, 4-3 lead right now for Old Dominion on 2. 4-2 lead for the Buckeyes on 3. 4-3 break lead now for Colby Allen on 4.
Here we go.
West up, if you want to make court 1, court 3. Keep our eye on 2 still here as well. Shelly Barizniak has just been on one to start 2023.
All right, build on that. Come on. Got this.
Brysniak's ability to move the ball around the court, you can see it very clearly, how well she gets outside of the ball, the angle she's able to open with her technique.
All right.
Fascinating. Another break point chance here. Meanwhile, Arena Contos fighting as she always does.
Right here. Right here.
That break back. She's got a break point chance now on two of them. Just handcuffing Bond right now. That is exceptional. This line play from the sophomore. She takes a 5-2 lead and will now serve the opening set. Meanwhile, Contos gets the break back for 4-number all. 4-number all. Let's try that. 4-4 all on 2.
Go.
I want to keep court number 3 on our screen because I want to watch Brysniak serve for the set. So if you'll all endorse me for a moment, embrace, whatever the right word is. We're going to leave that on your screen. We'll focus on the right side for now, the All-American Arena Contos for all. Contrast of styles in this Buckeye lineup. The explosion of Ratliff, the creativity of Brysniak, the physicality, angles opened up by Contos, the overwhelming power of a Boulay, competitiveness, experience, Marzal, Allen, Wilson.
Great serve.
This team has a lot of pieces. Any other year, an unequivocal top 10. That just speaks to depth. Strength in college tennis this year that this team is somehow finding itself outside the top 10 of those rankings right now.
Baby. Hey, keep those first serves going.
Meanwhile, I've really liked what I've seen from Sophia Johnson today. Sophomore out of England. Just ability to turn into the ball, the length of her ground strokes. She's going to fit into the top 2 nicely. Little slip. Thankfully, nothing more for Contos. Great drop shot. Change of pace there from Johnson. Still 2 game points for the All-American.
Right here.
Great movement, great feel,
Serve.
great placement from Brysniak, who now has set points. 2, 4, 15, 3 of them coming up for the sophomore. Ball just long. Shahar Baran to the first set. Oh. No, wait for it. There's a little hesitation. No, the ball was long. Okay, so it's a 6-2 first set for Shelly Brusniak. That puts Ohio State halfway home. They have 3 first sets in the bag on court 3, 5, and 6. Meanwhile, it's 5-4. Santos on court number 2. A bunch of 5-4s now as we reach the home stretch of our final 3 first sets. Let's stick with court 2 on the right. Let's go over to court number 4 on the left. Daniel Westhoff, where Coley Allen will now serve to stay alive for 5. She trails Dominion senior Alicia Yakubovic. And serve in that set. Just joining us, Ohio State in the 6-love set at the number 3 doubles position. And from 4-5 down, earn a break of serve and ultimately take the next 3 games for a 7-5 win at 2. That's how they have the 1-0 lead you see on your screen. Alex Gruskin here steering the ship. We've got 16 host regions up for you this weekend here on our Crack Rackets coverage. Guys using the left courts to their advantage thus far. Again, little home court cooking. I love it. Only in college tennis, right? Only 2 points away from 5 Alcantos. 4 set points on 2 for the Buckeyes. Why not go down swinging? Wants to bite off 3 more. Yakubovic back. So explosive. Fought off. Set points fought off. Court number 2. Boy, is this a big deuce point. Again, you start playing the match calculus. ODU's got to start finding some sets somewhere. Still a little magic here on 2. Like you got a battle on 4 no matter what. That's just outstanding fight from Sophia Johnson, sophomore out of England. Stays alive. She fights off 4 set points. 5-all now. On court number 2. And Ohio State's taking first sets on courts 3, 5, and 6. And they're serving for the first set on court number 1. Super producer Danny Westoff. Let's make court number 2 court 1. Check back in here on Contos Johnson in a moment. Johnson again just fighting off 4 set points. Heck of a fight from the sophomore. I like this ODU team, man. Look at Conference USA. Still have some tricky matches, no doubt, throughout the course of the season. Face one of Wake Forest or Tennessee tomorrow. They've got Wake Forest, Iowa State, Florida State, Princeton, Kansas, all on their schedule, but they will be the clear-cut favorites in the Sun Belt Conference. Heck of a break from Coley Allen. A little shot in the arm right when the Buckeyes needed it most, so she will now serve for the set on court number 4. Let's make 4-2. Court 4, court 2. We'll get back to Allen. See what she's done with this breaker. The story is Ratliff has set points, but the undercard, don't all of us wish our knees still worked that well, where we could drop to our knees in anguish and then just so quickly pop back to our feet? I just don't think I can do that anymore. Point coming up for Ratliff on 1. Ball goes wide, so Contos rebound. She holds for 6-5. Meanwhile, it's a 6-4 first set. Sydney Ratliff at 1. 4 first sets now go to the Buckeyes. Let's go full screen on 4 for a moment. Full screen on 4. Coley Allen serving for the set, up 6-5. Very fun battle. She takes on Alicia Jakubowicz. So feels like now's the perfect time to address this question I see in the chat from Chet Miller. Come on, Coley Allen. Down the line. Excellence from the 5th year. But Chet asks, how long do the matches typically last? It varies. Certainly the better the match, the longer it goes. I would say pencil in 2 hours on your schedule. If you plan on attending in person, at least 2 hours, maybe even, I would say 3 to be safe. That's typically the time frame, somewhere between 2 to 3 hours for these dual matches. The good ones will hit the 4 to 5 mark, but in that case, you've got a classic on your hand. Excellent. Jakubovic had a play on the ball. Sure, she'll want that one back. Loved, I'm sure, to have just forced Allen. Have to do a little bit more on that pass. A great first volley from Coley Allen. Again, for the sake of this match, ODU needs to stay alive in this set. Stoffer. Have to tell if that was wide or long, but you could tell Coley Allen knows she missed it, so it's break point chances back for Jakubovic. Meanwhile, Baryzniak already up a set and a break on 3. Marzal up a set and 3-2 on 6. And Wilson for Ohio State a set 2-all on 5. We may have reached the witching hour of this match. Oh, what a backhand down the line. A couple of them in this game from the 5th-year Coley Allen. That is a 5th first set for the Buckeyes here in singles. That is a message being sent. This Buckeye team is ready to put themselves in a position to reach Seattle. So let's go to our final first set, court number 2. Sophia Johnson fought off 4 break points. She was down 4-5, love 40. Managed to find her way to a hold. Now has 3 game point chances here to force a first set breaker. And Buckeyes take 5 first sets so far. They took 6 first sets against Oklahoma in their upset victory over last year's National Indoor finalists last weekend. I've spoken with Coach Schaub. She says ignore the rankings, Buckeyes fans. She feels really good about this team. How can she not? They are rewarding that faith here today. haven't heard a good Contos roar in a while. And that energy, because Irina Contos makes it 6 first sets Ohio State. To quote from the great Dan Miller, Detroit Lions play-by-play radio announcer, dare I say, you may want to pack the bags and start the plane. This match feels just about over. Buckeyes in a commanding position. Now we get to focus on our second sets. Let's go back to the bottom of the lineup. Super producer Daniel Westoff. We haven't spent enough time with 5 and 6. Let's split screen there now. And for what it's worth, little bit of a push here from Old Dominion at each of these spots. Right now, Alexandra Viktorovich actually up a break here on Danielle Wilson. In set number 2, 3-2 lead for the senior out of Sweden. Meanwhile, over on 6, freshman Allison Isaac on the board. Deuce point she's facing, but 2-3 there in set number 2. But Marzal does get the break, 4-4-2. So let's lock in here for now. Good ball. Good ball from Viktorovich, who again is one of those core pieces returning from last season. Viktorovich in that match winning streak last year, 10-2 in dual match play. She was ranked as high as 72 in the nation. Danielle Wilson having this much firepower. If you viewers in the chat feel otherwise, let me know, but I'm impressed by the 5th year. The direction she's playing with. And again, Viktorovich so well-rounded, clear-cut weakness, and it seemed like this match has been on Wilson's racket from the start. Slices, dices, works all around the court. It's big for Old Dominion, no doubt. Head coach Don Manila, you just want to see how much fight your team has left in them. Down doubles in 6 first sets, even if you don't win today. Let's force a couple 3-setters. Force this match into a 3rd hour. Excuse me, the 4th hour. Yeah, I think Isaacs has lost the thread. A frustrated forehand error. Lucia Marzal, she'll slice you, she'll dice you, she'll blow the house down. 6-love, 5-2 lead for the Buckeyes on 6. We'll keep that match on your screen as it is so close to the finish line. Again, 6 first sets for Ohio State, who also now lead by breaks in second sets on courts 1, 3, and 6. Buckeyes 12 for 12 in first sets in dual match play so far this season. Put that stat on the whiteboard, Coach Melissa Schaub. I love that. Again, I don't remember this year for Danielle Wilson, the 5th year out of USC, who played a lot of outdoor matches. It's a little more difficult to be this easily aggressive in those scenarios. like a grapefruit right now. Break point to get her back on serve here in set 2. Not to be. Torvich with the hold, 4-4-2. So Westhoff, let's go full on court 6 as Lucia Marzal tries to put singles point number 1 on the board for Ohio State. 6-love, 5-2 lead for the senior. One time she's misfired. So far here today, you look for Marzal. Did a bunch of matches in the fall. Best win came over Arizona State's Rachel Hanford. A good win last week over Oklahoma freshman Julia Garcia Ruiz. It's there as well. I mentioned this earlier, but let's not forget Lucia Marzal is only 2 seasons removed from a season that saw her go 22-2 in dual match play. That 22-2 was against primarily Big Ten opponents, as that's who they faced off against during that COVID-restricted 2021 year. But you go 22-2 over the course of a year, you have the college tennis world attention. And right now, Marzal has our attention as she has 3 match points. Lucia Marzal makes it 2-0 Ohio State, the senior. Little message to the college tennis universe. I'm back. For a disappointing last year, 2 wins to kick off the 2023 season for the Buckeyes. She takes a 6-love, 6-2 win to make it 2-0 Ohio State. Meanwhile, here comes Viktorovich. And again, if an Old Dominion push is going to come, it has to happen right now. At least here's the start, something to rally around. Viktorovich, fighting off a break point to hold 4-4-2, now has 3 break point chances herself. 5-2 set lead. However Dom Manila chooses to teach a backhand, it's working. I love the backhands on just about every member of this Old Dominion singles lineup. Viktorovich crushes hers. 5-2 lead now for Old Dominion here on set court number 5. You do have to ask yourself, how much scoreboard watching is Danielle Wilson doing? That was an aggressive miss, we'll say, from the Buckeye 5th year. All right, it's 5-2 here. We'll keep an eye on that one to see if we get towards a set point. Meanwhile, the Buckeyes have opened up some leads elsewhere. Let's go court number 1. Split screen here with court number 1. We'll get back to 5 momentarily. But Sydney Ratliff, dynamic sophomore. I'm just trying to find adjectives to use for Ratliff. I'm going to have to come up with new ones for tomorrow, but 6-4, 2-1 lead over the All-American Sasnskaya. How about that ball from Danielle Wilson? A little on the rise magic, sets up 2 game points. Meanwhile, break point chances back for Sasnouskaya. Again, you see the outlines, I suppose. Might be the Old Dominion push. Will be Viktorovich who serves, excuse me. It will be Wilson who serves to extend set number 2. That ball goes long off the racket of Sasnouskaya, so it's now deuce point coming up in court number 1. It's a big deuce point. Sophia Johnson's opened up a 2-0 lead for ODU on 2. And with where things stand on 5, this is the ODU push. Sasnouskaya not going away. 2-all now on 1. I will say I'm going to keep my eye on 4. Can we make court 1, court 4? As a matter of fact, super producer Daniel Westoff, because after a tightly contested first set, Coley Allen has now opened things up for the Buckeyes to 5th year, a 4-love lead now here on court 4 in set 2. Wilson staying alive in set number 2, so the scoreboard watching has ended. She's making her push back now, game points there. Meanwhile, Coley Allen, 3 break points that almost feel like match points on 4. Remember, Jakubowicz, 13 straight wins last season. She was one of the sure things in this ODU lineup, but it's veteran versus veteran right now. gone the way of Coley Allen. But here's a moment. Set point Viktorovich on 5. Something for ODU to just sink their teeth into. She'll slice you, she'll dice you. All the tricks of the trade. Coley Allen, 5-love lead. Meanwhile, Wilson holds 4-4-5. So the Buckeyes defending their home turf well to kick off this 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Westoff, can we put court number 3 on the side of court 5? We'll keep our eye on it, but right now, Shelly Berezniak, sophomore out of Israel, 6'2", 4'2" lead for the Buckeyes. Again, we'll keep our eye on 5 as for what it's worth. Viktorovich will have a second opportunity to serve for the match serve for the set, excuse me, for ODU. But again, Coley Allen up 7-5, 5-love. Here's your pathway to victory. It's clear now. It's open for the Buckeyes. They've taken court number 6. Protect your leads on 4 and 3. You're through to round number 2. Again, I have not seen much of Berezniak as much as we've watched these Buckeyes here at Cracked Racquets. I like how well she moves the ball around the court. Clearly, there are going to be some opportunities. Baron's going to have to be patient. She certainly was on that point. Only 15 here. From a technique standpoint, it's not quite as pop. She gets outside the ball a little bit more, but doesn't that Berezniak forehand kind of look like Sarah Davitella, former UNC All-American? The way she loads that racket. Sharon holds 4-3 for us, so let's make court 3, court 5, please. Viktorovich serving for the set for a second time. Yeah, Wilson's already broken and pulled to get back to 4-5, and now, uh-oh. Great points back for Danielle Wilson. She has come roaring back from 2-5 down here in set number 2. Breakpoint chances to level the set. Meanwhile, breakpoint chances for Jakupovic to at least extend things on court number 4. 3-0 Buckeyes. Great all-court performance from Coley Allen. Defense to extend rallies when needed. The offense there to close things out. 7-5, 6-0 win for the Buckeyes on 4. They are now 1 match away from the second round here of this ITA Kickoff Weekend. And when it rains, it pours. Buckeyes now from 5-2 down. Danielle Wilson has worked her way back to 5 also. She's 2 games away from the match. I'm going to ask we go split screen again, court 5, court 3 here. Super producer Daniel Westoff as sophomore Shelly Brizniak 2 games away. She leads by a set in 4-3 as well on 3. On the near side of your screen. Again, she's taking on the senior, Shahar Baran. Baran, the sophomore of Israel. This is Brizniak. Just sticking around. .30 now. Again, for ODU to win this match, they have to win all 4 remaining courts. Your scoreboard right now, Ohio State a 6-4, 4-2 lead on 1. Buckeyes 7-5, 2-all on 2, and then the 2 scores you see on your screen. So I'll tell you what, if Old Dominion wins this match, it would be a comeback for the ages. Break back. We're on serve. Court number 3. 4-all now. Meanwhile, Viktorovich, 2 more break chances. Sometimes, again, we've all procrastinated at times. Wait till our backs are pushed against the wall, and maybe that's what ODU we see from them today. It will take some sort of effort. But right now, here's a moment. Break back on 3. Break on 5, so Viktorovich for a 3rd time will have the opportunity to serve for the 2nd set. Keep our eye on that. Let's make that court number 1, though. Court 5 into court 1. Sydney Ratliff, a 6-4, 4-3 lead. Going to the changeover now. So then let's make that court 2, super producer Daniel Westoff. Let's show some Contos. 7-5, 3-2 lead for her. Sophia Johnson.
Contos does. You see the frustration on Johnson's face. Contos will just make a million balls. She's going to have you moving further and further outside the alley. You're going to get your steps in. It's certainly a cardio session whenever you take on the Buckeye All-American, and she now has 4 breakpoint chances. An opportunity to separate herself here. Come from 2 love down, Irina Contos takes 4 straight games, 7-5, 4-2. The Buckeye All-American at the number 2 spot. And Viktorovich serving for that second set now. 6-5 lead on 5. Brezhniak. Opportunities on court number 3 here. We're all 30 all. Brezhniak sets up breakpoint chances. Guys would be 1 game away from the second round. How did Johnson make that? A little flick of the wrist there. Even though she lost the point, that is impressive stuff. Good hands. We've got a deuce point there. Westhoff, I know there's a big moment on 2. Can you take us to 5 instead of 2? 5 instead of 2 because we might have a set point coming up and I don't want to miss it. All due respect to Irina Contos. It's been too much for ODU fans to celebrate in this match. Right now, senior Alexandra Viktorovich, 2 points away. Set number 2. How about that? Baran holds 4-5-4. Good result from the senior. That's just massive from Alexandra Viktorovich. It won't put her team back in contention right away, but it will hand her the second set. Viktorovich, 7. Oh, no, excuse me. That was to fight off break point. Makes it even more impressive. So it's a deuce point coming up now. Move here for Danielle Wilson. Alexandra Viktorovich. I think the scoreboard's a point behind. It was not, so it is a deuce point deciding point. Apologies for the confusion on my end. Oh boy, here we go. Contos, by the way, 5-2 lead now. She's 1 game away on 2. Well, 3 times Alexandra Viktorovich has served for this second set. 3 times Danielle Wilson has found a way to break back. We're going to a breaker to decide things here on 5. Let's go split screen here. Courts 5 and 2. It's Ohio State now 1 game away on 2 courts. Rena Contos 3 points away to make it 2 points. The All-American. I get it now. Because for years I grew up with Brett Musburger. Every time there was an All-American on the field, you hear him go, the All-American. Now I get it. It's fun to say. So Contos, 2 points away.
All right. Come on. Here we go.
Match points. Contos. If we go full screen, feel free, Westoff. Ohio State's moving on. 7-5, 6-2. All-American Rena Contos securing a 4-0 victory for Ohio State. High fives all around, even a hug, as the Buckeyes move to 2-0 on the season. Again, a really good performance from Old Dominion. We're on the precipice and served for the doubles point. You wonder how the momentum the Buckeyes captured there. They just kind of ran away with it. 6 first sets in singles. Ohio State has sent a message through its first 2 performances. They're deep. They're experienced. We're going to be hearing from them throughout the course of this 2022 season. And quickly, super producer Dana Westoff, can we bring up that Ohio State Women's Regional? Once again, we see here the Buckeyes advancing 4-0 over Old Dominion to tomorrow's regional final. Little smile from Marina Cantos as she walks towards the back curtain. But again, this Ohio State team through with a 4-0 victory. Up next for Ohio State, they will face the winner of Tennessee Wake Forest, again in a regional final we will have for all of you tomorrow. And I believe it's in the afternoon as the Buckeye men begin their regional in the morning. So Ohio State women, our first winners here in the 2022 ITA Kickoff Weekend. With that said, we will be back with so much more coverage coming up at the top of the hour. We have our first double header of the weekend. The University of Tennessee men taking on Louisiana. The University of Kentucky men taking on Liberty. Of course, Tennessee, national indoor finalists last year. Kentucky NCAA finalists. So, hey, we got 2 finalists coming up next and so much more fantastic action for all of you college tennis fans coming up throughout the course of this weekend. By the way, guess who joins me at the top of the hour? It's a tease because you can find out by sticking around with us. We will be back around 12:50, 12:55 range to set the scene for the 1 p.m. hour. But folks, stick with us. This is your time. Run to the bathroom, grab your snacks, get your popcorn ready. We've got the opening weekend of the college tennis season on our hands. You don't want to miss any of the action. With that said, for our fantastic super producer Daniel Westoff, I'm your host Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. Alex Gruskin here, joined by someone who's going to offer us a little more credibility here on this broadcast moving forward. Of course, this is how you know we've been doing it for a long time here at Cracked Racquets. We started this show essentially as a bandwagon for the Will Blumberg career. Of course, Will went on to be a 10-time All-American, the only in NCAA men's tennis history at the University of North Carolina, the 2021 national team indoor champion winning team as well. Will Blumberg, welcome back on to our Crack Rackets broadcast. How you doing, my friend?
Doing great. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. Good full circle moment. But I've been with you guys kind of from the start. I feel like I was one of your first interviews, and now it's an honor to join here and watch. What I think is the best sport and the best thing of college tennis. So it's an honor to be here.
True story. The way I got involved with Cracked Rackets is I saw they interviewed you. I listened to it and I was like, oh, this is really cool. Dalton sucks at this, but the idea of what he's doing is really good. And I think I'd be even better at these interviews. And so, yes, we would not be here without you. So obviously it's great for us to have you on the broadcast today. And I know your fondness for college tennis. We'll certainly talk about that throughout your time here on the show. But this ITA Kickoff Weekend in particular, what does it mean to these players? What are you feeling as you go through this ceremonial start to the season?
Yeah, it means everything. I mean, of course, some schools, have some big matchups, but most schools kind of have some, regional kind of matchups. So this is your first test, right? I mean, some guys, go home for December, some guys, but you have a few weeks to train and then this is it. I mean, this is a huge moment for a lot of the schools, especially a lot of the top players have a target on their backs. A lot of guys are competing for spots, and this is the first big moment for them, to show kind of what they're made of. You have a lot of tough matches this weekend, but some guys are rusty and a lot of nerves kick in. You see a lot of people who don't feel great or things aren't firing as well, and you get some close matches. So I know that I always felt a ton of nerves. Everyone has their families come in. This is really the first big weekend. So for a lot of freshmen, this is a huge weekend, and a lot of upperclassmen, this is as well a huge weekend to kind of cement your team as one of the top teams.
Mm-hmm. And, I remember, I think there was a kickoff weekend where Michigan came to North Carolina. And I remember that match being sneaky close and thinking like, all right, that's kickoff weekend for you. And I'm curious from a team perspective, you have the fall, of course, but everyone's kind of off doing their own thing. What are the most difficult parts about competing as a team for the first time?
It kind of depends on your team. I mean, I feel like a lot of teams, you have young teams, so you kind of figure out how to gel. I mean, these are big moments. You see, how people are as competitors, how people are as teammates and doubles. You're also still as coaches, you're trying to figure out which teams are the best together. And you have a few matches, but you have a lot of teams that probably haven't played together that well. These are the first big moments. Who's gonna, when it's 1-1 in doubles, who's gonna clutch and who's gonna do well. So these are, for coaches, these are big moments. I know they set their lineups, but I'm sure, as every team does, there's a few moments of shifts there in the end. I'm sure some teams will pull people. And so, it's a little bit of a chess match there as well. So it's kind of a big weekend for coaches and players and all to get warmed up and ready to go.
You mentioned the doubles component. That's where we'll start our coverage. And coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to have Tennessee versus Louisiana, Kentucky versus Liberty. I have often said, I think it's maybe the thing said most frequently on our Cracked Rackets college podcast, it could be me and you as a number one doubles team, and we'd still have a shot because one half of the equation is you. And no disrespect to Brian Cernock or Bo or Kelly or any of the guys you played with during your time. From that doubles perspective, how much have you mentioned gelling, doubles specifically as a team. How much will you have played together? What are the focuses this early in the season in doubles?
Well, first of all, that's probably too big of a compliment for myself. I think I had some phenomenal
Wait, hold on. That right there, though, was a diss at me. Yeah, I think you can carry me. Come on. I can put away a ball.
Yeah, that's true. But it depends on the partnerships. I mean, some people play together in the fall, right? So you have some teams that played, fall nationals or, regionals together, and some you didn't. Some guys you have starting in the spring. And so some teams you pair together. So you probably, I don't know when school starts, but you come a little early. So let's say from January 9th or something, or 10th, you're kind of training. So you only really have 2-3 weeks, which is, probably, I don't know, 10 practices playing together. So not that many, right? I mean, everyone's good and everyone's talented, but you definitely still are kind of trying to figure out things. And it just depends on if you have a younger team or you have an older team and partnerships are playing together. So yeah, it's an interesting time and something that I always look forward to doing.
ITA Kickoff Weekend, who'd you feel most confident in, Bo, Kelly, or Cernak as a partner?
That's tough. I can't be put in that position, but all.
That's the answer is Max Schnur. That can just be your answer there. Yeah, that's the good one. But of course, these players walking out on court now, so we're going to have the opportunity, and we'll start in a split screen. We want to show you both of these matches simultaneously, as again, these are two of the top 10 teams in the country. For a top 10 team, you alluded to this earlier because your teams were obviously in this position as well. What sort of pressures are you feeling on the opening weekend?
Ton of pressure. I mean, you feel good and you're playing well, but everyone's coming for you, right? I mean, doesn't matter who you are, what number position you are, especially for a top team and a top player on a top team. This is, not a lesser team, but a lesser ranked team. This is their Super Bowl. So if they can scalp you and win, it's something for them to tell, their family about and their friends about. So they're coming for you, and they don't care, two craps about who you are or what you're ranked. They're coming and they're bringing your all. So you better be ready. And a lot of guys sometimes are not, and they're faced with adversity. So it's kind of a good time to see how they deal with it.
Absolutely. You're the 4 seed in a region. You get to play loose in match number 1. And with that in mind, we have matches underway. Let's head to both Kentucky and Tennessee now. You see the number 1 doubles matches on your screen. We'll start on the right side because I had the chance to call a national indoors match between your North Carolina Tar Heels and this Tennessee team. It's Johannes Monday, the junior, partnered with the 5th-year senior Pat Harper, taking on Louisiana duo Carlo Cagin, the sophomore.
I bet also the environment's in there, it's probably loud, probably all the teammates are screaming. This is the first time that you really want to get into it as well, so I'm sure the guys aren't playing. It's just as important. I mean, their role is enormous for these moments too, so it's kind of see how those guys step up as well.
Serving on the near side, it's 6'6" sophomore Alejandro Sanchez Gonzalez. 2 6'6" behemoths on court in this match in Gonzalez and Johannes Monday. These Tennessee teams have been very good at doubles over the years. What makes them successful, Will?
I think they're coached really well. I mean, you see them in practice. They're working on, the right things. I believe my last year of playing, they won the NCAA tournament in doubles.
Walden Harper, true 2021
but
champions.
I think that they're just coached really well, and they know what to do when the right, when the right time is to do the right thing, and they consistently come with good teams. So that's really impressive.
I will say, though, tough opening weekend for Tennessee, 0-2 losses at Michigan, at Wake Forest. Now, those are 2 top 10 teams right now, but certainly, again, I just felt like Tennessee came out a little flat, and they're a team known for their energy, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you'll see it's a big, like I said, especially playing 2 top teams before this weekend is difficult. I mean, guys are just coming back. They're not fully gelled. They're not fully ready. So that's, it's a statement by the team to make that decision to play them. But in the end, it might pay off because they might really find out what their team's about and get through what they're not great at and then figure it all out. So it's a risky play, but, it might help them out this weekend.
Absolutely. Now, we'll get into Louisiana more as we cover this match. Let's switch to the left side of the screen because there may not be a more fascinating team in the country than Kentucky this year. And you see at that number 1 double spot, transfer Lafayette Ayuni, partnered with senior Draxel. They're off to a 1-0 lead. They're taking on Liberty's Josh Wilson and Christian Wurst. For this Kentucky team, as good as they were, to say they made, see them make the NCAA finals last year, it can only be described as a surprise. And for our listeners who don't know, Will, you were a part of a 2017 UNC team. It was a little less surprising given they had won the national indoors the year prior, but you had made an NCAA final. You had a full fall to dwell on it. You come back the next January, and for what it's worth, that next year, you were the best player in the country. What does that offseason look like for Kentucky after NCAA final?
Yeah, listen, they also had, a player in Diallo who went pro, but they had a lot of talent. I've always really liked their team. I always really like the way that Draxel plays. He plays with a lot of energy, and I think that you either like it or you hate it. And as an opponent, you probably don't like it, right? But he's in your face. He's going to let you hear it. And I've always liked that. I always like that style. It's, kind of welcome to the arena type of style. But I think that for them, they were so close, and I remember how pissed I was that summer. You feel like you always could have done more, and you just work harder. So you either choose two routes. One is you work harder and you can't wait to get back there and can't wait to get back in the environment, or two, you kind of let it sulk. So I imagine, another well-coached team and another, Draxel's a tough dude and Alafia is a great player and they have some great players. So I imagine they work their tails off and are kind of ready to go. And obviously Diallo had a great fall and I think he just decided to go pro. So that's a loss for them. But they still have a lot of guys on that team that can play. So I'm sure they're ready to play.
Now, if you bring back Draxel, who's been ranked #1 in the country, Alafia was one of the 10 best players this fall, and he's had a ton of success during his time at Cornell. You bring back Diallo as well, who was a quarterfinalist at NCAAs last year and won a freaking challenger over the course of the past year. Like, now you're talking about one of the top 1-2 teams in the country, and look, you can't replace Diallo, but I mean, what do you make of the transfers? Because that's a big thing. Obviously, you see in Alafia Aini move over here to Kentucky. You see other schools as well. What have you heard about that transition?
Yeah, listen, I mean, for his individual case, he's a great player. I mean, he's also had some great results, and it's nothing to knock. I believe he came from Cornell, but I just think that guys want to play in the top and want to play against the best players and want to give himself an environment, especially for him who wants to turn professional eventually. He wants to play against these guys who he's going to be seeing at that level. So I think these guys that are transferring, especially at this top level, want the best and want the competition. So I think that's a good sign for a lot of players. I mean, I think the transfer portal and the transfers in general is pretty crazy since COVID. With a lot of guys moving and kind of all the moving pieces with it. But I think that guys that are transferring at the top level that want better competition, I think, they don't shy away from it. So I think that's a good sign for them and for college tennis.
Absolutely. Is the SEC the best conference in college tennis?
Probably the ACC.
Good answer. There,
Yeah.
That's I saw that one comment.
That was probably my quickest answer.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Kentucky off to a 2-0 lead. Meanwhile, Johannes Monday, game point chances, and Harper closes things out. And by the way, Tennessee has already adjusted their doubles lineups. They played Mitsui and Harper at 1 against Michigan. Took a loss there. Also took a loss at 2. It was Diaz and Hud. And they've switched the teams around now. It's Monday and Harper at 1.
And as you notice, I mean, in the first game there, Louisiana served deuce point. So they were down deuce point, could have gone down a break. Tennessee missed a return. So that was a big moment, right? Where on the other court, you see they already got a break. So, some guys, you might be a little rusty. It might have been a good serve. But, things aren't as sharp. So in doubles, it goes by so quick. It could be 20 minutes before you know it. You're a 4-all deuce point, and you're 1 point away from being down serving against the set. So it's quick, and you got to be on it. And I know you always want to start well. So starting up 2-0 versus, even a 1-1 is a big difference.
Absolutely. And with that in mind, you talk about the other courts. Let's go to the other courts now, Westhoff. Let's move over to court number 2. Again, everything's happening fast. We've got 2 matches on the screen, but guys, there's 30 regions happening this weekend. That's what we're doing here at Cracked Racquets, trying to show you all the action. We'll go to the court 2s now in these Kentucky-Tennessee matches. This thing's moving. We'll start on court number 2 for Tennessee. And Jaden Weeks, January addition to this Kentucky roster, partnered with Alexander LeBlanc. The senior out of Canada, strong Canada. Kentucky pipeline, you see one all there as they take on Liberty duo Zion Heaven, Pelletier. Number 2 now in Tennessee as well on that court, Emil Hud. Diaz.
I also think another piece to add that I think a lot of the coaches are trying to figure out is who they're kind of gelling with. Obviously, all coaches, work with all guys on the team, but I think that some guys gel with specific people and say specific things in specific moments. So I know that, trip was always kind of around our courts. Coach Paul was on the other courts. So it's interesting to see in Tennessee or Kentucky, you know, which coaches work with who. And some guys are particular about it. Some guys don't care. But it's interesting to see who delivers the message in a moment like 40-30 1-all, right? I mean, for a school playing against Tennessee, this is a big moment. So it's interesting to see.
Absolutely, again, taking on. I think that's a scoreboard malfunction. I only see one Dimitrov on the Louisiana roster. It's Vasil Dimitrov, the sophomore out of Bulgaria. I don't see a second, so if I find a second, I'll let you all know, or we'll see if we can get a correction there on the scoreboard. But again, 2-1 on serve on court number 2. You mentioned it being a spread. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying with that NIL money, I heard that maybe Grigor was going to play double point.
Yeah, exactly. No, again, we were joking beforehand. I keep waiting for Carlos Alcaraz to announce he's doing one spring at Wake Forest. Just one. Because, you know, he forewent all that prize money. He's like, I'll get it. I'll make it on the back end. Yeah, certainly. Again, veterans for this Tennessee team in HUD. Diaz each transfers. Diaz coming from Texas San Antonio. HUD coming over from Oklahoma State.
Oh, what a get. Those are the points. Those are the points that change it, right? I mean, figuring out how to you know, win the points that are, you know, maybe a 50-50 point, and those, you know, suddenly you're down 1 or 2 points. You throw in a double fault here in this game, and you know, before you know it, you're down a break. So those are the points you always want to steal and get the crowd going. So I think those are big moments for these teams.
Off the racket of HUD. I had a coach once tell me, and I remember the number because it was so specific, 73% of points in doubles end on the serve and return. Like, it is that simple. Have you felt that in your experience? Because you see there, Tennessee, 2 returns made consecutively.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the more you can make the other team play, especially on serve. I would have loved to see them put that volley away after the return. I think they went kind of right up the middle, right to the guy's forehand, which I don't think is the best play. And against a better team, as Tennessee is, I think they're going to make you pay for those. So I think the more you can put those away, kind of off the court, would be better. But they ended up winning the point, have a good ace there, and so 30-15 in the game. So.
You see that. You see 2-all on court number 2. It's worth noting that Kentucky indoor facility, only 4 indoor courts, so it'll be 4 matches on in singles at a time. Obviously, as the matches end, they'll bring on 5 and 6 as well.
Hey, boys, come on, let's go, fellas.
Gotta love the let court on the serve. Left court and out, you love those.
Yeah. Of course, they play lets in college tennis. People I've talked to say you get used to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, I think that those ones are unfortunate. I mean, I think the ones that don't happen as much are when it hits and rolls over. I mean, that's what everyone does not want, right? It's like 4-all and it rolls over. You'd be so frustrated. But
a couple expletives muttered under the breath.
At least. I mean, like you saw, I mean, even in Australian Open, Rublev, I think it was 10-9 in the 5th, hit the backhand, rolled over. You know, it's like one of those moments. It's just where you just thank him up there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, good tee serve there. Just long actually off the racket. That's Emil HUD serving on the far side. A lot of size for this Tennessee team. HUD Monday, Bicknell, who we'll see in singles. Big serve inside the baseline there. Either Dimitrov 1 or Dimitrov 2.
Yeah, I think it's important to note too. I mean, Tennessee, when they were returning, they were making them play a lot of balls, and Louisiana won a tough game, but you take a big crack at it, might go in, might not, but you give them an easy point, and they're kind of in their groove. So I'd like to see Louisiana make them play a little bit more, even like that, make them put overheads away, and you don't mind it. You make them play balls and you make them put them all away. I think that's when you get a couple of errors and a couple of points away.
Got 4 game point chances for Tennessee on 2. Meanwhile, hands on Pete.
Oh, that's a great point.
Oh, just long. And that'll send the Kentucky crowd. Yeah, exactly. That's Kentucky at their finest. Fist pumping, roaring. It's good to have college tennis back.
Oh, yeah. That was a great game there from Tennessee. I mean, incredibly executed. No errors. 3 points on the serve. That's exactly what you want going to the changeover.
3-2 on 2. Let's go over to court number 3 now at Tennessee, where, by the way, it is all Tennessee Volunteers. And here's an interesting duo. A new member to the team, Tomas Rodriguez, transfer from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. Given their struggles in doubles, they've slid Rodriguez into that 3 spot. He's partnered with Shinsuke Matsui, who, I don't know how much you got to see him last year, Will. Electric. That's the word I'd describe for Matsui. 4-love 30-all here as they take on the Louisiana duo of Ribeiro and Chueca. Did you get to see any Matsui? Your thoughts?
I didn't get to see much of him, but I will say for him as a transfer, or as a part of the team as a transfer, this is the exact start that you want. I mean, 4-0, you want to bring the energy in a big first moment, right? You're excited. This is why you transferred. This is the moment. So I think he's probably excited to start this way.
The little slide plus the bump lob, a little shoulder bump. All right, 5-0, you're rolling. Why not?
Yeah, they're rolling. They're feeling good about themselves. I think, you can't start much better than this in the biggest start to the season, biggest weekend. So I think they're feeling good.
No, absolutely. And let's stick here since we know they'll serve for the set. And again, Shinsuke Matsui, who last year was top 10 in doubles with Emil Hudd for this Tennessee team. We know what he can be on the doubles court. He had a bunch of future success as well. I think he won a couple ITF Pro Circuit titles over the course of the past 6 months, singles and doubles. And that was the thing that wasn't clicking for Tennessee last weekend. We didn't get a single Matsui roar. None of those shoulder bumps. And we've already gotten one here. Helps to be back at home. By the way, Kentucky looks like they get the break for 3-2 on 2. We're keeping our eye on that, and we'll turn our focus there momentarily as we head over to court number 3. In Kentucky, where, for what it's worth, Lapidat, J.J. Mercer, 3-2 lead over Miguel Thomas Smith of Liberty. It's so fun to, again, you see the energy in this Tennessee building. People may not know this, no air conditioning in the University of Tennessee indoor facility. Do you feel, it's January, and you were there in November for Knoxville. Do you feel that?
I think that you probably do. If I remember correctly, there might have been a fan in there that was pretty loud.
Yeah.
I think that it comes on and turns off. So I think that's another piece, right? Is some guys, I remember some guys in the tournament were getting rattled by it and were frustrated by it. But that's just another thing, right? As tensions go higher, let's say this is 4-all, right? And the fan comes on. Who kind of deals with that the best? That's what you're really trying to see, especially in these moments where you're 3-all in this match and something happens and some outside force is bugging you, is who's going to handle it the best. So I think that these are just a small outside factor that, shouldn't be important, but kind of are to tennis players who are, sometimes get freaked out by little things.
Yeah, and it's a coincidence the fan always seems to turn on during a second serve during the Tennessee home match. It's just coincidentally. That's when you hear the whirring start. Heck of a lob there. As you see, though, Tennessee 2 points away on 3. For what it's worth, Alafia Draxler 4-1 lead on 1. We'll get back there shortly as we monitor all of this action.
I bet if you see a 6-0 win here, you'll hear a nice roar.
Yeah.
Or maybe what's even worse is no celebration.
It's just insulting. But again, little Friday morning brunch bagel. Come on now. Hands there. Louisiana look to get on game for what it's worth. On serve, And actually, Monday Harper, though, right now, 3 breakpoint chances on 1, 4-4-2. So Tennessee slowly asserting control. Looks like we're on serve, or excuse me, Kentucky up breaks at 1 and 2.
As a small note, I believe that Liam Drexel's dad is the volunteer assistant coach of Kentucky, so it'll be interesting to see how they work together. If he'll be on the court, if he's there, it'll be an interesting little added note in this first big weekend.
I've only seen that in basketball, where the parent of a player joins the coaching staff. Never in tennis. I've seen a player there beforehand, or a coach there beforehand.
Yeah,
Sheldons, of course.
Yeah, of course. I'm not sure if I've ever seen the mid college showing, but I like it. I mean, whatever gets the player playing the best.
I feel like if your dad asked, Sam Paul wouldn't have said no.
Yeah. I love my dad to death, but I don't know if I could, I don't know if I could have had my dad on the sideline there, but.
Yeah, he'd be with Simon.
Yeah.
It'd be a good pairing.
That would be cool. Yeah. Have you ever seen that thing with Shaq where his dad calls him mid-game?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
My dad would be like, listen, if you don't start hitting your backhand, like, I'm sorry. There you have it. There's Tennessee, 6-0. Shoulder bump, gets the team going. That's a great start. I mean, like you said, they had a tough start to the year. That's a great statement win there, 6-0. Gets the team going, gets them rolling right into singles. I think that's exactly what you want.
Asiago action for the Volunteers on court 3, 6-love. They take it on there. Let's go over to 1 in Tennessee, where, again, it's now a 4-2 lead for Harper and Monday. Just on paper, big lefty, paired with a guy who's already won an NCAA doubles title and puts away just about everything he sees at the net. You've played Pat Harper. Like, on paper, I really like this Tennessee combination.
Yep. Yeah, I think they're great. I think also, I mean, Monday's no joke as well. I mean, you can't go really any wrong with all these combinations. That's a great return you see there. I mean, thanks for coming. But yeah. I think that, this Tennessee team, like we said, is very well coached. They have good doubles combinations and are not to be, messed with in singles. So I think, when they figure it out, they can really be, dangerous this year.
Absolutely. Westhoff, let's go over to court number 1 in Kentucky. Draxel, Aini, 5-1 lead over Wilson and Worst for this Liberty team. James Wilson, senior out of the United Kingdom. Christian Worst, the senior out of South Africa, coming over from Vanderbilt for Liberty this season. Away 3 break points for Kentucky here. And there's the Tennessee roar, 5-2. They're 1 game away on court number 1. If you want to go to court number 2 for now, super producer Daniel Westhoff, it would be appreciated, but keep your eye on 1. We'll try to see, I imagine it will be Harper serving for the set and the doubles point. Meanwhile, these combinations are interesting for this Kentucky team. You put your best 2 players at the number 1 spot, right? Draxel, Alafia. It's very early, so it's too early probably to judge any pairings big picture, but how are those doubles? Is it just straight up the coaches saying here who's playing together? How much of a say do the players have in those early doubles teams?
Yeah, it kind of depends. I mean, some guys know that they don't gel with each other, and it's not even really just as people. It's just kind of on the court. Like, some guys have similar strengths. Some guys don't love playing both sides. So you kind of have, most combinations are open, but some, are not. And I think you just try. I mean, for us, you'd practice a lot and practice with different people, play different games. Some would work, some wouldn't. And that's kind of just how you figure it out. And then I think at the end of the day, the coaches just decide, hey, this is what's best for us. And, some teams in the beginning of the year will put 2 of their best players because they know that they'll figure it out. Whereas it's harder to find 2 guys that will gel, and you can kind of try and do that, maybe after this or in between, or, you kind of figure it out. I know that we tried different combinations and stuff, and some you change throughout the year. Some you move down, but I think that in the beginning of the year, it's tough to get people to gel in such a short time period. So sometimes you find teams pretty good best players.
Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. The best players, they'll just find it. They'll figure it out. You put 2 tennis players on a court, and they'll make it work.
Yep.
See that certainly here with Alafia, Draxel thus far, and on paper, the weapons of Alafia, the speed of Draxel. Makes sense.
Absolutely. And Alafia does a great job serving balling and likes to come forward. So as a doubles count, also that's a great tool.
Yeah, that'll work. 120 down the key.
Yeah.
For Alafia, who I believe we might be seeing at the Cleveland Challenger next weekend. I think he's like 2 out of the main draw.
Nice, I'm sure.
Good 40, by the way, that scoreboard a point behind in Kentucky. Westhoff, can you take us back to court 1 in Tennessee? Court 1. Oh, no, we are back. It's just the logo didn't change, I see. So it's over in Tennessee. Volunteers 1-0 lead. They take the doubles point.
That's exactly how you want to start, right? I mean, let's say they started at 105. That's a 20-minute doubles point. That's exactly, I mean, honestly, you know exactly what you want. You have more matches. You want to, you want to take everyone with respect, but you want to get this over with as soon as possible and get rest. You don't really want to be out here as long as you need and messing around. So you want to be locked in and focused and kind of get home.
So can we go full on 1 in Kentucky? Daniel Westhoff, as we see, it's a 2.7 here. Wildcats. Center. It's looking good for what it's worth. Looks like we had a break. They're playing on. I don't see a handshake. So 5-2. Interesting. Liberty stays alive on court number 1. You see full screen. There are the 4 indoor courts at that Kentucky Wildcat indoor facility.
And listen, also for a school like Liberty, even if they don't get that win, this is exactly what you want to see from your team, right? You want to see them competing no matter down 5-1, 4, whatever the score is. So they have more to the season than this match. And if I'm a coach, I want to see my team competing no matter what it is, 1-5 deuce. You never know, right? I mean, you can hold, get a break back, you can figure it out. So I kind of like that they were staying locked in and not just taking a return to the fence.
Absolutely, especially to be up 15-40, see that lead evaporate, still get the break. Good fight from the Flames. Let's go over to court number 2, please. Court number 2, or if you can, Westhoff, split screen 1 and 2, as it's 5-2 Kentucky on 2 as well. They're closing in. It's a good start for host teams here. Looking at this number 2 spot, Alexander LeBlanc, Jaden Weeks. Weeks, the January edition. Do you guys have any January ads on your team over the years?
Well, myself,
You were a January ad?
I came in January.
Really?
Yep. I believe that Ben Seguin came in January. I could be wrong. This year, I think we have one from England that came in January. So I think over the years we've had a few.
As you see, Kentucky, by the way, 6-2. No, not a 6-2. And it looked like they were celebrating. I guess they're not celebrating yet. But again, Jaden Weeks is a January ad. Is that a difficult transition? What's the hardest part?
I think the hardest part is not really knowing everything about the school, where your classes are. I mean, the tennis part's kind of easy. Of course, you want to gel with the team and figuring out practice, but everyone here, especially at this level, knows how to play tennis. So for me, I thought it was easier because I had less distraction. I just came in and was playing tennis, which is, what I knew how to do. You see the celebration there. I'm sure he has some family watching or some friends watching, pointing at the camera. I always love that. But just even a little thing like that, right? I mean, this is a big moment for these guys. No matter what, they're ready. They're excited. They're posting on their Instagram to their friends, "Hey, come out!" And that's what's so great about college tennis. And that's a great quick doubles win. Hopefully, either court 1 or court 3 will get a quick win here, and they'll be on their way.
So with that in mind, then let's head over to court number 1, where it is 5-2 Wildcats. Draxel. Alafia had the opportunity to serve for it. Now they didn't close it out there, but we'll see if they'll be able to do it here. The backwards hat of Liam Draxel, you've been missed. It's good to see it back. People may not know this, by the way. So you're a January admit. That's fascinating to me because you went, what, like 31-3, something crazy like that. Your sophomore year. Tie in the final. What, I remember, I think it was like a Vukic match
I remember was the other loss like really early. What was the third?
I lost my first. Oh, I lost to Goranson.
Of Cal.
Cal in the kickoff weekend. That was not the kickoff, the indoor nationals in Charlottesville. I think I lost maybe 6-2, 2-6, 6-2 or something. I lost to Vukic and then I lost to Ty.
By the way, I have it up 6-2, 2-6, 6-2. Wow, or 2-6. Yeah, that was literally the scoreline. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
And there were only 3 of them, by the way, as we see Liberty hold 4-3-5. So again, they ask the question. But so you come in January.
I came in January, yeah. But I honestly, for me, it was easier. I think that coming in January, you can just play. I mean, in the fall, you have, you worry about school, meeting new friends, and everything that has to do with college. And in the spring, you have so much to do. Your schedule's kind of made for you. So for me, I actually liked it. I mean, I think it's difficult to meet more people, but I think that people, probably enjoy it. Which will be an interesting piece as they move the national championships to the fall in 2024, and you'll see people struggle to take the fall off. So I think that'll be an interesting, little addition to see how many people take the fall off, what, if foreigners take the fall off, if they care as much, how it will be, so it's an interesting trial period. That's something I'm interested in seeing.
Love to hear that. You see again, Draxel serving for the set, 15-love. I want you to look at Alafia's positioning at the net, Will. See that crouch there?
Yeah, the crouch, and he's nice and close.
You like that crouch?
I personally wouldn't do it, but I think that he's super athletic and he's tall, so he can get away with springing out of it. I'm probably not quite as athletic as him, so I don't know if I can move as quick as him, and I'd also be afraid that I would be lobbed. I think if I was playing him in this match, I might just bunt a lob over him and try to make Draxel hit a backhand volley or something like that. But once again, he is athletic enough to spring up and probably dump an overhead right in your face, and then you think twice about lobbing him. So I think in each individual case, he's probably daring you to go line here as he stands a little bit more in the middle. But with a player like Draxel too, you can also sneak away with it. As he's good enough to move around and probably would thoroughly enjoy ripping forehands and backhands from the baseline.
As we see 4 match points here for the Wildcats. That's the spring. Yeah, to a T. Alafiaini, Liam Draxel, 6-2. That's a doubles point for Kentucky. 1-0 lead across the board here for our 2 host teams. That's probably what you expected here as a college tennis fan, to see these 2 schools, each of them NCAA semifinalists or better last year. A lot of returning cast of characters. Let's head back to Knoxville now, Westhoff. I imagine they're beginning to walk on court there. But with that said, again, less so than what we saw in the doubles point because it felt fairly routine from an energy perspective, Will. I think they're in the same boat. So Kentucky, Tennessee, these top seeds, match number 1. What do you want to see here in singles?
Yeah, I think you want to see them get out to a good start. You don't want them to be complacent with, winning a doubles point or, just playing well. I think they know that they're on a mission, right? I mean, of course, these are tough matches. They're coached well. They're not overlooking them, but they know they have bigger challenges ahead. They can't look past this one, but they don't want to be here, like I said, competing at 3-all, 4-all in the third. They want to be in, lock in, and get as quick as possible as they can with being as efficient as possible. So, I'd like to see them be super locked in, no, getting angry, throwing a racket. I just want to see a quick win and prepare for, whatever's next.
Court number 1 is the junior, Johannes Monday.
And on the contrary, if you're Louisiana, you want to make them suffer. Right? So that's the approach from Tennessee, but for them, this is it, right? You lose, you go home, you just lost a doubles point, and you need to start quick. You can't afford to go down a quick break or 3-0, 4-0, right? You can't let your nerves get the best of you. So you have 2 ends of the spectrum there, one that wants to get off the court and one that wants to make you suffer. So it's kind of who will do a better job of it, and that's always the fun part of college tennis.
I always say the 2-hour rule. Make sure you're out there for at least 2 hours. Like, make them work in singles, by the way, not 2 hours, singles and doubles. Just keep them out there, make them earn it, force some third sets. And
again, play free. You're down 1-0. You got nothing to lose, right? If you're Liberty, if you're Louisiana Lafayette. So certainly we'll see there. Big lefty, Johannes Monday, 61-19 in his career. Will, what makes him so effective?
Got a great serve. Not afraid. Like I said, like we said, he's a great doubles player. He knows how to come forward. I think his size is a big factor, and he's a big-time player, so he doesn't fear the big matches. They like the moment, and I think that's a dangerous piece. A guy who can serve like that and look to, use his forehand just as so. Is a tough guy to play, especially in his home facility on his home court. So he's not someone to take lightly.
I feel like from one big serve, big forehand to another after that one, you just tip your cap and you're like, yep, game recognizes game. You got it, Joe. Like, I've seen that once or twice.
Yeah, too good. I mean, but if you're Louisiana, you want to try to find a way to figure out a way to, either change your return position, make him feel uncomfortable, even 5%, right? If you can make him, start missing a few first serves or missing a few balls, that's exactly what you want. So, Monday's going to try to find a way to not allow that to happen, and Gonzalez is going to try to find a way, to do anything possible to stop that serve.
For what it's worth.
I know that when I always play a big server, you always, try to wait for a game where he'll miss 2 first serves, right? You're never going to, probably break him if he makes 4 or 5 first serves, but you always want to make, wait till they have 1 lapse and then try to take advantage of it. But normally a good player like him will not have many of those, and when he does, he'll figure out a way to use his forehand. So, just interesting to see.
On the flip side, Gonzalez last year, 12-4 at the number 2 singles position. He stepped up to the number 1 spot here this year.
Let's go, boys! Let's go, boys!
2 wins for Gonzalez last year. Beat Alex Martinez of Oklahoma. Florida Atlantic, Coastal Carolina, a lot of conference foes.
And as you see, Gonzalez there missed the forehand short, missed it a little long going for it. I'm sure he's battling a little nerves, right? I mean, for him playing Monday, this is a huge match, and I'd like to see him just go out and, play with nothing to lose. Play to win, don't play not to lose, don't play to protect, anything. Just go, have fun, enjoy it. I'm sure his friends or family are watching, and I hope that he can, play the best match possible, and you never know what happens, but I hope that for him, he's, can take a deep breath and get through this hold and then, have a great match.
Yeah, indoors, you're always going to back a big left, always. But certainly, again, it'll be fun to see Gonzalez battle here in his opening service game, 15-all again. We'll get back to that Kentucky match in our split screen.
That's a great job moving forward there. You probably would have liked to see Monday. He chipped the forehand, chipped the return, kind of sat in the middle of the court. I think that as he plays and as he goes on, he'll probably want to move that maybe to the backhand side. Maybe put a little bit more on it. If he was playing a guy like Liam Draxel or someone else, they'd probably have fun with the forehand in the middle of the court, although he's athletic enough to figure it out. But, great job getting back into the point, moving forward, and a great volley. So that was a great point.
Monday. Why not?
Yeah, great point.
Yeah. And it's interesting because this offseason there was a lot of talk Monday, who's been a top 15 guy 2 years consecutively now. He had a bunch of pro success. Pretty sure he's right around top 500 in the world. A lot of talk that he may turn pro. He ultimately makes that decision to turn back. I think back to that 2018 summer when you had Binghamton quarterfinals and you went on a nice run yourself. What weighs in that decision? I know everyone's a little different, but what are you weighing at that point if you're Joe Monday?
I think probably, mental desire to turn pro and have the full year travel schedule with no, kind of safety net of college to be there. At college you have your team, nutritionist, strength and conditioning, academics of course, but from the tennis side, he has everything. He's got a lot of matches guaranteed against good opponents. So maybe he wants that extra 3-4 months to develop and work on his game, and I'm sure he can play a few matches, a few tournaments here and there, kind of in a lesser part of the season. So I'm sure he was thinking about it. Honestly, it's not mention, but the NIL piece of it, maybe he can, make some money somehow, which is a great change for them. But as you see him here with a break point, 30-40 in the first service game that he's, returning against, I think this is a game that you love to break and, take a deep breath in, and then you can play if you're him.
The depth, the speed at that size. Joe Monday is not to be messed with. It's funny you mentioned that NIL piece. Let's move over to court number 2. I do wonder, bigger NIL deal, 2022 Drake May or 2019 Will Blumberg? Like, that's if it's legal, then, I mean, again, someone's dropping a bag.
I might have had 0.1% of what he got. I might have gotten like a steak dinner.
Yeah.
But I think Drake May is he's probably turned down a lot. I mean, from what I was reading, who knows what's truth and what's not. But he's a North Carolina guy, born and bred, and he knows he'll play in the NFL, probably be a top pick. So I think he just wants the best for himself.
See here, we move over to court number 2. It is Shinsuke Mitsui, who had an outstanding freshman season for the Volunteers last year. Mitsui, former top 20 junior in the world, 34-8 last year, 10-1 in conference play. He's 48-12 entering his sophomore season in singles. Got a battle on his hand today. Junior, Michael Ferrer Chuesca, Louisiana Lafayette. Goes over the long, so 2-1 hold here on court number 2. We'll go over to court number 3 now. Let's also introduce that Kentucky match once again, as we have 2 more matches starting at the top of the hour. Things are getting funky here at Cracked Racquets, folks. And of course, Alex Gruskin, so thrilled to be joined by a man Steve Johnson affectionately refers to as 10. And I feel like we're allowed to call you that here because it is ITA action. You are a 10-time ITA All-American, Will Blumberg, who joins us here on the show. Of course, again, we'll head over to court 3. We'll bring Kentucky on. We have Florida starting at the top of the hour. I'm blanking on who our other top of the hour match is, but I know we've got 2 new ones coming, so stick with us here today, folks.
Could it be Virginia? No.
No, I think it's one of the women's matches. I'm blanking on which women's match in particular. I know it's exciting. I promise that. They're all exciting. Here, oh, it's Cal. I think it's Cal. Cal women. Yeah. Starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time here, so we're excited to get over there. But again, early round action is day number 1 of this event. Here's a face that's familiar to college tennis fans. Blaise Bicknell went 32-0 for the University of Florida, out last season after transferring here to Tennessee. 2 losses, his first 2 of his career, against Michigan and Wake last weekend. He is taking on, again, Dimitrov, the sophomore out of Bulgaria.
I'm sure for Bicknell, it's tough to lose and tough after you go 32-0. It's probably a little bit of a relief. I think for him now, he can probably just try and settle in and play. I'm sure he's not happy about the second one. I'm sure he wasn't happy about the first one, but I think in the end, it's probably a positive for him. Now he doesn't have to deal with people, asking him about a streak or anything, what it's like to not lose. I think now he can just play. So I think for him in the long run, it'll be good as the season progresses. But I'm sure here he'd like to start off with a nice win.
Tell you what, they don't play a lot of indoor tennis at the University of Florida either. And you wonder for Bicknell, how much indoor has he played? How does that affect him here?
That's a great point.
That's that. If you've seen Bicknell play that forehand, you'll hear it when the pop that comes off the strings. It's electric.
What's more electric? Mitsui's, I believe that was his name, his energy or Bicknell's forehand?
It's Mitsui's energy, because Bicknell's forehand's just huge. It's not electric, it's just huge. Thunderous would have been better.
Thunderous. I like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the sound, as you see Bicknell with the put away for 15-30. Meanwhile, we bring back on court number 1 over at Kentucky in the number 1 spot for the Wildcats today. Draxel already up a quick 2-0 lead on Josh Wilson.
And as you see, you know, Drexel, he's waiting for the return. He's bouncing, right? I mean, that's something that Tripp, you know, always talked to me about. No matter what, you know, your opponent, you're up, you're down. You want to show your opponent you're here to stay. So I think that's something that Liam Drexel does very well. He makes you feel like, geez, this guy's here all day, and he's always here. He's yelling at me. You know, it's like that's a tough opponent to play in college, because it's someone that, you know, whether you like it or not, you probably aren't loving looking on the other side just because of the fear of his energy. And I think he does a great job. And you know, I've talked to him about it and told him that I love it. You know, I mean, I think it's a great thing, especially in college. Probably tougher to do in the pros. It's not as many guys do it, but I think in college, you know, you can really do that, and it's welcome.
Draxel's he probably is one of the more polarizing guys in college tennis with that energy. As you mentioned earlier, you love it or you hate it. I mean, we love it. We're all about it here, of course, at Cracked Racquets.
Of course, and you see a guy like Rinky, right? And Rinky was always like that in college, and he's doing it right now. And hopefully, you know, you got 2 college guys playing against each other. I'm a Tar Heel, so of course I'm rooting for Rinky, and I'm super proud of him. But he's playing for a Grand Slam title, and I think, honestly, the energy is helping him. Obviously, he's playing in Australia, but he's super, you know, enthusiastic, jumping around, bouncing around, and I think you can see it helps. It helps Liam in college, and it helps Rinky on tour. So I that's one thing I would say to guys, as you see Vic now here with a break chance here on the left screen, you know, big energy and starting the day right is, I think, you know, a good tool for guys in college.
And again, so much action going on. We're steering the ship here at Cracked Racquets as we try to show you a little bit of everything, but every so often we'll go on a tangent or two, and again, we'll let you keep an eye. Let's go to court number 2, or let's stick here with Drexel for one more second, one more point here, Westhoff, but if it's a break point chance for him, we'll stick around and then head on over to court number 2, see if the angle's not a little bit better there. There we go. I think they've actually fixed it, as a matter of fact. But at this Australian Open, Ben Shelton, quarterfinalist, J.J. Wolf, round of 16, guys who, you know, again, I think I watched to play J.J. Wolf at one point during that 2019 season. Certainly NCAAs, you would have played him. Obviously, you have Rinky still alive in the doubles with G. Rom, Joe Salisbury, 2 guys who have been ranked number 1 in the world. You have Desiree on the women's side as well. Countless examples you can turn to. You know, again, has it shocked you to see this much college to pro success over the course of the past few years? What is it about it that allows it to happen?
Honestly, not. I mean, I really am happy, really, is the way, I mean, proud. I mean, I'm not shocked. I think that, as you've seen, I'd like to see the percentages of people that have gone to college now versus back in the day. But really, I mean, guys, you know, Rajiv, Isner, Stevie, I mean, they really paved the way, right? And there's many more. Kevin Anderson on the women's side, there's so many. But, you know, I think that after seeing these guys do it, right, more and more people do it. And I think that people are believing in the pathway. And I think that there are some real good players. I mean, Ben Shelton is an incredibly good tennis player and, you know, great person, and I'm not shocked to see him have success. Maybe, you know, did I think he was going to be in the quarterfinals in his first trip leaving the States? Probably not, but I think that everyone that sees him play sees the upside, right? And there's so many people. I mean, these guys are great tennis players, and I think the level and the maturity that you gain from going to college is a lot, and I think that you're seeing that pay off as people go to college and play. I mean, you just saw Luisa Stefani too. I think she just won the mixed doubles there. So you see a lot of people are having a lot of success. So that's great for college tennis.
What about former Junior French Open boys doubles finalist Tommy Paul, who made that Junior French Open boys doubles final with a guy by the name of Will Blumberg? Did you stay up to watch him last night?
I did not stay up to watch, but you know, he's a player that's done, you know, amazing things. I'm incredibly happy for him. You know, he's someone that took a different path, and he's always kept his head down and worked super hard. You know, maybe doubted a little bit as he was coming up, you know, people questioning him, but I think that he always kept his head down and worked. I mean, he's someone that people should look at as an example, slowly gotten better, kept his head down. He's an amazing kid, an amazing person. And, listen, first semifinals of a slam in Australia since Roddick, I believe. And it's just really a start for him. But he's an amazing person, has had some amazing success, and this is just the start for him. But I think for him, he's always, worked his tail off. He works, just as hard as anyone I've ever seen in the world. So, he deserves it all.
Did he pay for the next round of golf? That Australian Open money? Next
Who
one's
knows?
on him. Yeah, exactly. All right. Exactly. Let's switch courts here. Obviously, you see Bicknell 3-2 on serve on 3. Let's go over to court number 4 as we try to introduce all those matches there before the top of the hour. We'll also move over to court number 2 in Kentucky as we see Draxel, the double break 3-love lead for the former college number 1. It's a little double court switch here. Again, right now, Tennessee a 1-0 lead. Big lead coming on court number 1 with a 4-1 lead for Johannes Monday. Everything pretty even across the board elsewhere, including here on court 4 where Emil led 2-all. Fourth here for the University of Tennessee, taking on sophomore Carlo Kujin out of Croatia. Some scoreboards for you, Will, in this Tennessee-Louisiana match. It's 4-1 Monday. Mitsui's also up a break 3-2, but they're on serve everywhere else. I mean, again, you're 30 minutes into singles. That's where you want to be, right?
Absolutely. I think, a few breaks up and a few matches, other guys competing. And I think that's the difference, right? I mean, you have a lot of programs that are good, not a lot that are great, and you'll see that the great programs just slowly pull away because they'll be in there for, each point. They won't give away many free points, and I think that's the big difference. You'll see some teams just separate immediately. Sometimes you see that a little bit more on the women's side where you see, a few just absolute blowouts. But I think on the men's side, you see a lot of close ones and then slowly pull away, and you find some, 2-1 matches or, 2-2 matches with a few breaks. So we'll see. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, and you never know. You might get a couple loose first sets, and it might be a match. So we'll see.
Absolutely. You see again here on the 2 for Kentucky, Salafiani. Huge fall for this Kentucky team. Bringing a 2-1 lead for Aini. Takes on Peltier again here for Liberty. Peltier coming over from South Carolina.
That was some big hitting there from Alafia.
Did you ever play Alafia? I feel like he's not that much younger than you.
He beat me this fall. We
Really?
played a tight match. I think he beat me 5 in the third, maybe. But yeah, he's a good player. He plays well. He moves forward really well. Serves and volleys. He's not afraid to come forward. And I like that. He's working on his game. He knows exactly what he needs to do. So he's had some great success. I believe that week he maybe made semis in the finals of that challenge.
No, I think he's one of the 10 highest ranked guys right now in men's college tennis in the pro rankings.
Yeah. Got good energy and knows what he needs to do, so I'm sure he'll bring that into the season. He's a guy, right, who he, maybe not have gone pro, but he could have thought about it, right? He had good success, and I think for him, he probably knows he wants to work on a few things and get a lot of matches in college tennis. For him this season, it's a great opportunity for him, right? He can contend for an NCAA title and maybe get a U.S. Open slot there. So I think this is a, great decision by him and great first weekend for him to, see it pay off.
You see how quick that release is on that serve. It's just such explosive motion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Serves though by playing indoors here, sets up 40 love. I know that scoreboard here behind the break lead for Kentucky already on court 1 for Draxel, on court 2 here for Alafia. Also for break on 3, Joshua Lambadon. away from a 4-love lead, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, on 4, Neil Hudd, a little bit of an opening. It's interesting. You watch Hudd play. The forehand grip is extreme, Will, and I'm curious your thoughts on that, because I was once talking to Steve Johnson, and I asked him, like, everyone talks about your backhand. Opponents are going to play there, and I'm sure you feel the some way to some extent because they don't want to play from your forehand. What does that do to your mindset, right? Where, yeah, maybe you have the slightly worse side, but you know what's coming. Because I feel like that's Hudd with his forehand.
Yeah. I mean, I think as tennis players, and, you might have a weakness, but all of us are a little bit egotistical. You want to know that it's better than it is. And, a lot of guys probably is, right? Sometimes you want to swing through it more than you should. And some guys just should, right? I mean, Stevie's backhand is really good. His slice is also just very good as well. So, it's a testament to how good his forehand is, and his ability to use his slice. But he can hit the backhand. I'm sure Hud can hit the forehand as well. Sometimes you just get a little nervous in the moment, but it allows you to prepare, knowing it's coming. But I think when you get in your groove, you're just swinging and playing, and you're not really thinking about it as much. You're more thinking about the game plan on the other side, and rather what is good or what weakness for you. But you're just trying to set up your best strengths.
I think one of Hud's bigger strengths, he moves much better than you would think for a guy who serves and volleys, and again is as tall as he is. You see how well he slides into that forehand. It sets him up for break point chances here as Tennessee, as you alluded to, will slowly begins to separate themselves here in this match.
Absolutely. And these are the ones right in college. I mean, when you're serving or returning and you're 40 love, you want to get it immediately. I mean, there is no ads, there's nothing. So these points can escape quickly. So whenever you have your chance, I always know that I was trying to be as locked in as possible. And when I let them slip away, you're pissed, right? I mean, here's, he puts one in the net, going forward a little bit. You might deal ace, and you're deuce, right? So you want to be locked in, make your opponent plays, as good as possible in these moments. He's got 3 more chances. We'll see what happens, but I'm sure as he continues, he wants to be as locked in as possible, for each of them.
Absolutely. By the way, you see Aini 4-1 there on the right side of your screen right now. 4-1 Alafia, 4-1 Draxel, 4-0 Lapidot. And in fact, if you want to pop over to court number 3 for Kentucky, super producer David Westoff, we'll spend some time there. We're going to hang out through the end of those first sets in Kentucky. That's when we're going to introduce our 2 o'clock matches. So again, Florida, Cal, coming up soon. For all of you fans who are here getting ready to tune into those matches.
I even don't mind that. I mean, Hud played a chip return to the opponent's backhand, made him play a long point, made him earn it, right? I mean, that's what you want to do, right? 15-40, the guy's feeling a little bit nerves, and I credit him. I mean, that's a good job. He dumped one in the net on the prior point, made the guy play a long point on the next one, so I think that's a good one. I mean, we always said also after you play a long point, you want to follow it up with another good point, because normally one guy throws in a little bit of a dud of a point, normally a little tired, mentally tired. Someone will go for a winner early in the point, so typically not on a change of serve as much, but if you're like 30-all, you play a long point, you got a break point next, you do not want to be the one to surrender. So that's always something to look out for, especially in college tennis and as tensions run higher.
Absolutely. Let's stick here on 4. I'm curious your thoughts on the serve and volley coming here.
Tough to go wrong with that one.
Yeah. He knows he's showing off for you. Again, you see the lefty Joshua Lapidot, who is one of the most improved players. In fact, I've always said we should do award season in college tennis. We should have our Heisman moment. We should do our equivalents of the best positional players. Do the all team at the end of the year, and we'll find 5 media people to vote on it. But if there was a most improved award, Joshua Lapidot would have won it last season. I think he lost 1 dual match for Kentucky at the number 4 and 5 spots all year.
On the left here for Hud, so far this was an ace serve and quick volley game. So, tough to get better than that, and also tough to follow up a break better than that. That's exactly what you want, right? You want a quick game to hold, and sit down in the chair and make the opponent think about what just happened within a span of 2 minutes, right? If he makes a first serve here, he had 4 serves, 5 balls. Missed it. But to hold serve, right, and that's pretty quick for an opponent. So that's a little bit rattling.
By the way, Super Cruise Daniel Westoff tells me that Florida match delayed start. SMU and Mississippi State, who are playing a first-round battle, they're still playing their first-round match. So we got a little bit of time before we'll head to that Florida match. That allows us to dwell here a little bit longer. See again, game point chances here for HUD. Stretch of first sets on a couple of courts now. Both courts 4-5-2. Westoff, can we go to court number 2 in Tennessee? Goes the way of Thomas Smith of Liberty, so they're on the board on court number 3, but it's still 4-1 Lapadad. Do a full line shift here, Will, or we're calling in hockey terms. It's a full line shift here as we're going to swap out courts. We're going to go to court 2 in Tennessee. Let's go to court number 1 in Kentucky as Liam Draxler's got a 5-1 lead on Josh Wilson. He's closing in on the first set. Alafia Aini 5-1. He's closing in on the first set, so we've got a couple of things we're monitoring. Again, 5-2 lead Tennessee, or 5-3 lead, excuse me, for Tennessee now on court number 2.
On with it.
I think this is exactly what you want to see too for both programs. I mean, got out to an early lead, doubles point, they played well, singles, they're playing well. And this is exactly, kind of how you want to start. And you don't want to get tired. I mean, I've always found that, even in a lot of my matches too, sometimes you hit a little bit of a plateau, right? That's not what you want. You want to start strong and finish strong. You don't want to start strong and then, go up a couple breaks, get broken, and then find yourself in a battle. You want to finish strong, whatever that is, 3-3. You don't want to start the set down and break second set. You want to be focused, be locked in, and this is a good test early in the season for you.
Matsui now 3 points away. The electric, as we established, sophomore Shinsuke Matsui. On court number 2, and our student Westoff working all these courts. Have labels, logos up for you all momentarily. On the left side of your screen on the right.
That was a great ball. Also a great pass. You can tell he's not feeling nervous, and he's letting it rip. So that's a good sign for Liam, and a great volley on the other end.
You feel like for Liam Drexel, he almost plays as if he's the guy who plays 3 sports in high school, and he's really good at all 3 of them, and then it turns out he's really good at tennis as well. He just swings so violently.
Yeah, he does. He swings free. Yeah. And he lets you know about it. I mean, right? When he's in a big moment. And listen, I love it. Truly, I think that it's an asset, right? I mean, because not all guys and not all people, you don't play well every day. And you don't show up with your best stuff, but you can compete. I think that's an aspect of college tennis that is, known but a little bit underrated. Is just showing up and competing. Each match, finding a way, being intense, energy. You deal with a lot of different things, right? Guys might have come in and had a test today. A long test. They might have gotten in some argument. They might. You never know, right? But you show up to the court and you have all these aspects of life. I think that's a little bit underrated. But showing up to play every day with the same energy needed to win and captain the team. And, when you're playing the top spot, you're bringing energy for each guy. I think that's an important role that he plays, and I'm sure he knows it. And I think it's impressive the way that he handles it.
Yeah, it is crazy to think some of these players may have had discussions this morning at 8 a.m. that they had to attend, or whatever class it may be. And you're on campus, so you don't have an excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere. That's the sort of pressure he puts on you. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, you're going to stay here, I believe, on this Draxel match. You're going to stay here, but for what it's worth, it is 5-1 deuce point, break point chance for Alafiaini on 2. Should Pelletier hold, we'll try to catch that service game as well. You see it over on court number 2. Here at Tennessee. Hold for Louisiana Lafayette. So Mitsui will have to serve it out. A lot of 5-4s on the scoreboard right now for Tennessee. And right now at number 6, Diaz has set points. Hud's got a set point. Bicknell's got a set point. A lot of set points right now for this.
A lot of action going on.
Yeah, yep. Exactly.
And Mitsui just had a set point, deuce point. Didn't get it, so we'll see how he holds. Yeah, I'm sure he'll bring the energy, the electricity, as I should say.
Yes, it's survival mode. I should say Bicknell held for 5-4, not a set point. Held for 5-4. Westhoff, could you go to 6 for Tennessee? Angel Diaz has himself 2 more set point chances. Emil Hud does close out a 6-2 first set for the calls on 4. We had over a 6 there now. Meanwhile, Draxel serving for the set as well on the right side of your screen. He's got himself 30 all right now. 6-1 Alafiaini, 2 for Kentucky.
So we got a set point here. Break point, set point.
That's the fun stuff. The double threat, as we call it.
Maybe a little bit of a tentative serve there. We'll see what happens here on the second. We'll step in here on the return. Great return. Great return.
Good, right?
I think it was in.
It does indeed. So that's a first set for Angel Diaz. That's 2 for the Vols. Now 6-3. They take it on court number 6. You like that step in?
I love it. I like the recognition of the nerves. I mean, I think that he could feel that he maybe was a little bit nervous, wanted to put the serve in, knew he had to put the serve in. Probably not. Those are the moments where if someone aces you on a second serve T34, you kind of live with it. But you're going to step around, make them feel you, and I love the play. He obviously executed it well, and it paid off. Even if he didn't, I think that Ribera would have thought about it, on the deuce point and for points to come. So I think that was a great play.
So let's go to court number 2 then. In that Tennessee match, Mitsui now has himself set points. By the way, Gonzalez of Louisiana Lafayette going to serve for the opening set on 1. We'll get there momentarily. Got to show the Raging Cajuns having a little success here today. Yeah. So we'll get there. You see again. Yeah, here's set point for Mitsui. Can you give me something electric to prove a point? I think that counts. Called good.
I think that was pretty electric. Serve and volley, good game. Within 45 seconds of talking about him, he held that love. So I think that was pretty electric.
That's what we asked for here. Well, then let's see. 3 first sets now. 2, 4, 6. The even numbers all going the way of Tennessee.
Was Gonzalez down an early break in that set?
He was very quickly 3-0, I think, against
That's
Monday
a pretty impressive turnaround to 5-4. I mean, like we said, we'd like to see him play free. This is the first test for Monday, but that was a pretty impressive turnaround. Way to stay composed, and we'll see if he can serve it out. 5-4 serving for the first set.
So let's go to court 1 at Tennessee, and I apologize, Westhoff, we need a hockey shift as well. Let's go to court 3 in Kentucky, where Joshua Lapadat 5-2 lead Draxel, as you saw, closes out a 6-2 first set on 1. Naimi 6-1 on 2 for Kentucky. Lapadot's up 5-2 for Kentucky. Taha Badi, who we've yet to talk about for this Kentucky team. New addition from Wake Forest. You know him pretty well, Will. What should Wildcat fans expect from the transfer?
I think he's a great player. I mean, he's played some big matches. I know that I believe he clinched a tough match against us at North Carolina, but he's a player. He knows how to play, and he's gonna compete. I believe he's a Canadian player. Yeah, I mean obviously they roll out some dogs, and he's a winner, so he'll know how to play, and that's a great addition.
North Carolina's been replaced, by the way, by Kentucky in the Canada pipeline. You guys had a nice run going with Schnurr and Ben and all these guys, but they've gotten Draxel, they've gotten Body, they've gotten Weeks, they've gotten Diallo. Like, Cedric's coming for your corner.
I know that is. I don't know what happened. Maybe I think you probably have to place that blame on the Canadians.
Yeah, it's Schnurr's fault. Let's be clear.
Yeah, blame it on Ben.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of Canadian players. They do tend to go to similar schools because obviously they tell their friends about him. But yeah, he's a great player, and I think he'll be a great addition.
Set point here on Monday. What's the serve choice?
I don't know. If I'm Gonzalez, I want to make a good first serve here. I'd probably go in, maybe body backhand. Look for a middle forehand here, or even go into the forehand. Maybe my guess would be Monday would chip it. He probably doesn't want to miss, so I think he'll chip the return. So I would go probably body forehand actually.
Great call by Will.
Great point to win the set. I mean, I would have liked to see even maybe a serve and volley there, although, I don't know if he likes to come in, but you probably expect the chip. You probably know that he doesn't want to miss, and you probably could get away with a quick little easy volley put away, although, I'm sure Monday could pass, but that's a great point to win the set and a great turnaround from a quick down break where you could easily go away, so that's impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, look, that's good set of tennis for this Louisiana Lafayette team. They're on the board. They take it 6-4 at 1. Let's go to 5 at Tennessee if we can. Super Cruz Span and West up. Martin Prada, deuce point, set point, 5-3. A very nice set, certainly, for this Louisiana Lafayette team. That said, for Monday, win over Fenty, Andrew Fenty of Michigan on Friday. He lost at the #1 spot to Melios Efstafoulou of Wake Forest on Sunday. So again, that's another set drop for Monday, something to keep in mind. That's a huge set from Martin Prada. A guy who dealt with a ton of injuries last season, was really good during Tennessee's 2021 run to the NCAA semifinals, was outstanding, dare I say, at the #3 singles spot. They're trying to build back his confidence. This will help. 6-3 set for Prada on 5. That leaves us one first set. Let's go to court number 3. Court number 3. Great play. Trump inches forward. Again, Kentucky, 2 first sets in the bag and doubles. We're a little behind on that scoreboard. See Thomas Smith with the hold. So 5-3 Lapadat now serving for the set here on court number 3. Again, the lefty, the most improved player in college tennis last season. Puts together just a ho-hummer. 30-8 overall, 21-4 in dual match play. Point, break point, double threat, ad side. Bicknell protecting that forehand wing. I've seen Will Blumberg do that very same thing. That serve miss, it's tough to tell far side. I think it was good body language. Yeah, it was good. Bicknell, 6-5 on serve. Last first set here in this Tennessee Lafayette battle. For just joining us, Alex Gruskin with Blumberg here. 4 first sets in doubles going the way of Tennessee. Louisiana Lafayette's Gonzalez, who went 12-4 at the number 2 spot last year. He is ready for this jump. You see him make it. Tennessee in command, and they've opened up some break leads already in set number 2. Of course, meanwhile, again, Lapadat serving for the set here. Love lead for the junior. Love that. Put pressure on Bicknell. Lapadat, 6-3 first set on 3 for what it's worth, and we're going to get there at some point. I apologize, Taha Body fans, but he takes a 6-3 set over Christian Wurst. So if we can, let's go to court number 2 in Kentucky, Westoff. Court number 2 for a Lafayette 6-1 3-love lead. But Will, we're seeing here from Dimitrov as it's 5-6 final first set, Tennessee, Louisiana Lafayette. He's doing something you love, serving and volleying, putting some pressure on Bicknell.
Absolutely. I think you got to love it. I mean, he's welcoming the moment. I mean, he knows exactly how Bicknell played last year, right? He saw all the statistics. He circled this match on his calendar. So credit to him for coming up with the good so far in the first set and, putting Bicknell in a sticky situation. So it'd be interesting if he can get the hold here and see the tie break.
Yeah, his tee serve's ridiculous.
Gotta love an ace there going to the tie break. So we'll see.
Looking like that to me is a John Millman service format. That looked, I was like, is that Millman out there with the little arms up, clear, little spring? Yeah, it's been a lot of Australia time for me, folks, as we see again. First set breaker. You figure, of course, if Louisiana Lafayette's going to have any chance, they need this one. Meanwhile, 6-1, 3-0 for ITA on 2 for Kentucky. They take all 4 of the opening first sets.
Did he miss that? Was that a
Missed
made
it in the net. Yeah, missed volley. Made the forehand, smacked it at his body. He missed it, I think, in the net.
I think, listen, I got to respect the way he's playing, all right? He's going all out. He's moving forward. He's sticking to his guns, and I respect that. Win or lose, I really like the way he's playing right now.
You like the body pass?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, right? I mean, it's a big target. You can't miss it. Probably a little bit of lower ball. He's going to rip it at him. I don't mind that.
A little too cute.
A little cute there. And credit to Bicknell for making him come up with the goods, right? I mean, continuous. He can ace and ace and ace, and that's cool. But eventually, right, you're going to have to do something else. So I like the way he's making him volley. And that's why I don't mind the pass at him, because we want him to continuously make these great shots. And if he does, it's frustrating, but too good.
You know, Lafayette might have the biggest serve in college tennis.
Yeah, he's got a massive serve.
I'm trying to think in my head right now. I might take him 1. I mean, Famba's in the conversation. He drops bombs.
I will say, shout out to UNC Tar Heel Ryan Segerman. He has a massive serve as well.
He's just huge, though.
He is huge, but, no discount. And you can check those serves out at tennis. Shout out to her.
We'll have a college all-star event at some point. We'll do a combine. Fastest serve.
That'd be cool.
Quickest 4-corner drill. How fast can you cover all 4 corners of the court?
Good luck passing that somehow with the rules and regulations of hours and hours.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do it during
when that does happen, I'll be there to commentate.
I appreciate it. I was wondering if J.J. Wolf, of course, the former Ohio State All-American, Ohio State winning the 2019 National Indoors in Chicago, which is where we'll be headed this year. I was wondering if J.J.'s got the biggest bench press number on the ATP Tour right now, like in the top 100.
That's a good question. I'm not gonna know how his name, but did you see the picture of that guy flexing?
Oh yeah, Fucsovics.
Yeah, Fucsovics. He looked pretty ripped himself. He probably has a thing or two to say about that.
He's in the conversation. Berrettini's got a big chest. Do you remember Malik Jaziri?
Of course.
Yeah, he to me was like the perennial winner of this category, but I think JJ might have it.
I'm sure all those guys are messing.
Yuri Vesely, like 260.
I'm sure there's one sleeper in there. You know, some guy you have no idea, but he's pushing some serious numbers. I bet Sam Goff probably back, a few years ago.
I was gonna say Medvedev is quietly just cranking out sets. Of
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just cranking. No, Rafa, by the way, like, there's no way Rafa's not an animal in the workout room. Like,
he's definitely an animal, but I don't see him, bench pressing or anything this game. But I bet he's got some serious.
You guys do a lot of benching in the college weight room? Because we've heard so many of these athletes over the years talk about that physical transformation. What does that look like in college?
Yeah, I think it depends on the specific person. I did not. I mean, I don't even know that I did. I did a lot of dumbbell bench, but I didn't do much, typical benching. But for me, maybe that was just because of my elbow, but I don't think that most guys on our team did. I think a lot of it is functional strength. I mean, for tennis, you don't need to look and, be ginormous, right? You need to be functionally strong and fit. So I think a lot of it had to do with functionality, especially in a sport like ours versus football, so to say, where you just want to be strong, But I think it is. I think it's just an added, focus here and there 3-4 times a week. You're super locked in, and I think that jump from juniors to college is huge, especially on the body and nutrition and all.
Look at this Bicknell ad side stance. That's right out of the Will Blumberg playbook.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, you maybe want to see him go kick wide from there once or twice, pull the guy off the court. Which that was a great return. I mean, credit here, right? I mean, he was down 3-0, came back now 4-all. That's credit. I mean, he's making a play, he's making him come with it good. So
That forehand return was
that was
delightful.
great, really great. Because if it wasn't as good, then Bicknell had the whole court to work with. So credit to Dimitrov.
It'll go for Brook. I also think Bicknell is one of like 6 players in the world who plays with ankle socks. Just like to throw that out there.
Listen, I respect that. I practice a lot of days with ankle socks, but people don't like it.
Yeah, we don't want to see those things.
I would if my ankle was strong enough to not wear braces.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
But this is a huge point here for all. Great forehand, right? I mean, those are big moments. Big first serve, big forehand. That's exactly what you want in those moments. But 4-5 in the first. I mean, and these are testy, right? Obviously, you know, it's looking good on other courts, but for yourself, you want to kind of figure out the quirks. I mean, of course, it's nice to have a match like Lafayette 6-1, 4-0, but you know, to win a big and a tight match is kind of nice sometimes. You know, you feel like you earned it. So these are great matches to work through, especially earlier in the season.
Lafayette, by the way, cruise control right now. 6-1, 4-0 lead. And Kentucky takes all 4 first sets on their 4 indoor courts. Tennessee right now, 4 first sets. We're up 6-3, 4-1 on 6, so closing in there. By the way, Florida getting ready to get underway. We've got a couple of 2:30 matches coming up for you here. This tee serve.
Great 2 points there, right? I mean, set point. Here you go, right? Let's see what happens. Love to see a good first serve here. He's going to stand wide again. You know, does he run around, hit a forehand? You know, does he go kick toss tee? We'll see. Gotta respect that he went for it. Gotta respect it. Probably wouldn't want to make him play. All right. I mean, I'm sure that Bicknell's thinking, man, I lost, you know, a couple matches to start the season. I'm down set point here early. You know, you wanna make him play and earn that one.
My whole thing is also like, look at the scoreboard. Like, I don't think there's any shame. You see you're down 4 sets. Like, why not take a swing? It's just, it makes more sense there.
And I think that there's an interesting piece to note, right? I mean, you want to play to win, and I think that you don't want to play like kind of silly. And obviously, there's other words you can use, but you want to play to win. And is playing to win there going around and hitting a forehand? It might be, but it definitely is not dumping one in the net, right? And I respect the concept of it, of moving around and hitting a ball. I probably would have liked to see him miss in a different position. But I like the way that he's playing. I like, listen, I'm going to take my chance when I have it because I might not get another one. So I really respect that piece of it.
6-all here. We will be getting to Florida in a second, folks. We're going to stay here. Alafia is so close to the finish line. I believe he'll now serve for the match. We'll stay in this split screen just a hair longer, Florida fans. Set point.
Gotta love the serve and volleys. 7-all. Gotta respect it.
Playing to win. Dimitrov might be the biggest winner here. Gonzalez has won the set, and yet he's won our hearts.
Yeah, you gotta respect that. I mean, so here's a moment, right? I mean, Bicknell's playing quick. You know, if he misses the first serve, does he run around again for another forehand? What does he do, right? I mean, you'd like to see him make a change, so we'll see.
Erased.
That was a great forehand. Got to respect that. Good first serve, good forehand. That's the type of point you want to play.
By the way, as you all see, right side of your screen right now, Alafa closer and closer, 3 points away, 5-love, 15-all. $15-30, and Liberty, for what it's worth, Wilson's up a break 3-1 on 1. They're up an early break on 3 as well. So a little bit of a push.
Little charge.
Yeah, there's always one.
I would have liked to see, you know, Dimitrov stand a little bit further back there. His both feet were at least 1 or 2 feet inside the baseline there. To go with a little bit of a defensive return from that position is difficult. I would have liked to see him move back and make him play. I think he's looking for a quick, you know, big forehand kind of play, but I think he can do that, as you see a lot of guys on tour do, but from behind the baseline, not give him a free point.
That's another set point chance here. What is that? Point number 10 for Vic now?
I mean, he's really playing to win. That was a huge second serve tee. Down 8-9. You got to respect that.
Alafa, you see the big fist pump. Little breadstick action. 6-1-6 love. 2-0 Kentucky. That's a good win. Not the worst way to kick off the kickoff weekend, right? Coming over from Cornell.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's how you want to start. Goes down with a little come on one knee there. You know, welcome to the show. So,
welcome to the show indeed. Westoff, can we get that? It's too tough, actually. I was going to say court 6. Angel Diaz right now has match points for Tennessee. For what it's worth. That said, we are pot committed to this first set here. Bicknell, Dimitrov. We can't miss the ending of it now. 9-all in the breaker. I will say, super producer Daniel Westbrook, we can get Florida ready on the right side. We'll head over to that Florida match now, as I think Tennessee's actually pretty close to the close. He keeps moving forward, Will. Dimitrov, another set point.
Gotta respect it. And I'd love to see him stay, you know, a little bit further back on the baseline on this return. Make him earn it. You know, they probably won't finish this match, but I think he'd love to finish this set. He still is creeping up early, but hopefully, you know, we'll see what happens. Oh. See, both feet inside the baseline. I mean, it's just tricky. It's tricky if you hit a good serve. But let's see if it pays off.
Wow. Double fault. And maybe the creeping up got in the head.
Might have. He tossed a few times there. Didn't seem to love any of them, but that's a great set. Great set from, you know, Dimitrov, and you gotta pay him respect for playing to win.
And so again, Tennessee drops 2 first sets here in singles. That said, they are awfully close to the finish line. Angel Diaz did get a 6-3, 6-1 win at 6, so it's 2-0 now, Tennessee. Let's go over to court number 4 in that Tennessee-Louisiana match, because it's 6-2, 4-1 Emil Hudd. So we may be able to get you through the finish line there pretty closely. Meanwhile, right side of your screen, it's been a heck of a 4-year run for this Florida Gator team. You go all the way back to 2019 when Oliver Crawford stepped on campus. That team, no disrespect to your Tar Heels that year, but I thought they were the best team in the country. And when they lost to Texas, I know exactly where I was. The day after Dalton Keenan's wedding, we were on a golf course all hanging out. It ruined my day because I picked Florida to win it. I actually think I picked North Carolina to win it, if truth be told. But you had that Florida era, obviously. Griffiths comes in, Shelton, Andrade, Vale. That's a team that won a national championship as a team in 2021. They've produced the last 2 NCAA singles champions as well. They lost all 6 starters from last year's NCAA tournament team, Will. I mean, I know that never happened to you, but what do you think it's like right now? What does this Florida team feel?
Yeah, I think you have 2 sides of it as well, right? I mean, you have guys that have been waiting to play, that have had such a good team that have never gotten the chance, and now they're, I'm sure they have some transfers and some guys that have been in the pipeline, but I think you have guys that are excited to play, excited to showcase, right? They came to school, they believe in themselves, and they're ready to go. And of course, you have, a couple people who are just saying, man, this is going to be a tough one. You lose 6 guys, you lose Ben, who's now top 50 in the world, but you lose, Riffis, all these guys, Duarte, you lose great players. So I think it's, still their top, 16, 17 in the country, of course, but for them, hopefully they can compete for a national title. But I think, staying within close to the top 10 would be a, great year. Obviously they're coached very well with Coach Shelton and Matt. So, hopefully, I'm sure they'll develop the guys, but it's not easy to lose.
Well, that's fascinating because they lost 6 starters and their associate head coach in Tanner Stump. You see, by the way, Emil Hudd with 3 break points that are essentially acting as match points here. But you call him Matt. I assume that means you know Matt Clora a little bit as well, new assistant at Florida, given Ben success. Some have hypothesized maybe Matt's the heir apparent, maybe Brian goes and coaches with Ben in the near future, and how could you not understand that appeal? But talk to me about Coach Clora and what Florida's getting in this program.
Yeah, he's a great coach. I mean, he worked with USTA, he worked with Mackey, he worked with, I believe, some of the women as well, maybe Maria Mateus, or maybe, I believe, but he's a great coach. I mean, in my time at North Carolina, we worked with his twin brother, Chris. Chris lives and works in North Carolina. He's a great coach, great guy, great player. Matt was at one point in charge of the college, kind of development program. So some of the top guys, he kind of helped out in the summer. So he's a great guy. He'll be a great coach for Florida, and we'll definitely help them out this year.
Keep an eye on them then for sure moving forward. Again, you see the Gators with 3-0 lead here. Court number 1. Have to get that official doubles lineup. They don't have it on the scoreboard here off of Twitter.
But even for Florida, this is a big weekend, right? I mean, they've, whether it's people talking about them or, they'll be slightly doubted, right? I mean, they lost 6 guys. People telling them they won't be good enough. So I'm sure they're reading it. I'm sure they're hearing about it. And this is a great weekend for them to showcase, who they really are. So, a quick 3-0 lead on this court. But, I'd look for them to be fired up. I'm sure Coach Shelton and Matt and those guys are telling them, hey, listen, show them what you're made of, right? You may have lost these guys, but you guys can play. So, I'd look for them to bring some serious energy here. In this
most undervalued man in all of tennis, volunteer assistant Scotty Perlman, of course, who's been a part of that program forever as well. By the way, Westoff, I want you to keep an eye on court number 2 at Tennessee, where it's 6-4, 5-2. Mitsui's about to serve for a match. Did you see a hold there?
He did.
Okay, so it's a hold. So let's go over to 2 then now in that Tennessee match. Meanwhile, a deuce point here. Number 1 for Florida. You talked about guys waiting in the pipelines. One of those guys, unequivocally, Will Grant, the former blue chip recruit, now playing the number 1 double spot with Axel Neve. Axel coming over from Notre Dame. You have to wonder if he was like, was it me, guys? Like, you all abandoned me? Like, you're all turning pro or you're all leaving the team? And now he's obviously capable of playing the number 1 spot, but he comes over from Notre Dame, will be in that spot again. Did you ever play Axel?
I'm not sure that I did. I think that he was he previously at Notre Dame?
Yeah, because I think he played below Richard, probably. You probably played Ciamara.
I played Ciamara, and then in the beginning I played Alex Lebedev.
Yeah, sure.
Who had a great career there.
Massive.
Yeah, absolutely. He played well towards the end of his career, but, Axel can play. I'm sure, he's going over there, and I'm sure he has some buddies on the team, but they're looking to showcase, who he really is. And
and this is definitely a good opportunity for that.
Flip side, they're taking on Grevilius. Eric Grevilius coming over from Georgia. Torah. Against an always competitive UCF program, are they perennially top 25? Maybe not, but you'll always see them in that NCAA tournament conversation. You think about guys like Sasha Gozin, Roberto Sid, who have come out of there of late.
I believe head coach there is still Ashley Fisher, who's a great coach, played on tour.
Carried Tripp Phillips all the way to the U.S. Open semifinals.
Exactly right. So yeah, he knows how to play, especially knows how to coach some good doubles team, coach centers. I'm sure they'll be ready to go.
Meanwhile, Mitsui, 2 points away from Henry. By the way, West up 2-0 Tennessee. We missed the Diaz match, but that's on me. I forgot to update you. It's 2-0 Tennessee right now.
Go. Right.
2-0 Kentucky, though. Man,
And we'll see the electricity of Mitsui here. Hope if he
maybe a tweener, or like break your racket on your knee. Just do something. Yeah, something crazy. I think I once saw Schnur break a racket in celebration.
You gotta respect it. You gotta respect that strength.
There it is, Mitsui. 4-2. It looked routine.
All big.
1 point away, and look, Emil Hud's closing in. Let's head back over to court number 4. We're 6-2, 4-2, 40 love for Hud. We'll stick with that Tennessee match since we are so close to the finish line. Again, Alex Gruskin, joined by the 10-time All-American Will Blumberg. We're thrilled to have not only today, but hopefully throughout the course of this 2023 college tennis season.
Good bounce back there for Hud. Obviously had some chances there to go up, with a large lead, but doesn't get it. Good hold here. 40 love. Hopefully he can get this game and continue on his way, and then eventually clinch the match for the team, which is exactly how they wanted to go about their day.
Again, let's move over to court number 2 in Florida. Looks like that 4-1 lead for the Gators holding strong on court number 2. It's a team we saw make the semifinals of the ITA Fall Mats. 2 freshmen, Rundorn, Kokotz, taking on Oliviera, Pilikovich-Smith, USF. That's Rundorn on your ad side for the Gators. Number 10 in the country right now, Will, are these Florida freshmen. How much value you put into this part of the rankings? I know the answer, but I'll ask you anyways.
I don't put much. You have some guys who, don't play as much in the fall. I think that, for whatever circumstance. But listen, they earned it. They get to the position, right? But I think that, some guys, I don't know. I think it kind of comes together a little bit more towards March. A little bit more of how people are playing and less of a hype. But listen,
you win any fall dub stuff?
I only played, in my time, I only played one fall tournament.
All-American 18, you won it.
I won, yeah. We lost in the finals of doubles. But besides that,
Robert?
Me and Rob, yeah. Besides that, I've been playing. But
come on, I'm still the foremost scholar on all things Will Blumberg. I remember which fall event you played. I just didn't remember if you played doubles or not.
Yeah, we played doubles. Yeah,
I thought you and Kelly were more likely to win that NCAA 2017 doubles title than you were to make that run in singles. If we're really looking back.
We had a tough match versus Mansouri and his other partner.
Who did we play with? The tall guy?
Super tall.
I can see him.
You start with
Seraphim.
Yeah. So they were a good team. I think we lost maybe 10-8 in the third or something like this, but just kind of how those matches go, Just
as we see again, 2 there for Florida on 2. We move over to court number 3 now. I want to introduce this final doubles matchup. And you talk about a guy who has waited his turn. you know, again, part of that Riffis, Crawford, class of recruits. You bring in Vale, you bring in Andrade. You also brought in Blue Chip, and arguably, again, one of the nicest guys you'll get the chance to meet, Lucas Greif, who finally gets his chance to get on court now for the Gators. He's partnered with the freshman Jonah Braswell. They're taking on Tudorica and Frizzell.
Absolutely. I think it's also, I mean, Florida also had Ingolstead, who was another great player. I think at the time he was top 5 in the nation.
Yeah.
Then was playing, 5-6 for Florida. So
he played Rinder Kanesh for the clinching match in the 2018 quarterfinals. 4-3
wow.
A&M won it, and then he goes from that to not playing his senior year.
Yeah. So that's just a testament to how strong Florida was, and another guy like Lucas Greif, who was a maybe number 1 or top 3 recruit in the country. Highly touted recruit, so it's good to see him being, able to play and showcase his skills. I'm sure he's excited for it.
Absolutely, again. He's partnered with the freshman Jonah Braswell. Braswell choosing to go the different path than his brother Micah. Micah, one of the top 20 players in the college tennis world. Micah at Texas. Jonah chooses to stay a little closer to home with the Bradenton, Florida family. He chooses to stay with the University of Florida. You see the 3-2 lead. Gators up breaks. I believe all 3 courts now. No, excuse me, not courts 1 and 3. I'm sure there's some Kentucky fans who aren't thrilled right now as Liberty's making a push. Yes, Kentucky's up 2-0, but Josh Wilson of Liberty looks like he's going to force a third against Liam Draxel. Deji Thomas-Smith up 4-1 in the second against Joshua Lapadat. It's 3-all in the third on 4. All right. So Emil Hudd's going to serve for the match now. See if he can't close out this Louisiana Lafayette team, close out the victory for Tennessee, who, again, takes the doubles point, gets a 6-3, 6-1 win from Angel Diaz at 6, 4-2 over Mitsui at 2, or for Mitsui at 2, and now Hud serving for the match.
As players, we always like, point to a mark, although the refs don't really like that too much on the hard court.
Have you ever convinced the ref they were wrong on a call?
No, you can't, man. Although you might want to, but never happened.
Have you ever had a productive conversation with the ref where, like, they make a point to you and you go, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong?
Sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes it just depends on how clear-headed I am or the player at the moment. Sometimes you talk to a ref and you just, understand, like, I always appreciated when a referee was like, listen, it's just on the other side. There's really nothing I can do. And you're like, you know what? I kind of appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you're like, that's annoying, but sometimes you're like, okay, I understand that.
Yeah, exactly. All I ask for ever is honesty.
Yeah, because, like, who are we to say that they can see exactly?
I have a suggestion, and again, we see HUD 3 points away, so I'll shut up in a second and we'll watch. But I think every college player should be forced to line judge one high-level junior event in the summer because you'll never complain again.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Like, you just be like, oh, 120 miles per hour far sideline? Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe. Ace T 2 points away. You see Mitsui running across. It's been a really clean match from Emil Hudd, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and this is exactly the way that Tennessee wanted to start. Obviously tough for Louisiana, but exactly the way they wanted to start their day. I mean, I believe they'll play again tomorrow. If not, they'll play Sunday, but they want to get in and out and, prepare, rest their bodies, ice down, stretch, and get ready for another big one.
We see match point for Emil Hud. Westhoff, you know what time it is.
Wow, gotta respect this huge second serve.
Yeah, you go for it, and it clinches. An ace for Emil Hud.
Too good and a great tie. Great tie for them to start their season this weekend. You know, exactly how you want to see it.
Absolutely. So 4-0. Tennessee takes it. Will advance. Now they face the winners in tomorrow's regional final. They will either take on Oklahoma or Charlotte. Will kick off in about an hour in Knoxville. But that'll do it. Tennessee 4-0. They advance to the second round of this kickoff weekend action. With that said, we've got Cal going on the women's side. Georgia started on the women's side. I do want to quickly check in one last time, though, with that Kentucky Liberty match. And if we can, let's go to court number 3. Super producer Daniel Westhoff in Kentucky Liberty. It's 2-0 Kentucky. But man, Liberty's making a push. Josh Wilson, 6-3 second set. 4-2 lead for Thomas Smith at 3. 4-all in the third at 4. In the second at 4. All right, Will, we've got a match.
Absolutely. And remember, I believe that Kentucky only has 4 indoor courts. Is that what you were saying? So, you know, you got 2 guys waiting to play. So you never know how this plays out. If this, you know, somehow turns and it's a close match, you have 2 guys coming in cold. So you really never know what can happen here.
Also, I'll point out for Kentucky, Draxel, Alafia, Lapadad, Body, experienced. 5 and 6, not for Kentucky. It's a completely different ball game, so they expect to get 3 of these top 4. Oh boy, we've got a battle right now unfolding, and we'll get that back on your screen now as you see Florida 4-3 up on court number 3. 2-0 Kentucky leads, by the way, overall, as again, they took that doubles point and then got the win from Alafia Aini, 0-1 or 1-0 at that number 2 spot. Ooh, Florida doubles getting funky too.
I mean, I will say I don't think that you want anyone else, maybe besides Draxel, in this position, though, right? I mean, maybe you play a tough set, but that's who you want out there. You know, you trust the guys, you trust your upperclassmen. So, you know,
I don't mean it when I say it, but I also don't not mean it. My conspiracy theory is that Draxel loses sets, so he's the last guy on. He's like, don't worry, I'm going to win. But, like, I like to be the last guy on. And so let's make it interesting.
You know,
yeah, exactly. He's like, let me get my court time. It's like Mitchell Frank back in the day. It's like he just wants to get his 3 hours in.
Yeah, he just he wants to work on backhand passes, you know, 30 all in the third, so he's just staying out there.
But he's got 17 different celebrations. He's got to find a reason to work them all out. What works, what doesn't. As you see, Florida holds 4-5-3. Westhoff, can we go to court number 1 in Florida USF as Florida? Oh, actually, excuse me, court number 2. Court number 2 is we've got a match point USF. How about that? That number 9 team, the Rundorn, Tokac, excuse me, number 10 team. They're down match points to Oliviera, Velkovic and Smith. Velkovic Smith, excuse me. Still 2 more to come. Meanwhile, Florida's serving for the center court number 1. I gotta say, I love the Florida colors. It might be the best uniform in college.
Whoa. I don't know how you can attack North Carolina's colors like that.
There it is. You knew that was coming. I don't dislike North Carolina's. They're different levels of good, and I think Florida's is at the top.
I just respectfully disagree.
All right, if North Carolina's out of the equation, what colors are most enjoyable to you?
That's a good question. I actually like Georgia's colors, black and red. I just didn't grow up with. I don't mind Florida. Maybe they're in the top 5. They're just not in the top 2 for me. But maybe for you.
The underdog, Washington purple. love walking. You just don't see it anywhere else.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't think North Carolina's in my top. I mean, first of all, I have more North Carolina gear than the other schools.
What
I
about-
love wearing it.
I mean, Oregon, obviously, the green is kind of tough, but because of Phil Knight, they have a lot of new stuff.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know if you can be respected in this debate if you don't have North Carolina in your top 3.
I like the Ohio State black. The all-black Ohio State, I think, is sick.
I think that it might be universally agreed upon that North Carolina Tar Heel blue is maybe one of the best college colors, like ever. I think even Dukies would say that.
Tar Heel blue is. I like Tar Heel blue. I'm not saying I dislike it. I just like maize and blue. I mean, again, there's a lot of blues. A lot of blues.
Yeah, there is. I will say, you know that North Carolina is serious when they wear all blue.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. By the way, Florida taking that 6-3 decision on court number 1.
Yeah, and I will say, from a young freshman here, maybe feeling a little nerves. That backhand was bunted a little bit, right? Leaving an easy volley put away. So maybe he's feeling a little pressure down a break in this big moment, but you'd like to see him attack that a little bit more than just kind of bunt one through the middle.
By the way, Liberty serving for the second set right now on court number 3. You see that's Deji Thomas-Smith on the near side of your screen. Westhoff, can you go to court number 3 in Florida doubles? We've got match points for the Gators at 3. Took a 6-3 set on 1, and right now it's Greif and Braswell. 2 match points.
Let's see which one finishes before.
Yeah,
right?
It's a photo finish.
Exactly. For the freshmen, you might thank the seniors if they finish and you don't have to finish and take this loss on your record.
Exactly. You can hold on to that spot. Although it does look like that ball sailed just long. So 6-3 UCF takes it. It comes down here to court number 3. That's Braswell. It's got to be Braswell on the ad. Good leave. Deuce points coming up. Return's going to the senior, right?
Yeah, I mean, whoever's feeling it more probably. Could be the senior if the other guy's a little bit nervous, but, you know, you never know. Whoever's been feeling it on the day. We'll see, though. You'd like to see a first serve made here, and if so, then you got kind of into a battle, right? You'll see if Florida can serve it out, but then it's a big moment at 1-all.
Clean stuff. Serving to the body. Greif makes that choice to test line. Doesn't work. And this is tricky because neither Greif or Braswell will have a ton of experience serving out deuce points.
Yep.
Excuse me, serving out doubles points.
I actually like the return line. I always love that play, especially in college. You know, normally guys are instructed to move. At least, you know, you respect that move. And so going line, maybe you want to see him pull it a little bit more. But, you know, listen, I respect it and good put away.
Meanwhile, again, right now, Love 30 as Deji Thomas Smith, tries to serve out. Now Love 40 as he tries to serve out that second set. Things getting a little tight in Lexington.
Yep.
Army down 5-4. For what it's worth, Liberty up a quick 3-1 lead in that first set at 5.
Quick 3-1 lead. Looks like Draxel's up 2-1, 30-love in the game. Lapidat, you know, serving. Deji Thomas-Smith will have a chance to, you know, looks like serve for the set. Unless he's serving down Love 40.
Well, I think this is him serving down Love 40 here.
Okay, he's down Love 40. Okay.
Half volley into the net.
Yep.
All right, so now Lapidat back on serve 4-5. Still the deficit there. Can you pop over to court number 4 in that Kentucky match, super producer Daniel Westhoff? We haven't gotten to see any of Taha Badi taking on Christian Wurst. Again, Badi coming over from Wake Forest. Meanwhile, 5-4 service game, Will, in this number 3 doubles. What are you telling Greif and Braswell at this moment?
I think go for it. I mean, make a lot of first serves, but don't be afraid of the moment and take it, move. Don't wait. Don't wait for the other guys to make mistakes. Similar to playing to win, but make a lot of first serves. Good move. Good first serve. Good move. Take the middle. Make these guys pass you, hit winners. Don't let them kind of just survive.
Taha body, by the way, on the near side of your screen. 5-all. Scoreboard is a little behind. I believe it's now 15:30 here for body. So despite all that drama, he may actually just serve to put that quick 3rd point up on the board. And by the way, for what it's worth, Will, we said 2 hours. That's how long you want to be on court. We've now officially hit the 2-hour mark for Kentucky Liberty.
That was a great point there from Florida. No errors, staying strong, continuously showing up. So from a team that probably hasn't played that much together, this is a great game and a great test for them. 5-4 serving to the set, 1-all, a little bit of pressure. So great game, great showing from them so far.
Now they've got 4 set point match points. Give the Gators a 1-0 lead.
Great service game there to close it out. Just strong performance going into singles. Looks like in Kentucky, Draxel got a nice break there, 3-1. Got a couple tough ones. Taha here, 5-all, 30-all. Yeah, looks like they're in a little bit of a battle.
So now the separation comes. All right, it's 1-0 Florida. We'll check back in on the Gators momentarily. By the way, Will, we appreciate having you. If at any point you do have to dip out, you just let me know. But of course, you look right now on that right side of your screen. Let's bring back in some of the women's college tennis action we have happening across the country. And right now, one of the trickier regions we talked about in our preview shows was that region happening over at the University of Cal Berkeley, where the Cal Bears, they're hosting Georgia Tech, they're hosting Princeton. I believe they're also hosting the San Diego women here this weekend. And look, that's no easy task for a team that certainly is going to have a ton of returning talent, but also some expectations for themselves, as Cal was able to beat so many of the top 10 teams in the country throughout what was a pretty good year last year. It was a young group. Players like Jessel Sola, Katja Wiersholm, Haley Giavara, all gaining valuable experience. And that experience has Cal right now as a 1-0 lead. So let's start at court number 1 there. As you see the battle unfolding. I like the angle. I like the high shot.
That. Absolutely love it. Feels very professional.
Very professional. That's it. That's the word.
Yep.
Interesting stuff here. And again, you can see as we split screen, maybe not the perfect view of the scoreboard for all of you at home, but it looks like it's a 4-2 lead for Princeton. Daria Freeman, who's been a top 10 player in the country for much of the past 2 seasons, taking on Haley Giavara. Did you guys take any West Coast trip when you guys, I feel like I can't remember you played USC in the regional and beat them, but like other than that one?
We never played only the tournaments. We went to Seattle. We went to a few of those events, and then we played USC in the Sweet 16 at USC, which was that one-off year. But what I was gonna add on this Cal match is that Katja Wiersholm, a sister of Henrik Wiersholm, I believe, who played at Virginia, national champion, and great player, was born 1 year above me, kind of in the crop of all these guys. Tommy Riley, trained with us growing up, so she, I knew her as a young girl because she was, Henrik's sister, I believe, if I'm talking about this.
No, you're right. No, what I wonder is, like, her as the 7-year-old, 8-year-old version, right? Exactly. You're like, oh, it's Katja running around.
Well, exactly. I just remember him, her, kind of being around with Henrik's mom, and it's cool to see her, so grown up now as a, sophomore in college, which is crazy.
nuts. And she was excellent last year. I think she lost like 3 total dual matches. The lefty, who's currently playing at the number 3 position. You see again, 4-2 lead. We'll stick through this game point, run you through what's going on each of the matches. Again, Cal a 1-0 lead in singles, going into singles as they got wins at the number 3 spot. Number 2 double spots.
And talking about this Kentucky match, we'll see what they can do. Dracula's up 4-1, so you got to think that that's a good point. Maybe they'll get 3 there, and then they have Lapidat 6-3, 5-all, and Taha 6-3, 5-6. So we'll see if they can close it out before the other 2 really need to go the distance. But we'll see what happens.
Well, that brings up the conversation of momentum as you see 3-4 so for Giavara. Let's go to court number 2 now in this Cal match where, for the record, just to set the lineups for you all, Jess Alsola, the talented sophomore, taking on Valega for Princeton. But the concept of momentum, it's, a non-quantifiable thing. You can't point to a specific point where it starts, and yet clearly the past 30 minutes were the Liberty push, right? Do you feel those sorts of momentum swings as a player on court?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think you feel it in the environment. You feel it with the fans. I would say that I feel like the last 10 minutes kind of shifted back a little bit to Kentucky. I feel like before that, Liberty felt like, at least to me, they were really coming. I mean, Draxel split, kind of 1-all in the third. You never knew what could have happened there. They could have gone down. But I feel like Kentucky has a little bit more of a grasp on this match. Draxel up 4-1. If he can get that, that's 3-0. Kind of tough to come back from that. So I feel like Kentucky kind of figured it out. But, it's kind of good to get a little bit of a test in the first match. And we'll see. I mean, looks like Cal's kind of up here in this women's match. Up 1-0 versus Princeton, up 5-1 on this court. So we'll see if they faced with any bit of a test today.
Yeah, no, look, on this court, 5-1 lead for Jess Alsola, the sophomore who's number 16 in the country right now. What's the difference between year 1 and year 2? We saw a leap from you. I always date back to that on our shows. I say that leap where you kind of get your bearings and then you figure it out. Alsola was someone who, like you, lost like 2-3 matches her freshman year. When you take that next step, what is it that's so much easier?
I think it's tough the way you look at it. I mean, for some people it's easier, for some it's harder, right? I mean, for me, at least my freshman year, no expectation. I knew that I could play, but no one else knew as much, right? So I'm playing, and you're kind of the underdog, and you're just, competing the best you can. When you come back, they know exactly, and you have these expectations. And so I was proud of the way that I played that season. Hopefully she can have a great season this year, sophomore year. But I think that, you have a little bit more of a target on your back, which is tough with the pressure. I think you see a lot of people struggle with that. And some people, are able to figure it out and get in the groove and kind of just, find their stride. So I think that it can go either way, and hopefully for her and for everyone that, they just figure out a way to compete and figure it, play their best tennis.
I think Alsola will be on that sophomore surge. I think she's going to take that lead to that next tier now that she sort of has her bearings a little bit better. She leads 5-2 here on court number 2. Meanwhile, left side of the screen, Christian Wurst set points, 3 of them on Taha Badi. Maybe the Kentucky push isn't over quite yet. Excuse me, the Liberty push. Not over quite yet.
You got to respect that break back there. I believe it was 5-1 here in this match, and she broke back, and it might be subtle, but like we said, these are big matches, of course, but you want to see your players competing. You don't want to see them give in and kind of let the circumstance become too big for them. So I always respected people. Listen, even if she loses this at 6-2, but that's the way you want to play, and that's the kind of the player and person you want to be.
How about that?
But here we are, Liberty. This could be a big set here. It looks like we have a couple set points here. Maybe it's 1 point off, but you'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's funny. Because I was on the call for this match, a little anecdote. I'm pretty sure, again, foremost scholar, all things Will Blumberg. I'm pretty sure Will only lost 1 6-0 set in his entire college career, and we both remember the set, right?
I lost to Adam Walton, right?
Yeah, first set Tennessee semifinals. I've never seen anyone do that to you.
He played great. I mean,
he was awesome.
I wasn't even too frustrated. I think that I remember my girlfriend texting me after that, like, what the heck happened, What's going on? I was like, I don't know. He just played great, I think that in that match, I don't know that I recommend this, but I don't know that I really wanted to take that L. I think I was maybe going slow a bit in the end of that one.
There
I was
was
tying my
some.
shoes, figuring it out. You always love those, the clinch before you have to finish.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a funny one, as we see, by the way, here again from 1540 down Taha Body. Let's go to a breaker.
And
Here,
that's
two
big, right? I
dismissed.
mean, talk about momentum swings. These are huge. I mean, if he
Because
can,
Draxel's now up 5-2.
yeah, if he can win this set and their match is over, they're done with this match pretty much unless something dramatic happens with Draxel. So I would say this is a huge breaker. I mean, this is either another hour, 45 minutes of this match, or they're in the locker room resting. So I would say this is a pretty big break.
For sure. Big first serve. What do you want to see from the lefty here? I know we've talked about it for first, who, again, this idea of playing to win, I like it sounds cliche. It's much harder said than done, or much easier said than done.
Of course, I would like to say, and we talked about it a bit before, and I don't want to talk too much on the match, but I think that there's a difference between playing to win and playing, for lack of a better word, stupid. I think that when you get nervous, sometimes people resort to playing too big, right? Because they say, oh, I don't want to play not to lose. I'm just going to go huge serve, huge forehand. Well, that might just be your nerves taking over and your mental inability to kind of focus and suffer through the difficult moments, right? So you want to find a kind of the balance between playing to win but not playing silly and not playing too loose. So you want to execute, look, listen, I have a big serve and a big forehand. I'm going to hit my serve here and look to put my forehand in this position, but I'm not going to hit like 130-mile-an-hour serve to no target and then slap a forehand, right? Because that might look like you're playing to win, but you're playing silly. So you want to find that balance, especially in the big moments.
Fascinating.
If that makes any sense.
No, absolutely it does. As we see Alsola set points here. Let's see if she plays big here in this winning moment. Meanwhile, to Verse kick off the tie break. Set number 2, his body went a little long on his forehand. Looks like Joshua Lapadot's going to force a second set tiebreak as well. So to Will's point, we are literally either 10 minutes or an hour away from the finish line here in Kentucky. We'll find out shortly.
And the guys know it. The guys know it too. Trust me. They're looking up or they're looking around. They know exactly what they're getting into. So I bet, Taha more than anyone and the guys and all around, they want him to win.
So as we see Alsola, by the way, 6-2 set for Cal at that number 2 spot. Puts a set on the board for the Golden Bears. Let's go over to court number 3 now. Let's see if you recognize the game of Katja Wiersholm.
I don't think I've seen her. I don't know. It feels like a long time. Maybe.
Lefty's got some game. Again, she was excellent.
Henrik was a player.
Yeah.
Great guy. Great family.
Best 6 singles player in college tennis history.
Yeah. He was a great player. Won a national championship versus us.
Yeah.
But a great guy and I'm sure she knows how to play and I'm sure she knows how to handle her character out there as well.
It looks like something's been completed out. That's court number 2. That's Alsola. We'll switch the scoreboard here momentarily.
Looks like Draxel has a few match points here, 5-2, 40-15. So which will add a little bit extra to this tiebreaker here.
See Verse continue to push forward. Again, Westhoff changing all sorts of things right now, so not sure we're going to be able to get to show you that match point. That's one at Kentucky, just so you know, super producer Daniel Westhoff. As we do see Katja Wiersholm, 6-1 set on court number 3.
And it looks like on court 3 and court 4, it looks like we have 2 tiebreakers. So we'll see what happens there in Kentucky.
It's the witching hour. This is go time.
It really is. Yeah. The Hanson. We'll see. We'll see what happens here on these matches. But for them, I'm sure they'd like to get one of them and kind of tidy off the court.
Let me tell you, we also do 9 uninterrupted hours of college tennis here at Cracked Racquets, no doubt. So we see again. High breaks deciding things. We have. If you can go to court number 1 at Kentucky, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Match points coming up still for Draxel, 5-2, 40-15. On the turn.
Looks like he just clinched 6-2 in the third, so Looks like they're up 3-0. We'll see what happens in one of these two tiebreakers, but looks like he just finished his match and got a good 3-set
Indeed.
battle
So
there.
I apologize, West Stuff. Let's go back to court number 4. Body at 3-all. It is 5-3 Liberty on court number 5. So if some way Liberty finds themselves through these two tie breaks, now you've got momentum on 3 and 4, maybe up a set on 5. A lot of inexperience for Kentucky at 6. Meanwhile, we stick here on court number 3. Katja Wiersholm, 6-1 first set for Cal for the sophomore. Sensational her freshman season. It's good discipline from Body. Feel the finish line approaching here.
I feel like you can also see for them, I mean, I'm sure it's a bit deflating, right? Drexel, Littens, they're down 3-0. They kind of can sense the match is nearing the end. Tough for the Liberty guys. I know they want to fight as hard as they can, but there's definitely some doubt that creeps in.
Well, this is prove it moment. This is where if you're head coach Derek Schwann, assistant Trevor Fauché, you're like, guys, just get us to one more half hour. You get through these second sets, you've proven something.
Exactly. And a lot of teams, that was a great shot there, but a lot of teams, we would say, just battle, right? Make it past 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and they'll go away. There happens, sometimes you have to survive the first punch, and sometimes, you never surrender. So we'll see what happens. That was a good shot there. I think it's 5-3 here on this court, so we'll see what happens in the next few points, but could be a clinching moment.
In fact, we'll try to go full screen on that Kentucky match. 5-3 in the breaker for Body. He's up the mini break. Missed that? No, he made it. That's a heck of a ball.
That was a great point. Looks like 5-4 there, right?
So it's just the single mini break lead. That said, this match is now on Taha Body's racket. Body coming over from Wake Forest. I think he's a 4th year, but you never know anymore.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. Could be a 4th year.
But we'll see. This is a big moment, right? I mean, 5-4, obviously you're feeling it, but you want to make some good first serves, play some good points here. That obviously helps. But now, I mean, they rode the momentum out, right? Good job by Liberty, clawing back, but also great job by Kentucky, kind of deciphering their huge blow to their lead. And we'll see what happens here, 6-4. You'd like to see a first serve here and not give the balls back to Worst at all. What happened there? Was that a let call?
I think a ball rolled over from the other court, but it's a second serve, isn't it? That happens.
I think so. Depends if he was in the motion or not, but it looks like he was not. Looks like they gave him a
was. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's a bold choice.
Which is huge, though, right? I mean, great point there to finish the match.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Stellar stuff from Taha Body. And Kentucky, it got a little sweaty, but they're through 4-0 opening match. And that's what you want, right, as a top team. You want to win, but you want to get tested.
Absolutely. That's a great job from them. I mean, not only they were tested, there was a ton of, momentum swings, tough moments, you don't always want them, but you don't mind them as a coach. I'm sure they would like to see, them close it out, but great job by them, 4-0, and they'll rest and recover and get ready for, the next one tomorrow.
And a big first win in the coaching career of Mr. Draxel, the new volunteer assistant for this Kentucky team. You put it on the board. So, all right, with that in mind, we move on. Kentucky 4-0 winners here. Tennessee 4-0 winners from our 1 o'clock hour. Let's go full screen at Cal. I know we're figuring out some other things, but let's lock in on that Cal match. Let's go to court number 4 in Cal's. We still have 3 more matches to introduce there. And again, the Cal Bears off to a very strong start. Number 12 team in the country right now. Took the doubles point over Princeton. They're nearing in on a first sets on 4 and 5 as well. It's Hannah Viller-Moeller taking on Bonetto of Princeton. 5-2 lead there for Viller-Moeller when we last looked. Again, yeah, 4-0 win for Tennessee. 4-0 win for Kentucky. Fairly ho-hum. Done pretty early in the day, right, Will? Like, what's the rest of the day look like?
Yeah, I'm sure that, they'll stretch, maybe, ice bath, Normatec boots, recover, probably go home, shower, have a team dinner, maybe 6:30, go back, rest, maybe do some scouting, maybe watch some matches, but kind of just hang out. I'm sure they'll, do whatever they want to do, watch a movie, hang out, but get ready, rest, hydrate, and, I'm sure that they know a big one's coming tomorrow and one that means a lot to them, so they'll want to eat that early.
What's a Normatec boot? I'm fascinated.
It just is basically like a compression sleeve for your legs, elevate your legs, and kind of does like pulses of compression. But guys typically do that or ice bath.
Which were you?
It depends. So I don't mind ice bath. Sometimes you'd ice bath as a team. But if you were feeling a little lazy, maybe you'd hop on the boots if you didn't want to get cold.
Yeah.
But I didn't mind.
I mean, you were half ice after every match. Like, come
exactly.
On. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's the mummy comes walking over. Will's, he's limping.
My body was, half broken.
Yeah, exactly.
But the ice bath is fun. Sometimes it's fun. Like, that's what you miss in college is, like, after the match, you go in the ice bath, and everyone hates it, but it's kind of fun.
It's a bonding experience.
Exactly.
Who's the worst in the ice bath? Who's always struggling to get in?
I don't know. I feel like Simon didn't really like him that much. But normally everyone got in, or everyone did. Everyone, you do what you need to do. Everyone's over. So.
For sure. And by the way, this is one of the first sets captured by Princeton. You see Joyce 6-3 over Richardson here on court number 6. By the way, this is court 6. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, just so you know. I know we're working out some court numbers here. This is your battle on court number 5. Which taking on Soong. This was a 6-4 first set for Cal. So Cal ultimately takes doubles 4 first sets as well. They get 2 through 5. Princeton the first set's at 1 and 6. It's a gorgeous day for tennis out in Berkeley.
Who's in the other half of this side?
This is in this region is Georgia Tech plays San Diego. It's a really good region. I mean, again, you have all teams, Princeton, probably the favorites in the Ivy Leagues as well. You have 4 top 40 teams.
Yeah, that's impressive. I'm sure when they were, choosing where to go, maybe they all saw something. But, when you have all the teams that are this good, right, it's kind of a coin toss. So this is a great, first weekend for them to go.
We saw El Solo Wiersholm come in as a class together as well. Again, this Cal team, Giovara, Coach Amanda Augustus, has them working in the right direction. And Amanda was a heck of a player herself. You see there's your draw here. Cal taking on Princeton. You'll have San Diego versus Georgia Tech later tonight as well.
And you got to also think, right, when the coaches are scheduling these, as you see, you have 4 top 40 teams. Only one of these teams is going to make it to national indoors, but you want all these teams to have good matches, right? You want to have ranked wins. You want to have the opportunity to play ranked teams. For a school like Princeton, who might not get to play that many highly ranked teams, this is a great opportunity for them to sneak in 1, if not 2 good wins. So we'll see.
You mentioned that as well for the NCAA purposes. Those consolation matches are critical.
Absolutely. And for the teams that don't get to make the tournament, right? Because you don't get to see these top teams. It's great and can ride your whole year if you can sneak in one or two, top 30 wins.
No, absolutely. We see an early deciding point here.
This is always a big point, right? You lose your first set 6-4, deuce point. You really don't want to go down a break.
Double fault's tough. Break goes to the freshman from Spain. Cal now 6-4, 1-love lead. Well, let's get Will's analysis on Katja Wiersholm. Let's see, again, 3 singles players, 6-1 first set win for Cal. We'll go back to court number 3 now. Get Wiersholm taking on Zoe Howard. Howard, the junior. Wiersholm, the sophomore. Haven't seen a ton of Katja Wiersholm. Didn't play many matches in the fall. Wiersholm on the near side of your screen.
Gotta love the athleticism there. Make her play an extra ball. Too good of a swinging volley, perfectly in the corner. Clap it up. But 6-1, 1-1, 30 all. This is a big point, right? You want to make your opponent play. You go down a break here. Maybe she starts to go away. So we'll see what. If she's anything like Henrik, she'll make you earn it. So
Yeah, exactly.
she's playing great now, and we'll see.
And look, she's playing someone in Zoe Howard who had a little bit of pro success throughout the course of the summer and in the past as well. Ooh.
I wonder if that was for injury or for
I think a little both. You see that heavily taped left shoulder. That's
Yep.
what's kept Katja Wiersholm out for so long.
Yep.
The underhand serve.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Good thing we switched to it, but you gotta love that play. I mean, it seemed to work for her. Hopefully, she can get a hold. Seems like the scoring system thing is off. It seems like Katya is serving,
Yeah.
but always good to get a hold here. We'll see if she goes underhand here again.
Interesting. You want to send Henrik the text? Should I? Why is Katja serving underhand?
You can ask him, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope for her that she's feeling all right, but it looks like she's crushing balls from the baseline.
It's a random. Henrik's still in law school, yeah?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. This would be a great opportunity for me to check back in.
Yeah, exactly. This is your moment. You're welcome.
But this is a big point here. Deuce, right? I mean, you wanna get this whole interesting to see if she goes underhand or tries to make the serve and get in. But I hope she's feeling all right. But we'll see what she does in this big point. Underhand again.
Just wide. Going for a little angle there. I like
That was
it.
a great serve if it went in.
Underhand T.
I mean, that's a great serve. If you're gonna do it. That was a close call there. And down a break. I hope she's feeling all right. Tough to go underhand serve on deuce, right? Maybe she's regretting not calling that ball out. Maybe too good of a sport, but tough
Yeah,
there.
no, again, Wiersholm's played one, I mean, it's only one dual mention, but she played a total of 7 matches during the fall, which is, I think, second lowest number on her team, and you see the tape on that shoulder, so we'll keep an eye on this match. By the way, again, Zoe Howard, heck of a player herself, I believe a former blue chip for this Princeton Tiger team, who, again, have been the class of the Ivy League these past few years. So that's what's going on here on court number 3. I don't think we've checked in on court 4 yet. Let's go check in on Hannah Viller-Moeller, taking on sophomore Lena Bonetto. Again, it's tough. I don't have access to the scoreboard here in Cal, so we're just going to have to hop around by feel a little bit. Tell you this, I remember Viller Moeller last season. She gets her court time in. We're talking 4 hours minimum.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen her make an unforced error either, for what it's worth. And you see there, draws the error 4-1 love here on 4. So let's go back to 1. Let's watch Daria Freeman, Haley Giavara, 2 of arguably the 20 best players in the country competing on court number 1. I'd also ask super producer Daniel Westoff, let's start working our split screen back with that Florida match. I know some first sets getting towards the end there. Reminder, Florida took the first doubles point over USF. They're up big in a couple of sets. Court 1 would be my first preference when you start there.
I love this camera angle. I wonder why they do it only for court 1. Maybe just the way that the stands are built.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest as well. There must be some press box. This really is an exceptional angle.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, call Sam Paul tomorrow. Well, he doesn't have a phone, so telegram him or whatever it is you do. Call the Pony Express, see if they're taking messages at this hour, and tell him to do this at the new facility.
I'll have my owl deliver a message.
Your messenger pigeon.
But we'll see. I mean, yeah, maybe in the new facility they'll have some angles like this.
Sam Paul, the last man in the United States with a landline.
But I'm going to head out for today. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Well, quickly, I was going to say smile, because let's go back on screen real quick so we can say goodbye to you, of course, again, while we get to all the action going on. We are going to say goodbye to 10-time All-American Will Blumberg, who it's always a pleasure to have on here. Let me ask you my final question for you. Of all the really cool things you've done in your career, you've won ATP doubles titles. You made a junior slam final with Tommy Paul. Is winning the ITA national team indoor? I saw the look on your face when Cernak clinched. That's got to be number 1, right?
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I mean, I would say I would love to have won the NCAA title as a team. Obviously, I would have loved individuals, but as a team, really, I feel like I, in a way, failed North Carolina not doing it. But winning indoors was amazing. It is a national title. Was super proud of our group. Was super proud to finally do it. I have this picture in my apartment of Bo clinching that match. That was up there for sure. I mean, to see him do that and to come through in that moment to win at Georgia was amazing. And probably getting the 10th one. Those are probably the top 3. Just a sense of relief, to win a national title, relief to get 10. I put so much pressure, but I think college tennis is the best. I could never leave. I'd come back for a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, as many as I could. But it's an honor to have played. It's an honor to continue to be a part of it. And I look forward to continuing to, come on with you this weekend and then throughout the year.
What's the last year you would have been an All-American? 25, and then 26 is when you start to fall off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have switched to hopefully try to play golf maybe.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. Will Blumberg, we will talk to you more this weekend. We will see you throughout the college tennis season, and always appreciate having you on this. So thank you for hopping on here today.
Yep. See you this weekend.
Yep. Take care, my friend. Will Blumberg again, 10-time All-American. Always a pleasure to be joined by him. And now we get back to some of the action that's unfolded. And look, is that the heavens shining down upon one of the most historic stadiums in all of college tennis, the McGill Tennis Stadium at the University of Georgia? Maybe. It also might just be a tough camera angle. That happens from time to time, but we wanted to go split screen here. Again, Daria Freeman, 6-4 first set, but she's down 2-1, taking on Haley Giavara. Freeman, though, serving on the near side of your screen. Right, it's Leah Ma, breakpoint chance. No, excuse me, game point chances. Serving markers incorrect. University of Georgia team, national indoor champions back in 2019. What a shocking 1-2 at the event last year. And simply put, Georgia doesn't go 1-2 in weekends. rarely has happened. Of course, last year was almost a transition season. The reign of Katarina Jokic, one of the 10 best college tennis players of the past 5 years, over. You see the new faces, Leah Ma, Dasha Viadmanova, Mel Riasco. You mix in some veterans, the Kowalskis of the world. This is a very good Georgia team. Their kickoff weekend off. The battle of frisky Stetson group. By the way, this battle between Freeman and Giavara, again, to frame it, intended properly, Freeman, ITA Fall Mats finalist. She has always been, my dear friend and Cracked Racquets contributor John Parsons likes to joke, Daria Freeman is the best player in college tennis whenever she's in San Diego. I guess that applies to the state of California. As we see Freeman again, the 6-4, 2-all lead. Big hitting Haley Giavara. Giavara, part of that Masters BNP Paribas Collegiate gold medalist, Team USA. It was her, Fiona Crawley, Connie Ma, Pat Maloney, Stefan Dostnik, Ryan Segerman. Best collegiate international players in the world all competing at that event. It was the Americans title once again. Meanwhile, again, I know it's a tough glare on court number 1, but we want to show you this Georgia team, and Leah Ma right now showing off why she has been in that number 1 spot so consistently. Bulldogs over the past few seasons. So 4-1, Leah Ma. That number 1 spot. We're gonna do it flip way. Can we go to court number 6 at Georgia? I know typically we try to go chronologically, but right now we're just gonna go who's closest to finishing out sets. And right now it's Georgia's Jermina Grant, one of the plethora of options. And by the way, it's a fascinating lineup today for this Georgia team. You see the freshman Anastasia Lapata. High expectations for her. She's at the 5 single spot. They with Grant at the number 6 spot. Kowalski playing 4. Interesting note on your hurdle. Rundorn today. Vetchich we still haven't seen. I know it's a little shaky here on 6. So you know what? I might just have to update us manually if court 6 is going to jump around. Don't want to do that to all of you as we see Daria Freeman, by the way, now a 6-4, 3-2 lead. She is in command on court number 1 for these Princeton Tigers. All right, I'll keep you updated manually. Don't want to do that to you listeners, to you viewers. We have too many good matches going on to waste around on a jumping camera. Let's go to court number 2 then, because I think Dasha Viadmanova might end up as the best player in college tennis today. It might not be this season. It might not be next season. But Viadmanova, sophomore, the length, the weapon she possesses, she is exceptional. She's taking on Sherry Darley today. Viadmanova on her near side. Meanwhile, again, 6-4, 3-2 right now. Over on that number 1 single spot, Cal. Every match is getting pretty competitive. By the way, over in this Cal-Princeton battle, Cal may have taken 4 first sets, but they're down breaks on a couple of flights in set number 2. Let's stick with this Freeman game, see if she can consolidate. Just so captivating. So let's stick here for one more changeover. Let's watch Viamanova see if she can get this break back. Guevara looking to do the same. right, for the first time, let's go over to court number 3 in Georgia. Court number 3 was a 6-1 set. Leah Ma racing off while we've been watching here. 4-3 battle. Via Minova now taking the lead, but Georgia's closing in on a couple sets. Kick 8. 6-1 set at number 1 from Leah Ma. Actually, can we go to... Sorry, Westhoff. You're going to get mad at me. I know it's 5-2 here. Riasco's about to serve for the set 15-all, but Meg Kowalski's even closer. So let's go to court number 4 in Georgia. As we see Giavara, game point. See Kowalski's 2 points away. It's jumping around. I apologize for that. Kowalski's actually got set point as we speak. And so this camera at 4 is being funky. You see it speed ahead. Let's see if we can catch the set point in fast forward mode. Yeah, all right, Meg Kowalski takes the first set, 6-1. Let's go back to court number 3 where Mel Riasco's serving for that opening set, 5-2, 30-all. For what it's worth, Georgia 6-0 first set on 6, 6-1 first set on 1, 6-1 first set on 4. They're up 5-2 here on 3, 4-1 on 5, 4-3 on 5. So it is all Bulldogs right now, and I apologize. It's not Mel Riasco serving, it's an ace Gabriel. Fifth-year student. Over from Switzerland. Let's go back to 2. We know that camera was working with Via Minova. Again, apologies. We're going to miss some set endings here. We can try them out. Can we switch courts on in Cal as well? I apologize. You see Giavara held 4-3-4. We know this Via Minova track is working, so we're going to stay on 2 for a little bit here. Points 4-5-3. Let's go over to court number 6. Well, right now, Princeton is having some success. It's Grace Joyce, the senior out of Newton, Massachusetts. Game away from this finish line, 6-2, 5-2 lead. We're going to stick here through this changeover, so we'll miss her attempt to serve things out. Meanwhile, excuse me, it was the height that threw me off. On the near side of your screen for Stetson. Sherry Darley, the sophomore out of England, serving 3-4 break point for Via Minova. And this is another return just long, so we're going to the deuce point. Deuce point coming up here. Again, Sherry Darley serving on the near side of your screen. It's Grace Joyce serving for the match on the left. Princeton.
Georgia leads by game 3.
Via Minova, 5-3 after that backhand goes into the net. She'll serve to make it 5 first sets. Westhoff, can we try court number 5 at Georgia very quickly? I would like to see freshman Anastasia Lapata, who I have not yet had the chance to watch compete. She's competing on 5 for Georgia. Okay, we checked all the cameras behind the scenes, folks. Unfortunately, we're going to stick to 1 and 2 here in Georgia. We're sticking to 1 and 2. Highest quality for all of you. We are going to go check back in on the University of Florida momentarily, as guess what? South Florida is giving them a match. matches here right now on our Crack Rackets cross-court coverage. Earlier today, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio State, all 4-0 winners to advance to round number 2. Nova's ability to hold the baseline, those weapons, the size. It's captivating. Meanwhile, how about this? 2 points away is Joyce. Make that, excuse me. Yeah, still surprising. You heard it out of the mouth of Will Blumberg. When you're down, keep playing to win. Don't get passive, don't get tentative. See from Richardson, aggressive move forward, 430 all. Darley. Meanwhile, here comes Richardson. Backs against the wall. It's the 2 returners. Break point number 1. Server races break points on court 6 in Cal as well. So now match point coming up, Westhoff. It's been a while since we've heard it. Slow clap, por favor. Set point now coming up on 2. And Georgia already 4 first sets in the bag to make it a nearly insurmountable 5. It's a match for Princeton though. And it's the senior, Grace Jones, 6'3", 6'2". 1-all over in Berkeley. Let's go back to court number 1. Daria Freeman must be near the finish line. She was up a set and a break. 4-3 in set number 2. Oh, Viadmanova cooler than the other side of the pillow. 6-3, she takes the opening set. That's 5 in the bag for Georgia. Let's go back to court number 1 in Georgia. Actually, Westhoff, when you're ready, make that Georgia-Stetson match, Florida taking on South Florida. And let's go to court number 5 there. We're at a critical moment on court number 5. I'll explain why when we get there. We have a second, though, Westhoff. So when you can, again, Georgia Stetson, Florida USF. It's 1-0 Florida there. I want to explain why we're jumping back in a moment. That's where we have to head next. Meanwhile, Giavara. She gets hot. The winners coming in bunches. Back on serve 4-all. Has suddenly become a very closely contested match. Not suddenly, it's always been this way. Again, 1-0 Florida right now as we head over there overall. Firepower is something. Okay, here's why we're on court 5 in Florida. Florida takes the doubles point. They've taken 3 first sets as well. 6-3, 3-love lead for Tony Pocons at 6, the freshman from Florida. Doing his job. Freshman Jonah Braswell 6-2 first set at 4, and then newcomer, but 5th year, Axel Neve. 6-love first set at 1, though he trails 4-1 in the second. Meanwhile, USF 6-3, 3-0 lead at 2, 6-2, 2-1 lead at 3. If they can take this opening set, all of the sudden, Florida's feeling all sorts of pressure because, yes, they have 3 first sets, but Florida's also down 4-1 in the second set at 1. So that one looks like it may be headed towards a third. Again, what a moment here. Lucas Greif has waited his turn, was part of that heralded Oliver Crawford, Sam Riffis, Duarte Valle, and Andrade run of recruits. You talk to that team, they all speak so highly of Greif, what he meant to them on the practice court, off the court. A chance to deliver a clutch first set for his Gators. 2 points away is Greif. Meanwhile, huge deuce point on 1 in Berkeley. Three words for you: cat and mouse. It's cat and mouse stuff, and Daria Freeman right now is just everywhere. Freeman showing off those wheels. Asks all the right questions. Giavara goes wide. Freeman will now serve for the match, 6-4, 5-4. Can we just peek our head-ins on court 2 quickly? Our heads in, excuse me. Court 2 quickly in Cal Princeton, because Alsola was rolling, and there's honestly a chance she's off the board. Let's give that match on court 2 just a quick peek. Oh, wow. Peeking at just the right time, I see. So Alsola taking on Neha Valega. Valega serving, but Alsola's 2 points away. Meanwhile, you can see Freeman in that top corner, so we'll keep our eye on that as well. Westoff, give me the slow clap. We've got a set point on 5, a match point on 2. Let's roll. Huge hold for Cal on 2. 5-all now, set 2. Let's go back to 1 in that Cal Princeton match. Meanwhile, deuce point. Break point, set point. It's a triple threat. On court number 5 in Florida, USF. Meanwhile, Dario Freeman, a reminder, is serving to give Princeton a 2-1 lead. Princeton taking first sets on courts 1 and 6. Cal getting them 2 through 5 positions. So Cal's got off to the strong start. The Cracked Racquets predictometer. And Cal as high as 74% after they took those 4 first sets. But Princeton's never been out of it. Although, how about that? 6-4 first set for Lucas Greif. Things tightening everywhere, but let's go to court number 6 in this Florida match. Court number 6. Show these Gators fan in College Tennis Nation one of the new freshmen, Token Tokats. Big hitter for the University of Florida. He and partner Penapet Narundorn. Exceptional fall. They're ranked number 10 in the country. Of course, they did just get knocked out today, but still. Kopeth's taking on Tomas Pelvakovic-Smith, sophomore out of Australia. Meanwhile, match points, Daria Freeman on 1. That's one way to fight it off. Haley Giavara going to do what she has done from the start. Swing, swing, swing away. Another match point coming up here. 2 more still. Meanwhile, again, Tokats. Commanding position. This is a sight Gators fans will love to see. Strong start from the freshman. Had that dropped in, that's your tennis point moment of the day. Out of Daria Freeman. Lob just goes long, so it's another one of those quadruple threat. It's a game point, it's a set point, it's a break point, it's a match point. Meanwhile, I think the scoreboard has frozen in that Tokats match. Yeah, she missed it. Double faults. Wow. Daria Freeman handing the break to Haley Giavara. So now 5-all. Pal stays alive on court number 1. I think we got to stick with this match. Although, can we pop back in on 2? Where's El Sola? Did she hold for 6-5? Let's go check that out. Cal Princeton, court number 2. Sorry, Cal Princeton, not Florida USF. Cal Princeton, court 2. Although I'm fine with the Florida switch as well. Hitting from Haley Giavara. She has found her rhythm. You see the court positioning battle. Giavara's inside the baseline. Feels like we can see her torso with how hard she's turning into every ball, facing the camera afterwards. Meanwhile, Freeman is 12 feet behind the baseline. Just extending away. So yes, that scoreboard clearly frozen here on court number 6. Meanwhile, let's stay here on 2. Jessica El Sola on the near side of your screen. She does hold, so 6-2, 6-5, another opportunity. Meanwhile, let's head over to court number 1 in Florida USF. Remember that 4-1 lead I mentioned that USF had built after dropping the first set, 6-love at 1? That's no longer the case. Axel Nave. Breakpoint chances now for 4-all. Long talk with the chair.
Let's go, Will!
All right, well, they continued this long consultation at the net here on court number 1. We do have a break point coming up.
Let's go, Nate!
We don't want to miss it, But we would like to watch some action. Meanwhile, El Sola, again, continuing to do her thing. All right, players going back. Come on.
The game is over.
All right, let's go over to court number 2. While they solve whatever it is they're looking to solve there at Florida. And again, we'd stick around if we knew what was happening. We just, unfortunately, do not.
Yes! Yes!
Meanwhile, given the roar we heard, seems like Will Grant does indeed get the break of serve. He does. So Eric Revilius was up a set and a break as well. The transfer from Georgia, though, now down 4-3, set number 2 to Florida's Will Grant. Let's head back to 6. I know it's going to be, I know that scoreboard's frozen, but Tokats has a big lead. We saw him win another game as well. He's either got 4 or 5 on the scoreboard. We'll try to stick there as there may be a match point approaching. Meanwhile, El Sola, again, the uber talented sophomore, 2 points away. And now it's match point El Sola. Three opportunities here for the Bears to put a point on the board. El Sola did a lot of this last year, walking to the net a winner. Jess El Sola, 6'2", 7'5", 2-1 Cal in this testy round 1 affair. Meanwhile, we anticipated correctly. It is Togan Tokats with a win for the Gators at the number 6 singles position. Tokats makes it 2-0 Florida. Over in Gainesville. Meanwhile, how about this? Freeman breaks again. She will serve for the match once more. And boy, wouldn't Princeton love this. Feel like Cal had a bit of a momentum push building. El Sola wins the match. Giovara breaks back, but Freeman says, no, no, no. I'm not going anywhere. So there's your score, 2-1 again. Cal Princeton, we're watching court 1. Let's head over to court number 1 in Florida. Seems like they do have the action back underway there. And 4-1 down. Notre Dame transfer. Neve has knotted things up at 4. Florida overall. Florida also has first sets on the board on courts 4, 5, here on court 1.
Yes, Doc, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Go on.
By the way, I know we had them much shorter than we would have liked. Unfortunately, just some technical difficulties at Georgia, making it almost impossible for us to broadcast the match. But Georgia is about 6 minutes away from a 4-0 win. They're up 6-2, 5-0 on 3, 6-1, 4-0 on 4, 6-0, 3-all on 6. So they are a good 6 minutes away from the finish line. And our super producer Daniel Westup will see if those cameras are ready, if we can show you all the match points. For now, we stay here.
Great stuff, Alex. Great stuff. Go Gators!
All right, sadly, final update. Only 2 cameras working at Georgia. Match is too good here. We're going to stick around. You all can ignore that scoreboard, by the way. Obviously, Daria Freeman, Haley Giovara are still playing tennis.
Yes,
It's not 6-4, 7-5 yet.
Come on, go.
So now 1 game away, 4 straight for the Gator. Maybe even been 5 straight, truth be told. I think he was down 4 love. Man, talk about 2 polar opposites. Westhoff, can we go full on court 1? Cal Princeton, full court 1 Cal Princeton. It's just such a fun contrast of styles. The shot making is so exceptional. 2 more match points here for Freeman. Oh my goodness, she double faulted on a deuce point match point. Up 5-4. A double fault now leads to another deuce point match point. And by the way, unfortunately, again, no scoreboard. Katja Wiersholm, 1 in 5. She wins on 3. So it is 3-1 Cal now. 3-1 Cal overall. No way. No way. So court 4 is done. That's what that tells me. Wow. The ripcord is pulled on match point. File that under things you love to see. Cal 4-1 winners over Princeton. Was a straight set win on court number 4 to give Cal the clinch. And by the way, let's remember, Cal took first sets on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now that's on us. We got too enticed by courts 1 and 2. Unfortunately, just no scoreboard available. We apologize for that. What a cliffhanger. I mean, I don't know, folks. That's just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. With that said, we do have action happening. Let's go, since we only have these 2. Let's go to Georgia. You can go to Georgia court number 2. Let's split screen that with Florida court number 1. Or Florida court number 2. And let's do Florida court number 2 first, because we've got a match point coming up for Florida court number 2. Right now it's 2-0 Florida. Tokat's a 3-0 win at 6. No, excuse me, not a match point at 2, but it is a set point at 2. So that is where I want to go. We'll have to quickly go for 3, Westhoff. So have 3 at Florida in the queue. Set point here for Will Grant. First set, second set, Will Grant. We're going the distance on 2. Quickly to 3. Alvin Tudorica, junior of Ontario, Canada. Nearing the finish line. Takes on the lefty Nate Bonetto. Bonetto playing his first dual match action of the season. He'd been out with injury. So it's great to see the lefty back, one of the few players who got a bunch of reps last year for the Gators. Missed that just wide, so it's a deciding point, set point here for the junior Tudorico. No, excuse me, it's a match point. Thank you, Westhoff. He knows me better than I know me.
Might just be your tennis point moment of the day. They're still trailing, but how about that effort on match point from the junior, Alvin Tudorica? 6'2", 6'3", he puts USF on the board with the win over Nate Bonetto. All right, so it's 2-1. This match still very frisky. Let's go over to court number 1 now. David Totora, game points to extend set number 2 to 5-all. He's lost 5 consecutive games. He raced out. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, the University of Georgia, 2-0 lead. They've got match points now on court number 4, match points on 6 as well. So it's double match point, dual match points right now for the University of Georgia, who we apologize. We'll get those cameras better by tomorrow. Yeah! Talk to the people we need to talk to.
Let's go, Luke!
Of course, one of the most shocking results of the day happening in Georgia.
Yes,
Close there from Axel Neff, but USC, number 10 preseason team in our Cracked Rackets poll, they got knocked out by a frisky Notre Dame team. Notre Dame, a 4-3 win over the Trojans.
Go. Let's go, Axe.
See roaming chair umpires now.
Yo. Yes, Donna!
You want to be the guy at the number 1 spot. This is what it takes. That's extraordinary tennis.
Let's go, Axe!
By the way, final score, University of Georgia 4, Stetson 0. Georgia takes doubles, 3, 4, and 6 singles. They drop a combined 7 games in their 3 singles victories. That's a heck of a performance for the Bulldogs. 4-0 Georgia taking on Notre Dame in tomorrow's regional final. Match we'll have for you here on our broadcast.
Let's go, Axe! Let's go! Come on! Come on, Axe!
All right, all of a sudden, sneaky big deuce point. 2-1 Florida overall. 3rd set on court 2. Florida's up sets on 4 and 5.
Let's go, Axe!
SF needs this.
They need some momentum to start the rally behind. Goes wide. Axel takes 6 of the last 7 games. 6-love, 6-5 lead for the Gators on 1. Let's go over to 4. Debut of the freshman, Jonah Braswell. Saw him as part of the clinching doubles duo. He and Lucas Greif earning that win at the number 3 spot. Right now, Braswell in command, 6'2", 4'1". Freshman taking on Bruno Oliveira, the junior out of Brazil. Came over from South Carolina. I should say as a transfer, came over from South Carolina. You see the long pause here. And service marker incorrect. 6'2", 4'1", 30 all. Should have said something sooner. I apologize. That's Braswell serving on the far side of your screen. Again, Jonah Braswell, the freshman. Little towel movement. Big serve. Maybe a shot clock violation. Braswell now 2 shots at a 5-1 lead. Put him 1 game away. Again, this Florida team's already been tested this season, but as Will alluded to, kickoff weekend's a whole different sort of pressure. It's a good response from the freshman from 30 all to good first serves. Florida's now 1 game away on 2 different courts, and we're going to split screen between those 2 courts. Let's bring up court number 1 now in a split screen. Tutora held for 6 all, so a breaker's going to decide set number 2 on court 1, and this is one of those moments where either 3 minutes or 30 minutes away from this match. Leaded.
Let's go, man.
Axel taking the first point for 1-love on 1.
Yeah!
Jonah Braswell. Young man's got talent. No one has ever denied that. Braswell had a huge fall for the Gators. Former blue chip recruit. 15-3 in fall play. Oh, and you can hear the chomps from Gainesville all the way here in Indy. Mini break to Axel. Braswell's 2 points away.
Let's go, Axel.
Are all the Braswells this strong? Micah's got weapons. Jonah's got weapons. I've met Mr. Braswell. I bet he had some weapons. No doubt about Mama B. Much needed response to fight off match point number 1. But now we have more timing. So Westhoff, give me the slow clap. Match point skaters on 4. Goose point, match point coming up. Braswell 2-0 in the Gators' 2 dual matches thus far. Wins over Texas and UCF. We break back to Totoro, and he lets Neff know about it.
Let's go, Axel. Come on, Axel. Come on.
Ball does land good, so Jonah Braswell. 6-2, 6-1. Heck of an effort there from Axel to track that ball down. And guess what, Axel? You can be the clinch. As Florida now a 3-1 overall lead. Your scores elsewhere. 1-all in the third on 2. 6-4, 3-2 break of serve lead for Florida on 5. So Gators in a commanding position. Let's go full screen on 1 as we change sides. Change of ends again. It's Axel Neve, the transfer from Notre Dame. We joke about this here on our Cracked Racquets shows, but you imagine when he announced he was transferring last year. At the time, you have a roster with Shelton, Riffis. They each had a year of eligibility left. You see players like Goodger, Beneto, Greif on the roster. You think that's what you're joining. Then all of a sudden, everyone turns pro. You're now the top guy once again at a new school.
Let's go, Will. Let's go, Will. Come on. Let's go, Luke.
Mini break back to the Gators. 3 good
Will.
serves
Go,
away
Gators.
from a first-round victory. By the way, break consolidated. 4-2, Lucas Greif now leads for Florida, and he's 2 points away from 5-2. Florida Gator fans loud in the background. Gators 2 points away now.
Let's go, Will! Yes! Yes!
It's time. Match point, Axel.
Go, Will! Let's go, Will. Hold on. Let's go, Ax. Here we go, Ax. Let's go, Luke. Go, Florida.
You play the lets in college, but for the first time, it's on serve, so give it to me one more time. Give me some energy, Gainesville. It's match point, Axel.
Yes, Luke. Here we go, Luke. Oh!
No, it drops in. 2017 National Indoor Finals. Third set breaker, J.C. Aragoni stretched outside the alley, hits a backhand slice. Herko Polinen lets that ball float. It hits the sideline. Virginia wins the national championship. It's the most dramatic version of one of those backhand line passes I've seen. And if you know about that shot. I'm not saying that pass was on that caliber because that was a match point for a championship.
Let's go, Will.
But there's your nominee.
Let's go.
He manages to flip this match.
Yeah!
It's a great response. Great response.
Let's go. Let's go, Gators. Come on. Here we go, Gators. Here we go.
I can't believe I have to say this, but Westhoff, we have to go split screen. We have to bring up court number 5 as Lucas Greif might actually get there first. Greif, the longest first set. Senior 6'4", took it over Elijah Chem of USF. Greif is 2 points away, Westhoff. 6'4", 5'2", 30-15. That's court number 5. If you want to go split screen with that. 8-all, obviously, here. Okay, it went long, so it's match point here. But we got to stay split. As it's match point Greif as well. Double match point. This is the moment Florida Gator fans have been waiting for. Westhoff, come on now. So it's Lucas Greif in the end. They're not going to finish this set. That's highway robbery. This set deserved a winner. Extraordinary tennis on court number 1 for each of these guys. That was a fun one. In the end, it is the University of Florida 4-1 winners over their USF opponents. It's a good win for Brian Shelton and this Florida team as they look to continue to define themselves in this next chapter of University of Florida tennis. With that said, Florida advances. It was a barn burner earlier today between Mississippi State and SMU. That match, I believe, going well over the 3.5-hour mark. In the end, Mississippi State a 5-0 win. Mississippi State a 4-3 win. Yeah, it was Lumsden who clinched over Krull. So Mississippi State upsets SMU. Up next, conference foes Florida. These two teams played many a times over the course of the past 5 years, whether it was the Nuno Borges Florida Mississippi State teams, the Crawford Florida teams. I don't want to say sneaky rivals, but fun things always happen when the Gators, the Bulldogs, share the court. So that match tomorrow, which we will have available for you, of course, here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast. With that said, a little bit of a break now coming up for us here at CR. I do, before we go, want to recap where things stand. It started in Ohio State earlier today. I know we see Tennessee Regional on your screen. I apologize. Tennessee also a win earlier today, 4-0 win. Couple of tough sets in singles, but Tennessee through, where they'll take on the winner now of Oklahoma Charlotte. You had Ohio State, a very impressive 4-0 win over Old Dominion. Tightly contested doubles point, 6 first sets for the Buckeyes in singles. They advanced to take on the winner of Tennessee Wake Forest. You also had Kentucky. Very impressive. They got pushed by the Liberty Flames. Liberty just built themselves too big of a hole. They dropped doubles. They dropped 4 first sets in singles. They made their push. That match got very close at the end, but ultimately Kentucky threw 4-0. They'll now take on the winner of Washington and Notre Dame. And then, of course, you had Tennessee, as we alluded to, win over Louisiana. They'll take on Charlotte or Oklahoma next. Let's go to Cal now. Of course, Cal, hard fought. Very hard fought. Very impressive victory over Princeton. I believe in the end, that's a 4-2 win for the Golden Bears. Princeton's wins at that. Oh, no, they didn't finish number 1. Highway robbery. So 4-1 win for Cal. Match point for Daria Freeman at 1. Princeton got the win at 6. That was a very competitive match. And tomorrow's matches will be competitive as well. San Diego, Georgia Tech, both exceptional. We did have an upset in Georgia. Georgia got through 4-0. No worries for them. Dropped 7 games in their 3 singles victories. But Notre Dame, 4-3 win
over second-seeded USC. USC was one of our preseason top 10 teams. They bring in arguably the best freshman in the country in Maddie Sieg. They have Cayetano. They have Snow Han, Naomi Chung. So much depth. And yet it was this sneaky, frisky Notre Dame team. I said, folks, that Notre Dame would be frisky. They get through 4-3 over USC. Next up, they'll take on Georgia. That should be a fantastic match. And then, of course, again, Florida Gators through. They are now going to take on Mississippi State. Those are our winners so far today. We still have one more match to go. Westoff, can you give me the Baylor regional, please, on our screen quickly? This is one of our more fun regions on the men's side of the draw. And certainly right off the gates, this Baylor team who reached the National Indoor Semifinals last year, the National Indoor Finals the year before that, NCAA Finals back in 2021 as well. They're taking on a team with arguably the best player in men's college tennis this year. It's Murphy Cassone and Arizona State. Of course, you've also got Antoine Cornut-Chauvink, or as we'd like to call him, ACC on that Florida State side. He is arguably one of the best players in all of college tennis. And then maybe your most shocking men's result of week number one, second-seeded San Diego knocked out a very deep Texas A&M team 4-3. If they can do that, what else are they capable of? Keep your eye on this Baylor region. We'll have Baylor versus Arizona State coming up 7 p.m. Eastern time. So about 2.5 hours away. That gives all of us plenty of time to hit the recharge, whether it be go refresh the batteries, maybe you go plug in your laptop, maybe you go get some dinner, maybe now you take the time to respond to all those texts you've been blowing off since you've been locked into our college tennis action. But the good news is this is just day number one. We still have more to go, and we have 3 more days to come, as well as the ceremonial start to the 2023 college tennis season is underway. We hope you've enjoyed these first few hours. But for now, for super producer Daniel Westoff and all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our coverage of the 2023 ITA Kickoff Weekend. We'll see you all in a couple of hours.
Welcome, everybody, to afternoon coverage of day one of the 2023 ITA Kickoff. This is Cracked Racquets coverage of the Baylor Bears versus the Arizona State Sun Devils in this afternoon slot. I'm Gil Gross. I'm joined by Alex Gruskin. It is great to be here for my first ITA Kickoff Weekend on Cracked Racquets, Grusky, and I appreciate you welcoming me. A shout out to Westhoff and Dalton, of course. Let me start by asking you, this morning, results already flowing in. What have been the major storylines for you?
I would say there are three big storylines. One, and the most obvious, it takes Ben Shelton making the Australian Open quarterfinals for me to finally convince Gil to do more college tennis coverage, folks. This is finally a dream come true. We are thrilled to have you joining us here on Kickoff Weekend. That's the big story for everyone to take note of at home. But from a results standpoint, it's twofold. One, the top seeds, they've all looked very good so far. We have not had an upset of a number one host seed thus far. Now, that typically doesn't happen in round number one, but a lot of 4-0, 4-1 victories on the board. Two notable upsets. Notre Dame women knock off USC at Georgia. That was a round one match. USC, a top 10 preseason team in our rankings, 4-3. Notre Dame wins. They are officially on Frisky alert. The other one, Middle Tennessee over Duke, 4-2. Those are two top 25 caliber teams. Should be a big year for Duke. They've got a lot of veterans back. This would be the time. It's a tough loss for them to take in round number one. No shot at the indoors now.
And as far as this group is concerned, Baylor is 22-0 in advancing to the national indoors whenever they've appeared at Kickoff Weekend. That is something that Coach Woodson says he has not told his team, would never tell his team to not apply too much pressure. But how much of a challenge do you think it is this year for Baylor in this Waco group hosting these three additional teams in terms of their quest to make it 23-0 in advance?
Well, that's just great research by you. I did not know that. That's fascinating. This will be their toughest test in program history. It's not necessarily even Arizona State tonight, but Florida State, a winner in their first match. They await the winner of this one. Florida State's already beaten Georgia. They've moved into the top 10 of the ITA rankings. They are really good. And so this is a young Baylor team. I look forward to seeing how they answer that call tonight in front of what is guaranteed to be a ruckus Waco crowd.
Yeah, and do you know what? I will challenge the first part of that statement, and I shouldn't take all too much credit for this one. This is straight from Coach Woodson, and we obviously appreciate his time. Twice they've done it as the 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've done it twice as the 4, 22-0.
What was that, 1977? They were literally the fourth of 4 teams.
Yeah, that I think that's what it was. So obviously finishing last year, number 4 in the ITA rankings, Arizona State 59 in the rankings, and right now Baylor down to 11 in the current rankings. But right now, the rankings, is it fair to say there haven't been enough results inputted where they're not going to be a great reflection of where these teams stand?
Yeah, it's early. I mean, we've seen all of them play fewer than 5 matches. We don't know what the lineups are going to look like, yet, let alone what to expect from these teams. You take the rankings, you see them, but, they're not hanging on the fridge anytime soon.
Sure. This is the 8th meeting between Baylor and Arizona State. Arizona State trails 6-1 in the head-to-head, their only win coming in 1997. But Gruskin, last year when these two teams played, 4-3, and Baylor has not been upset very often in the last couple years. That was a tight one against this Sun Devils team. So what do you make of that result looking back on last year compared to what we might see in this one?
Last year's Arizona State team was certainly young, but they also had some pieces that certainly they'll miss this year Fabian Sell, who graduated from this Arizona State team, he might actually be a fifth year elsewhere, but he was a number 2 singles player, one of their best contributors. The big thing they had last year was oftentimes they had the best player in every match that they played, and that's in now rising sophomore Murphy Cassone, who I like to joke at the end of last season, hottest thing since sliced bread, Murphy Cassone, and during the month of May. And, again, it's college tennis. Momentum matters. Belief matters. When your team goes into a match with the number one, where you feel like you have the best player in the building, you can trick yourself into thinking you can beat anyone.
Absolutely. Well, Murphy Cassone is someone who we will get to witness on this court 1 with the top doubles teams. Cassone pairing up with Max McKinnon of Arizona State, and for Baylor, it's the pairing of Finn Bass and Wampi Mizuchi, full name Juan Pablo Grassi Mizuchi, but you don't hear all 4 dropped unless he's in trouble, right, Gruskin?
Exactly. It's like my dad goes Alexander Scott. I'm like, oh no, he knows. No, absolutely. Wampi to his teammates, to his friends. I will say we had the chance to go to Topgolf with him when we spent some time in Waco, doing some work for their program. See a nice exchange there. Wampi, great hands at the net. Worst golfer I've ever met. Like, he made me feel good.
That's interesting. You would think those two things might be related, right? Your feel. See, that's what people don't understand about golf. It's a lot of touch, less so power,
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. By the way, I appreciate Ethan in the chat. Fabian Sal, who was originally at Louisville, transferred to Arizona State, now back at Louisville for his final season.
Huge forehand down the line for a winner. And this opening game will go to deuce.
A little deciding point action in game number 1.
It's a Murphy Cassone service game getting us kicked off. The lefty Mizuchi will take the return on the deuce side. Body serve, got him. So a hold for Arizona State to open. Cassone McKinnon now up 1-love in court 1. Gruskin, are you getting live scores, or do we have a bit of a live scoring glitch here?
Yeah, I'm not sure they've quite activated the scoreboard at Baylor. We'll jump around manually, I suppose, between these 3 courts for now. I will ask you this, though, Gil. Sleeveless shirts, how good do you have to be to wear them?
You have to be pretty good because that's arguably more important than your muscles. A lot of people will say, well, as long as you look good, you're fine. But I think you can be absolutely jacked, sleeveless shirt on the tennis court. If you can't play, it's not helping your cause.
I've seen the Francis Tiafoe, the JJ Wolves, who go shirtless, are that big, but are terrible at tennis. And yeah, it's a bad look. Now, again, these Arizona State kids, they're all excellent, so they can pull it off. But just a word of warning for those of you at home.
Arizona State on the near court here with the team of Jacob Ballard and Roy Ganat. Ganat, freshman out of Israel, was the number 67 ITF junior in the world.
Just a ho-hum. What are you 67th best in the world at, Gil? Anything?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Jacob Ballard, the lefty junior from Calabasas, he's serving in this game. And for Baylor, it's the excellent team of Jean-Bor Veltz and Teddy Perulek. Ooh, is that a leave?
Yeah, that Teddy one-handed backhand's always going to drop.
I believe we'll have another deciding point here. Chance for an early break for Baylor in second doubles. This team of Veltz and Perulek, 59 in the rankings. Had a look at the forehand return, but the ripper goes into the net.
Are they arguing it's a let? That's denied.
Okay. What would have been the argument there?
Well, I think I saw a ball roll over as he was
okay.
hitting the return. I think Teddy saw it. And by the way, I think it's – and we had permission from Coach Woodson to call him Big Z. Let the record show. I asked – I didn't even ask. It was unprompted. Coach Woodson, oh, you mean Big Z? Because I was practicing my jambors. You know, Big Z, the lefty, I believe, on that ad side.
Yep. And by the way, on that deciding point, I think the forward pressure of the serve and volley, it shouldn't be understated that, you know, it looks like a naked return error, but the fact that you have to try to get it low with the server coming in behind can make a big difference there.
Okay, here's a question for those Baylor fans tuning in. Let us know in the comments section. From this angle, I'm not sure who's playing the ad side. I believe it's the freshman for Arizona State. He looks just like recent graduate from Baylor, Sven Law. Like, from this angle, that could be Sven Law. The haircut, the wheels.
Yep, that would be Roy Ganat from Israel.
It's a young Arizona State team, is it not? I feel like half of their roster still sophomores, freshmen. It's only 7 people.
Yeah, yep, and especially in the back half, the depth pieces. It's been good serving by Teddy Perulik in this game so far. You have, at 4 singles, you have Ganat, who's a freshman. At 5 singles, you have Konstantinos Kashis, who's another freshman. And then at 6, you have Nico Signa, who's a sophomore. Oh my! Some good defense from the Sun Devils, but a hold of serve for 2-1 in this opening set. Opening and only set, of course, in college tennis as we go to court 3.
I do love the momentum of that single set no ad scoring. I call it the shotgun race. I think it's the most valuable and exciting property in all of tennis. It just, things happen so quickly. They're side by side with one another. Momentum really does matter.
So on court 3, Baylor up a break 2-love already. And it's Luke Koenig and Ethan Musa against Kashis and Signa. And already you can hear and see the vocal energy that this Bears squad is going to bring to this court 3 doubles. Luke Koenig and Ethan Musa. Coach Woodson said, if you want to be entertained, we stay on this court. So this is something that maybe we can keep in mind along with Westhoff, as Koenig and Musa will be bringing the energy here.
We've had the chance to hang around with Musa. As a freshman last year, eager would be an understatement of him in these moments, the energy he would bring on the sideline to be able to compete now for the Bears on court. This is a moment he's been waiting for.
Oh, that's a great point. Wow.
They just make it so casual. It's the movement. They all slide with such ease. The reactions, the change of direction. I miss having those hips. Those were the days.
Yeah, I know firsthand that you no longer have that. But we don't have to talk about that.
He landed that. Yeah. Funniest thing you've ever told me is you once unprompted go, oh, I see, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you play like Andy Murray. And I go, oh, what do you mean? You go, well, you walk around like you've had a hip replacement. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, you certainly have the Murray vibes going on.
I get angry.
Baylor trying to close out this game and cap off a great start before the first full change of ends, or I should say change over.
I like the movement, though, of this Arizona State team. There's an aggression, constantly faking, fidgeting, just keeping you guessing. I also like that the team is shirtless and you see Coach bundled up on the sideline there, full coat.
Wow, it's a great return there. And then going hard into the body to draw the volley error.
Again, I like the energy. It's aggressive.
Deciding point, chance for Arizona State to get back on serve here on court 3. I think we've had a deciding point on all 3 courts here.
Wouldn't happen any other way.
There you see it, they're fired up the crowd. They have a 3-love lead on court 3.
Is that a jump kick for 3-0?
Wow, I mean, Gruskin, they really bring the juice.
A jump kick on 3-0.
Really bring the juice.
I'll tell you this, and I love Ethan Musa. Great kid. Win the set. Let's win the set now if you're a Baylor Bear fan, right? You kind of have to at this point. Can we go over to 1? I like that matchup, by the way. I'm curious. Max McKinnon is a fascinating player to me because I'm curious what your background research told you about him. This is a guy who, when it was the boys 16s, he was the #1 seed at Kalamazoo. He was a blue chip guy in his class, and he hasn't quite been that so far at Arizona State.
Yeah, struggled last year a bit, 3-9 in dual matches, at least in singles. But he's got good size. Lanky lefty. Actually looks a little bit stronger to me than when I was looking at photos of him from last year, especially. It seems like he's put on some muscle.
Mm-hmm. I agree. He's always been a bigger guy, especially compared to his peers. But again, if you're going to roll sleeveless, have those triceps.
Right. I mean, I have in my, ID notes, basically, I described him as lanky, and I don't know that I would go there right now. I think he's looking pretty, he's got plenty of meat on the bones.
It's interesting. Down an early break here is Arizona State. Bass and Mizuchi, not going to overwhelm you with any one thing they do, but they play such high percentage doubles, Gil. It's just get to the net, take the angles away. Mizuchi passes really well, both wings, but if you give him a forehand outside that alley, he will beat you cross-court to the spot. It's a great litmus test for how good this Arizona State 1 doubles team really is. That was good.
Great inside-out return there by McKinnon. This Baylor team ranked 3 in the country right now. Bass played with Sven La last year. They went 17-7. National quarterfinalists, ITA All-Americans.
Played with Charlie Broom the year before. They were all tournament team at the NCAAs. Finn can play. Captain of this team as well.
Do you think he's a little bit more polished as a doubles player compared to singles? Now, he's obviously their top singles player, and, he's the number 23 ranked singles player in the world. But just looking at his skill set, do you feel like it's very well suited to doubles?
23 ranked college player in the world, but I'll take it.
Sorry.
No. That's the Tennis Channel instincts kicking in. I like it.
You look at rankings and you just that's what you said.
Well, I mean, you are the 23rd best college tennis player in the world. Like, you weren't wrong. Better, no. More effective, yes. Because again, in doubles, if you don't have a discernible weakness to attack, if you're going to put the return in play 50% of the time, it's just a bigger advantage than it is particularly at the top of the lineup where you just have to have some weapons to finish points.
more on your own terms. I mean, Finn just makes the right play. He's going to pinch forward. He's going to continue to poach. He'll be aggressive. Ball can get up on him. He's not the tallest guy, but he does a great job. He's strong as an ox, really is. And so it's also thinned out a little bit, and that's helped his movement, helped his confidence. Didn't help his return there, though.
Brings plenty of experience to the court, fifth-year senior. We're looking at the serve once again of Murphy Casone, and it's a good one. Another free point for Casone. Nice reflex volley there up at net from Max McKinnon. So Baylor remains up a break of serve, but that was a confident hold. It's 3-2 in the first set on court 1. On court 3, we saw Baylor up 3-love. It's now 3-1. Court 2 all knotted up at 2 apiece.
I like how well this Baylor team continues to pinch forward at 1. Again, that's what I mean when I say the high-efficiency plays. They're going to get to the net. They're typically the one imposing their positioning on their opponents, even if, again, neither guy has that signature serve or signature weapon. And so now that they have that break lead, again, what are McKinnon and Casone made of? Two younger, it still feels like younger guys from an experience standpoint. I'm fascinated to see how they respond.
So this is back now at court 3, which is right now the closest Baylor is to getting on the board here, as this doubles point is up for grabs, and Musa and Koenig continue to bring the energy.
Musa just skips. Like, it's literally, in his head, you just wonder what's the... Gil and I do a show for Cracked Racquets where we talk about the new Netflix docuseries Breakpoint. There's an electronic music that goes on when Rafa does his warm-up. That's going through Musa's head at all times. He's just jamming. There it is.
Good serve from Luke Koenig. He's got good size, 6'2", freshman from South Africa.
I'm going to ask super producer Daniel Westoff, can we go split screen? Can we get both courts 1 and 2 on the screen? Because I want to check in on 2, but I do want to keep my eye on that 1 match, because if there's going to be a comeback for Arizona State, again, McKinnon, Casone, they've at least played matches for this Arizona State team in significant situations compared to some of the newer pieces. You actually would argue that McKinnon and Casone probably have the biggest weapons on the court.
Drop volley, beautiful. Lumpy Mizuchi showing off the hands.
That was feathery. It was soft.
Tightest doubles match thus far has been on court 2. Villard and Ganat against Paravulek and Veltz. Sorry, I put a V in Parulek's name. Didn't mean to do that.
The cool kids call him Teddy.
It was the V of Veltz transferring over to his partner's name.
It's always nice when you get a Baylor roar, right?
Herd Tennis Center is rocking. And that's good, I believe, on the return, which would be a break of serve and a 4-2 lead for Perulik and Veltz.
Petty and Big Z. I think that sailed on Finn.
Oh.
Man. Ooh. Finn Bass with
Finn Bass, yelled, come on, and it was called out.
Try to coax the call out of him sometimes.
It's a good play, right?
In college, it's the play.
Wins the point anyway, behind the second serve. It's interesting that this Arizona State team brings two lefty-righty pairings up top.
I like it. I like it a lot. And again, it's fascinating. We talked about this in passing. There's only 7 players on this Arizona State roster. You need 6 to fill all of the flights in a college tennis match. They are thin. They're going to need every piece to contribute right away. How about that contribution up top? Sets up the deciding point. Looking to get breaks back on both 1 and 2. Here comes the Sun Devil push. Evaporated by Big Z.
Looks like the volley put away by Perulik, or excuse me, Mizuchi. So the deciding point won by Baylor, and a huge one to go up 4-2 on court 1.
And that kind of quells the momentum, right? It's kind of, that was the Arizona State push. That was a little window, quickly evaporated.
And you wonder if that's the kind of point that could kind of transfer over to the singles, because it is Finn Bass serving to Murphy Cassone, and in a big spot and coming through with the serve he wants, coaxing the attackable return.
It'll be a really fun match as we see the Bears now 5-2 on 2. Can we make 2-3, Westhoff? Court 2 becomes court number 3. I feel like we'd have heard Musa if he was close to the finish line. We haven't yet, so I assume they're still a little bits away.
So we're going to check in on court 3 here. It is 5-1 for Baylor.
All right, if he jump kicked for 3-0, backflip for the set?
If he has the ability to do so, I do not doubt it.
He has the ability to do so. Some nice tee serve.
Arizona State with another hold on court 1. It's 4-3 Baylor there. And the roars on court 3 are for quadruple match point. Ethan Musa, Luke Koenig win third doubles for Baylor. 6-1.
Here's the energy from the start. They got on top of this Arizona State team. And look, you're at home Friday night. Solid side crowd, as you can see in the background there for the Baylor Bears. Of course, there's a second side behind this camera. You just know more fans are piled in. It's a really nice start for a very untested duo. That's exactly what you're looking for Coach Woodson.
And Gruskin, it's at the bottom of the lineup where you'd say Baylor probably has the most obvious advantage, and we see it play out in the doubles there with the number 3 getting off the court with a win quickly for the Bears. Now, both sides are young. Talk about the youth at the bottom of the Arizona State lineup. Baylor, it's the same thing, but you feel like there's a little bit more talent there.
Yeah, and even a little more experience. Just Baylor sophomores last year who played in the 4 through 6 positions. They all got to be part of NCAA runs, national indoors runs. This Arizona State team, while frisky, they didn't get to play much postseason action last year.
Now, Baylor 1 game away from the doubles point as court 2 shows a 5-2 lead for the Bears. Baylor coming off of a 4-0 loss to UVA, where they were 2 points away from winning the doubles point. Who knows how that dual match goes if they end up winning it. Insane reflex volleys there from Ballard, fending off an all-out attack from Perulek, but the lob ends up going long, and we're going to get a deciding point. For the doubles point on court 2.
Interesting, they go to the freshman on return.
Sun Devils stay alive.
You'd think you go to Teddy, right? The guy who's played 3 years of college doubles, has played countless deuce points. No, they go to the freshman. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it is interesting. And one of the aspects of Teddy's game that Coach Woodson is extremely high on is the return of serve.
Mm-hmm. You know who his comparison is professionally? You'll see in the singles.
Who's that?
Richard Gasquet. The feel, the movement, the backhand.
We've talked about it many times, Gruskin. When you warm up against a player and they have a one-handed backhand,
eyes light up.
You try to attack it. And the trouble is with Teddy Perulek, it's not the side to attack. It's the strength.
Mm-hmm.
Well done, Perulek. Unable to do enough with that first volley, and he ends up getting past. See this big first serve of Veltz.
Let's go full on 2, Westoff. We got a match point coming up.
The freshman-junior pairing of Teddy Perulek and Jean-Bor Veltz with a chance to award the doubles point to the Bears.
It's great defense. Look how aggressive Teddy was there.
Big Z and Teddy give the doubles point to Baylor. 6-3 win.
It's a really nice doubles point. Well executed, good energy. They stayed consistent. They never let their leads get away. Was Baylor broken at any point? I don't think they were.
Not that I can remember. I don't think that we saw.
A really clean performance for the Bears, and this is a team that, yes, they lost 4-0 to Virginia last weekend. They played the doubles point really close against the #1 team in the country. It came down to a 7-6 set, one tiebreak deciding it. It's a young team, and yet this is something Coach Woodson can say, guys, we have something here. Another good doubles point for the Bears.
And I got into it briefly with the UVA match that ended up being a 4-0 win for Virginia. Baylor was so close to taking the doubles point. And then you had a couple of singles matches there that were up for grabs, even some that the Bears were in charge of. So it's an example of the score not really telling the story of the dual match. And good for Baylor after that performance last weekend to have something to show for their work.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is an Arizona State team. It's been in the conversation for years now. They played this Baylor team 4-3 last year, to your point. Guys like McKinnon and, again, Cassone. Baylor knows the threat they posed. They came out understanding the challenge, and that's a very well-executed doubles point.
So again, if you're just joining us, wins from Luke Koenig, the freshman, and Ethan Musa, the sophomore, over Signa and Kocius, and then Teddy Perulik and Jambor Veltz take out Ballard and Ganat 6-3. And then on the first doubles court, it is worth mentioning, you did have Finn Bass and Wampi Mizuchi up a break against Cassone and McKinnon in what was a slower moving doubles match. A lot of tight games there, and Baylor doing well to hold serve throughout, just with a narrow lead in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to have the chance to chat with Coach Woodson right now. I believe he's joining us for a little mid-doubles, pre-singles conversation. If we have him, Westhoff, definitely bring him in.
Good to see you, my friend.
All right, so we're now joined by Coach Woodson after Baylor wins the doubles.
Did we lose Gil?
Yes, but I can hear you.
I said, well, this is actually me blocking him out so we can finally have a conversation. Gil, we lost you for a second if you want to ask again.
I'm back. I think I'm back. Sorry about that, Coach. You said that Musa and Koenig were going to bring the energy. How does that set the tone when they play a great set of tennis and get the crowd going at Hurd Tennis Center?
Yeah, I think it makes it a lot of fun. There's a lot of great things that our marketing and fan engagement staff are doing to make the chilly weather a little bit more enjoyable. But it's always fun to be able to get behind the players. And Luke and Ethan just do a fantastic job of playing to each other, playing to the crowd, and just having fun. And it's hard not to get behind guys like that.
For your team, Coach, obviously you played a tight doubles point at Virginia last weekend, weren't able to grab that one. Today you're up breaks on all three courts. Don't think you were broken on any of the courts either. Talk to us about that doubles execution. What'd you see from your guys?
Yeah, I really liked what we were doing at William and Mary and at Virginia. I think we have, some very gifted doubles players. It's just about getting the match count together in a tough dual match setting. I thought we lacked a little bit of discipline against Virginia. We got a little bit excited and did some things that we didn't need to do. Trying to make things too good. And tonight we just did a great job of playing super disciplined and playing high percentage doubles, putting ourselves in the right positions, point after point. And yeah, I mean, yes, we were up a break on all three courts and had multiple breaks, didn't get broken. But the thing that stood out to me was that what we did was very repeatable.
Coach, we see you bundled up out there.
Yeah, Pillsbury Michael Woodson. What's this angle?
Well, I also would like to know first, just how it feels out there and how it affects the tennis, but also the decision for many of the players to go with the sleeveless shirt tonight.
Well, I can't say that any of my players are playing in sleeveless shirts. We must not be as tough. I went out there definitely bundled up more than anybody else, but I'm playing for 8 p.m. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to go off the court in the middle of the match. I need to have all the layers on and get warm so that when it gets colder, I don't feel it as much. So I was just kind of prepping myself. At 5 p.m. I walked out with the beanie on. Everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy, but it's not as bad when you get moving around. You get a good blanket up in the stands, a hot cup of coffee or a hot cocoa, and I think it's a pretty nice night.
No, gorgeous night for tennis, Coach. Obviously, good luck to you and the guys here in singles. What should we expect over this next hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah, I hope we can keep the discipline. I mean, it's a very talented Arizona State team. I know it's their first test, but they're a really good group of guys, young, but a good group of guys. So are we. I think there's going to be a high level of tennis. It's chilly, so I think the ball's not moving as much. We just need to stay disciplined and patient.
Coach, really appreciate your time. Thanks for this, and good luck in the singles.
I appreciate
Thanks,
it, Coach.
Guys. Have a good one. Take care.
So that was Coach Woodson as we take a look at the Baylor Regional. This is our afternoon slate. Baylor and Arizona State. The Bears up 1-0. Florida State and San Diego round off this regional.
And Florida State, by the way, got a win 4-2 over San Diego, which is a very good win because San Diego got a win over, I believe it was Texas A&M last weekend, a very good deep Texas A&M team. And so for Florida State, untested but very talented, for them to get that 4-2 win, it proves they are top 10 caliber. And it is not an easy test should the Bears manage to pull through as well today.
Goal is to get to those national indoors. Yeah. It takes 2 wins to do so. Baylor off to a good start here. 1-0, the doubles point in hand. We will have singles coming up on the other side of the break as our Cracked Racquets coverage of ITA Kickoff Weekend continues. We're back, opening game here of Court 1 singles, and a matchup that is one to certainly watch, and probably we will get one of the more competitive singles matches I think we would expect to on this Court 1. Finn Bass taking on Murphy Casone of Arizona State. Gruskin, what do you look for in this one?
Well, and I say this in complete out of love. Everyone's on the Murphy Casone bandwagon. I don't get it yet. Maybe it's because I haven't seen enough of him out at Arizona State. The freshman had some stellar results throughout the course of last season. Tough first-round loss at NCAAs, but what is it that makes him elite? Because he's a guy that many are circling to fill the vacuum at the top of the men's game right now. Shelton's gone. Riffis is gone. Who's going to be the guy this season? I mean, right now, Casone's down a break here to kick things off, and that's a testament to Finn Bass, who will ask every question of Casone tonight. But if he's that good, he'll have to show it if he wants to get the win.
And, of course, the reason why people are looking for Casone to have that massive 2023 spring season is because he does come off a season where he went 15-5 overall in singles, 9-5 at the top singles spot in dual play, and he was the ITA National Freshman of the Year.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Some have argued. But look, again, Finn Bass, good at everything. No clear-cut weakness. Now, will he overwhelm you? No, but he's going to keep the pressure on.
Bass, I mentioned in the doubles, fifth-year senior from the UK. He's going to go pro after this year. Excited for that venture, which of course means he's just a couple of months away, really. What a start for him here.
Every school now has their athletic student body government, right? Where all the athletes come together, they elect their representatives. Finn Bass, president of the Baylor athletic student body.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another nice feather in the cap of the Finn Bass resume is he was Andy Murray's hitting partner at Wimbledon 2016. If we want to trade nuggets here.
Does he? Yeah. I mean, I was going to go to another one he wouldn't want shared, so never mind.
It's good discipline by you, Gruskin. Beautiful serve +1. Finn Bass with an emphatic start to this one. Up 2-love on Court 1. Westov, let's shift over now to Court 2 as we go around the horn early on in our singles action. Doubles point to the Bears, leading the duel 1-0. On Court 2, we have the junior Czech, Teddy Perulek. Transfer from TCU. That's on the Baylor side. You'll see him with the one-handed backhand, which has been compared to Richard Gasquet's on this broadcast. He's on the far baseline. On the near baseline, it's Max McKinnon, another player who we've talked about today, the junior from Newport Beach.
On paper, lefty to a one-handed backhand. On paper, every tennis player knows who that advantage leans towards. It's the lefty. He has some weapons to make Teddy uncomfortable. That said, I was down in Waco again. I did a fitness drill with these guys. When I say Teddy kicked my derriere, I like to think I'm in good shape. I'm not. Oh my God. Teddy has the athleticism to hang. I don't expect this match to finish.
He's got the athleticism and the consistency to take advantage of that athleticism when you're not missing a lot of balls and your legs are that good. He's such a tough out. It's an interesting prediction by you. I like the to not finish call.
Well, let me say this. If this match finishes, it either has to be McKinnon wins or Arizona State is losing 4-0. And I say that lovingly. Because, again, this is one, if you're Arizona State from a match calculus perspective, and that's all college tennis is, you find math. How do I get to 4 points? I think this has to be one. I think Casone has to be one. I think McKinnon has to be one.
And I do think you're right, Gruskin, to circle McKinnon as a real key to this Sun Devils team in 2023, because you do look for him to have an improvement over last year. It doesn't look like he has played in either of Arizona State's first 2 duels. Missed overhead there from the baseline.
Yeah, that overhead indicative of that fact. Yeah.
So the Sun Devils, by the way, 2-0, wins over Wichita State at Wichita State and versus Bryant.
Wichita State's a good win. That's a perennial top 60 in the NCAA conversation team. New coaching staff there, though, this year. I mean, Baylor's a different monster. Absolutely. At Waco's a whole nother test. Okay.
Well, there's the pattern, Gruskin, where McKinnon just looping balls to the Perulik backhand, and the one-hander holds stable.
It reminds me, this McKinnon forehand, of the bootleg version of Aslan Karatsev. Just how big that windup is, how accentuated McKinnon is when he gets outside of the ball. The follow-through goes over the left shoulder and not over his opposite shoulder. But just it's big and loopy.
Might appreciate the conditions out here.
Yeah.
Ball slows down. It's cool. However, it has to be at least, and I don't know what the timing is around this, it has to be 50 degrees or above in Waco. Otherwise, they would have gone indoors to the Hawkins Indoor Tennis Center.
Look at you reading the rule book. It has to start over 50, right? It doesn't have to continue over 50.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the timing is, and I don't know if there might even be looking at the forecast, and okay, is it gonna drop over 50 according to the weather? I'm not sure the particular detail in that respect.
Right now, 49.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that just goes to show you, these are conditions that are very borderline for outdoor tennis.
Spoken like a man who lives in LA.
There's something very... I love tennis in the cold outside.
It's the best.
There's something about it.
No, it becomes more of a gladiator sport. To your point, it's just thicker conditions. To hit a ball through the air just becomes that much more difficult. It becomes so physical.
And it's very college tennis because we rarely see it in the pros. Lots of chess on court 2. The Perulik slice down the line to the McKinnon backhand slice is the finishing sequence as McKinnon nets.
He's just so he's rock solid. Physically, Teddy Perulik is ready for the test of two singles.
That word that Coach Woodson used with us between doubles and singles more than anything is discipline. And I look at a rally like that and I see a lot of discipline.
Well said.
Break point.
That's the ball, though. That's the one right there. If you're Max McKinnon, that's how you win this match. High, heavy. I don't care how good your one-hander is. If you have to hit it at your shoulder, it's no fun.
Absolutely not quite enough depth on the return, and no surprise here on the deciding point to see Perulik want the deuce side. Got the service winner. Lots of heat up the tee. 2-1 on serve on court 2. Let's shift over to court 3 now, Westhoff. Another lefty for Arizona State, one that also uses a red Yonex racket. We're full of them on this Sun Devils team, lefties with the red Yonex. And this one is Jacob Ballard, the junior from Calabasas, California, taking on Marko Miladinovich, someone who we did not see in the doubles for the Bears, Gruskin.
No, for the record, on that Yonex racket, and I'll get to Miladinovich, I had the chance to use it. And you know how sometimes you eat a cookie and it's too crispy, it's overcooked, like it's crunchy, you don't get any soft, anything to bite into, that's no fun. Then you have a cookie that's just pure cookie dough, and it's just like a mush, and it's just soppy and a mess all over your face. And then you get that cookie that's just the perfect ratio, where it still has its outer integrity, yet when you bite into it, it melts into your mouth. That's a Yonex racket when you swing with it, where it's actually you still have the freedom of, like, you think this is a Babolat, and yet it still has a frame, unlike the Babolat, where you feel like it's just a free swing. I love the Yonex racket, and I think I understand why it's growing so popular.
Tommy Paul would agree, making the Australian Open semifinal, changing to the Yonex, but I actually think Ballard changed, it looks like, to the yellow Babolat Arrow Drive? Arrow Drive, I believe it's called.
Yeah. By the way, I had that cookie analogy in my notes. Find a way to use that this weekend.
I'm really glad we got there, even though it looks like Ballard changed his racket from last year. I'm glad we went there.
Yeah, and to answer your question, by the way, on Milutinovic, he's a guy who doesn't have the biggest weapons. Rock solid off both wings. And I think I don't want to speak for Coach Woodson, but I think Baylor fans were hoping that Marko Milutinovic, who is a former highly touted junior in the world, would come in and do a little bit more his freshman season. But look, he struggled to adjust to the energy, to adjust to the physicality of this collegiate game. And I think Milutinovic is a guy who in year number 2 could have a massive bounce back from last season. If Baylor's top 10 this year, it's because Milutinovic took the leap.
Triple break point here for the Serb. And Gruskin, to your point,
for the record, I think the marker's wrong. I think he's serving. I think Milutinovic is serving an up a break.
Yep, you are right. To your point, Gruskin, Milutinovic 7-5 in dual play last year at number 3 and number 4. Now, you do see Coach Woodson instilling confidence in him with the lineup decision, right? Putting him at the number 3 spot, ahead of a Wampi Mizuchi, ahead of a Luke Koenig.
Yeah, again, it's early in the season. Lineup chicanery happens across the country. It's one of the great pastimes in college tennis is finding a way to skew your lineup. Look, Milutinovic from a physicality standpoint, from a consistency standpoint, he's your typical middle of the lineup guy. 3 through 5 singles. Just know if you play Marko Milutinovic, it's going to take you at least 2 hours to beat him. You have to be confident when you play that sort of game style because there will be times when you go down 3-1, 4-1, and someone with the bigger weapons is just connecting. How patient will he be?
Good aggression on that occasion. I don't think he caught the volley clean, but it went where he needed it to go.
For the record, shout out to our dear friend, Cracked Racquets contributor and No Ad, No Problem blog and podcast founder John Parsons. Projected weather needs to be above 50 degrees for 2 hours out of a 3-hour time period from the scheduled match start time in Division 1. So if in the 2 out of 3 hours leading up to it, I imagine it's over 50 degrees, you play it outside.
Wow, that's terrific. What an overhead there from Ballard.
And Ballard's another former blue chip recruit, a guy who started out at Texas, obviously heads over to Arizona State, but a guy with serious weapons. Like, am I crazy to think, I don't want to say this match is on his racket, but he should have a lot of chances.
Just a matter of if he can hit through Milutinovic in these conditions. Another successful foray to the net for Marko Milutinovic.
He's just good. Marko, I mean, all of these guys are good. Great analysis, Alex. Let's that's what you come here for. But Marko Milutinovic is rock solid everywhere. And I do wonder last year how much of his struggling was confidence-based, that he got off to a slower start. You feel like there's a world he goes 7-0 or 6-0 through his first 6 matches, he's a different player the rest of this year.
Having a lot of success early in this match.
I just love how the cameras pick up different groans across the course of a men's match, where you just hear some sort of visceral, hey, and you're like, what was that? And it's just like, no, that's how men communicate.
Check around the scores right now. On court 1, we did see Bass go up an early break against Cassone. That break still stands, and Bass leads 3-2. McKinnon is up 3-1 on Perulik in second singles. We're going to get to some others in a moment. Milutinovic trying for the double break right now. On court 5, that would be fourth singles. We have Mizuchi and Ganat, and it's Ganat with a 3-1 lead. That would be a huge result for the freshman from Israel, Roy Ganat. Veltz and Kashis are on serve, 2-all in the first. And in sixth singles, Musa and Signa also on serve. Nice serve and volley to force the deciding point.
Here's the thing. Milutinovic is a former world junior number 2. It's a guy who's been top 500 in the ATP Pro rankings. You just wonder, again, he's not the biggest guy, but you see the skill set here. Does he go about taking away that forehand? Oh.
Gorgeous two-shot pass. Milutinovic the break. He leads 4-1 now.
That was gorgeous.
Good anticipation there. The return was a little bit shorter than he would have liked, but made up for it with the following couple shots. 4-1 lead here in third singles for Milutinovic over Ballard. Let's go now to court 4. We'll see Wampi Mizuchi against Roy Ganat, and this, thus far, is a strong start for Arizona State's Ganat.
Yeah, especially against a guy in Mizuchi who, I'm sure you have the number in front of you, he lost, what, like 3 total duel matches last year? Something crazy like that?
Yeah, 15-2 last year.
Yeah, exactly. And so, look, he's a guy who's done a ton of winning, whether it's at Baylor, whether it's back in his time at UCF. Lefty's got skills. He works you around the court. If you do not have a weapon to take time away from him, you will not be beating Mizuchi. A little higher in the lineup. Weapons will be a little bit bigger. But this is surprising.
That go wide, that forehand down the line?
Yeah, that was a slap. That was rushed. That's the word that comes to mind.
So Ganat with a point. It'll be 2 points, really, for a 4-1 lead.
I will say, quick tangent, I can't understate, I cannot be understated, or no, it cannot be overstated, excuse me, how difficult it is to play under the lights. If you haven't done it before, which if you're not from California, we really don't play under the lights, or Florida,
you can't see the ball the same. It's just everything is a little bit different. The point is that overhead was really difficult.
Absolutely something that can get tricky, and certainly part of home court advantage. You'd think they've had plenty of practice under the lights on this court over the years. Just long. So that's a huge couple of points for Wampi Mizuchi. If he's going to win this opening set over Roy Gannat, he had to have those two. So it's 3-2 here on singles line 4. Let's now go to 5 west off to check in on Luke Koenig, the freshman from South Africa, against another freshman, Konstantinos Kashis from Cyprus.
I think, yeah, they announced it late.
Oh.
I think they pulled Koenig. They pulled him from the lineup, so they moved up. And I was anticipating they might. I didn't see it till the scoreboard came up, so we now have official confirmation. They pulled Koenig from singles.
Okay, so Koenig out of singles, and it's Zambor Veltz moving up for Baylor, and then sliding into that 6th spot is Ethan Musa.
Correct, yes. So there you go, a little lineup change. Maybe you're rewarding Musa. Certainly you want to get Miladinovic matches. I do think Big Z, Jambor, Musa, Koenig, that's the battle for that final spot in the lineup. And there's some people around the program, as we see far side of your of the court is the freshman Jambor Velch. There are some people around the Baylor program who think come May, he might be the #1 guy on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, it was a kind of a difficult fall for Veltz, an adjustment period for him, but just based on his weapons and his athleticism, he's the kind of guy, Gruskin, that you think, hey, remember when he was playing 5? Remember when he was playing 6?
Yeah. No, I mean, you can count to all those guys, by the way. Pat Maloney plays 1 for Michigan. His freshman year, he was 7th guy on the roster. Now he's #1 and one of the 15 best players in the country. Obviously, Ben Shelton's the notable development story of late. Max Cressy was one of the worst players in college tennis his freshman year. Go ask kids on his team stories.
Veltz also, though, a tremendous start to dual play this spring. He's the only 3-0 player on the team. Obviously, that has a lot to do with how quickly you're finishing your matches. The fact that he was able to fend off Virginia last weekend. In fact, I believe he was in good shape in his match as well against Virginia.
Because he was playing, what, 6? I think he was up on Alex Kiefer.
Yeah, I'll have a check on that.
Yeah. Interesting. It's my first time watching Velch. I will say, from a lineup diversity standpoint, Baylor's got some options. Lefties in Mizuchi and Velch, much like we saw in Ballard and McKinnon for this Arizona State team. But then you've got Bass up top, the energy of Musa, the well-roundedness of Perelik.
Veltz was 2 points away from winning his match when that one got stopped. It was the first set to Veltz, 6-2, and then they were in a second set tiebreak, which Veltz led 4-2.
We saw that today. Daria Freeman had match point for Princeton on Haley Giovara. She actually had 3 of them. She lost 2 the first 2. I think it was 6-4, 6-5 deuce. Match stops. Yeah, I mean, to have these weapons in the #5 spot, like, you see it. You see why. Took 1 forehand. Yeah, 3 serves, and you're like, oh, okay, Big Z. And I do think it's also worth noting who's standing on this court, Gil, of the Baylor coaching staff. It's head coach Michael Woodson.
It's always telling early in the season, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Lob goes just long there from Cautious. Again, freshman from Cyprus who dropped his first completed match against Wichita State, so looking for his first collegiate victory in dual play here.
Haven't seen him play. Spoke to a fellow player from Cyprus who knew him a little bit. Raves about his character. Says this is a guy who will make the most of his 4 years in college tennis. Now again, skill sets still to be determined, but you always love hearing the culture report.
Oh boy.
By the way, what a coup that is for head coach Coach Hill of Arizona State. You go to the athletic department, they're like, why did you bill us for a trip to Cyprus? And you're like, oh, just come see my number 5 singles player.
Yeah, I mean, all the reviews of that country are stellar.
Yeah, no one goes to Cyprus, and it's like, could have just gone to Greece.
The land of Marcos Bagdatis.
Petros Frysokos, shout out to the NCAA champ.
Velt's getting a lot of forehands, and that's a big hold of serve now. Veltz goes up ahead 4-3. It's a competitive 5th singles duel. Let's go to 6 now to complete our little around the horn foray at the start of the singles.
Can I just thank James Dack for thanking me for my cookie analogy? I just needed one person in the world to enjoy it, and that was you, James, so thank you.
Certainly wasn't me. Signa, as long as the marker is right, appears to be up a break on Ethan Musa, who was a big help along with Luke Koenig in putting this dual match off on the right foot for Baylor. At the third doubles position, they won their set 6-1, and they did so loudly.
Yeah, look, if I'm a Baylor Bear fan, this is the court I'm slowly trickling my way down to, because this is where the energy is. And again, this is where, if you're a Baylor fan, you have your most questions. How do Velch, how do Musa, how do Koenig compete in these opportunities? You know, again, of course, Finn, Teddy, you're curious how they rise in the lineup. But a lot of Baylor Bear fans will not have seen Musa compete. And so this is a massive data point for him, even against a fellow young player like he's got here in the Sun Devil.
Speaking with Coach Woodson, Musa's bread and butter is his effort level, his consistency, the ability for him to grind. But the next step in his development has been developing the weapons, and they won't come that easily at 5'8", but there can be plenty of firepower to be accessed, and it's somewhere that Musa has improved over the course of the last year at Baylor.
You think about some of the greats, the Zeke Clarks of the world for Baylor, a guy like a Jimmy Bendeck, who, again, maybe not the biggest weapons, but their energy, their effort. Good racket speed there. If he floats a little wide. Meanwhile, again, here for Arizona State, in a year in 2022 where just about everyone struggled, Signa was okay. Like, I think he went, what, like something like, I want to say 5-7 throughout the course of last season. Maybe 5-8 in dual match play. He got a lot of run, certainly.
Signa?
Yeah.
3-6, playing at 4-5. I like this because, you know, it's Gruskin comes out here with his incredible institutional knowledge and memory of how these guys did, and I do have most of it written down here.
Yeah.
Good combination. Good test for you, Grusky.
No, I always say some people do things like figuring out which chromosomes go where, or like, I don't know, how to find a cure for a disease. I look up 2010s college tennis. Like, that's my strike zone. Sorry, guys. You want anything on Alex Damajan, Sanam Singh, I'm your guy.
It does look like we have some opening sets going down to the wire. So Westhoff, let's go split screen on courts 2 and 3 here. As you have McKinnon up 5-2 in his opening set over Parlek. And then you have Miladinovich on the Baylor side up 5-2 against Ballard.
It's just rare that we get things right here at Cracked Rackets, or at least me in particular. Westhoff always gets it right, but you had to circle this one for Arizona State because, again, the weapons McKinnon has on the right day, they can pose a problem for any opponent.
Wow, just a beauty. Great start to that
with
game.
how he held the finish, too. I like that. But the big thing for McKinnon as well, and Arizona State fans will know this, it's an energy thing. I say this lovingly. He was not afraid to get negative early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's winning right now, but even in doubles, there was just like a little edge to him that I noticed.
Miladinovich with 4 set points. And Ballard sails the return. There is the opening set for Marko Miladinovich. The first set in the books in singles here, 6-2. And Gruskin, I should have mentioned earlier, this is a rematch from last year. We mentioned that Arizona State put up a really good upset bid against Baylor when these two met last year and ended up being 4-3 to the Bears. This was an area where Bullard got the win in 3 sets over Marko Miladinovich. Last year, it was at 4 singles. Now they're doing battle at 3 singles.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, again, it's an interesting matchup because certainly from an eye test perspective, you see the serve, you see the forehand of Ballard. They stand out as 2 definitive weapons in the match, and yet what Miladinovich has done so well is just impose his athleticism, his ability to absorb, redirect, do a little bit of everything. He's taken that first option away from Ballard, and Ballard hasn't found plan B, plan C yet. That's the adjustment he'll have to make if he wants to work his way back. Flip side again. If you're Teddy, gotta find a way to get McKinnon out of the center of the court.
There we go, Teddy. Just like that. Just like that. There you go.
Or push him so far into the center of the court because you hit a first serve like that. That's the alternative approach.
Another scorched one-hander, and Parulek survives for now to hold his serve in 5-3. If we could go quickly to court 1, Westhoff, this seems like a big moment with Bass and Casone, the top singles matchup.
By the way, put a little pin in that, Westhoff. That might be your shot of the day. That was very nice from Teddy Paralek.
4-all deciding point here. Not a lot of rhythm between this first and second serve. And Casone doubles. Bass will serve for the opening set against Murphy Casone.
I don't think Murphy loves the calls on those serves. I will also say, though, again, haven't watched a ton of Murphy,
just listening to the sound and seeing the ball come off his racket on that serve, he has my attention now. I know he missed it, but like, did you hear that? That was impressive.
There's a lot of violent acceleration there. I was concerned for Murphy Casone after the first serve because there was a lot of activity there where he had to clear a ball off the court and he was serving volleying. It looked like he thought the first serve was in. So it was a very disjointed routine between the first and the second, and in a huge pressure moment.
Well said.
McKinnon is 2 points away. Nice combination.
Woo.
And this would be the biggest bright spot thus far for the Sun Devils.
And I only have one word to describe that. Routine. That looked routine off the racket of Max McKinnon. It sets up set points.
That was an excellent serve from McKinnon and an excellent first set. Goes to Arizona State on court 2. 6-3 for Max McKinnon, the junior from Newport Beach, over Teddy Parlek.
It's a good set of tennis for Max McKinnon. Now again, needs some teammates to match that sort of performance. McKinnon was first strike. Take a big first swing. Thought he played within the margins as well. I don't think he did anything extraordinary. Like, that feels like a very replicable set for the junior.
To court 1 now. Break in hand for Finn Bass, serving for the first set against the reigning ITA National Freshman of the Year.
There was a break on 3 for the Bears. My ears seem to indicate.
Miladinovich took the first set 6-2, now up 1-love in the second over Ballard.
By the way, Westhoff, that's how you say that in English. Keep an eye on 3. Velch is close on court 5, excuse me, where Velch is closing in.
Well, Bass in big trouble here. Four chances for Casone to extend this opening set. By the way, we were a bit surprised at Wampi Mizuchi down 4-1 to Roy Gannat. He's come all the way back now, 4-all in that one. That's 5th singles. Sorry, that's 4th singles.
It's pretty close everywhere, though. Arizona State has played a good first hour of this match. Cool.
Well, to be expected, lots of twists and turns in this one. Back-to-back breaks of serve, and it lands us at 5-all.
And honestly, can we split screen this with court number 5, super producer Daniel Westhoff? Because we've got a couple of 5-alls right now. And by the way, we've got Arizona State closing in on a first set as well over on court number 6. So, hey, if this next 10 minutes, it's critical for both teams. Because there's a world where Arizona State comes out of this next 10 minutes with 4 first sets.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
All right, I'm starting to see it with Murphy.
Casone getting in the groove offensively. That's great dictating from Veltz. Again with the forehand, I don't feel like Cautious is making him hit enough backhands in these rallies. It's all forehands for Veltz.
He's moving well around the court. To his credit, the footwork is very precise, but no, you're absolutely right. It just feels like not a lot of pressure's been placed on him yet.
It's a better job there from Cautious. How about the effort from Finn Bass, grinding from the back of the court to get the error.
What he does. It's right there, going to keep putting that pressure on Cassone. 40 love 2 points ago. Now all of a sudden this service game becomes complicated. Start to second guess yourself.
And on court 5, you got a 5-all, 30-all.
Signa, by the way, about to serve for the setup 5-4 at 6 for Arizona State. So again, these 10 minutes could very well define the next hour.
Incredible effort by Finn Bass. That backhand down the line from Cautious looked very close.
It landed back-to-back backhand down the lines. It's that hour.
Wow, you know, Gruskin, I watched that last point. This might be the cooler conditions, just aiding Cautious, staying in the points from a defensive position, absorbing Veltz's firepower. Deciding point on court 1. Big serve, and the forehand is cleaned up. So after Bass comes all the way back in the return game to force a deciding point, Cassone comes up with a big serve and holds for 6-5.
Cassone had something to say to that Baylor sideline there. You saw a big gesture that way. Sometimes you're your own worst enemy. And look, it's an inflection point to remember, because not only does Arizona State hold for 6-5, they break for 6-5. They'll now serve for the first set at 5. Westoff, can you make court 1, court 6? You beat me to it. Because look at this.
This will be the sophomore from Italy, Nicola Signa, for the Sun Devils, serving for the first set against Ethan Musa.
A lot of breaks in this match so far. Scoreboard watching from afar.
Could we be on our way to another break? Love 30 from Musa. Yep. That looked a little bit tight on the forehand side, like he was feeling the scoreboard.
All said. I think this would be break number 6 in service game number 10.
Some matches where the language of tennis becomes disingenuous, and it's not about holding and breaking. It's just games.
No, the best is when you're talking to someone and they're in on the joke. They go, "Oh yeah, we're on break. It's 3-2."
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Great footwork there from Signa to create the forehand.
I'll never forget, I was talking to North Carolina head coach Brian Kalbus, and there were once 9 straight breaks to start a doubles match that he was coaching, the head coach for the North Carolina women. And I go, 9 straight breaks, what's going through your head? And he goes, well, Alex, you know, this is college tennis. He's like, it's not that rare. And so, yeah, and I was like, oh, I didn't think about it like that. He's like, yeah, like, come on now.
The grinding from Musa pays off. Breaks to stay alive in the first set. Absorbed some big Signa forehands in that rally.
That's Musa's job. Just stay alive. Again, let the more experienced hands pull away in this match. If you're Musa, the goal is your match does not finish and you do your role to just keep fighting down there at 6 for the Bears.
This has been such an interesting one on court 5 with Veltz against Cautious.
Oh, no. Let cord.
Net cord goes to Cautious.
What's up? Can you make court? Yeah, I was going to say court 1. Perfect. Beats me to it.
Murphy Cassone 2 points away from the set. Finn Bass hoping to force a breaker. It's a much better job by Cautious. We talked about just making Veltz hit backhands, and he went with the high, heavy looping forehands cross-court repeatedly.
It's been a physical match. A lot of 5, 10-shot rallies, it feels like.
What a great return. My goodness.
So double set point here for Arizona State. Look, they get these two. Now all of a sudden, they have 3 first sets in their bag.
A tremendous effort thus far from the Sun Devils in Waco. Can they seal the deal? Veltz fends off one. And Cassone takes the opening set off of Finn Bass.
And did you hear that? Yells scoreboard as he's running to the bench. It's college tennis, baby.
Yeah. What's your feel of court 1? Is there some tension there?
It's beef in the way there's always beef. If you're the number 1 player, you're the guy with expectations. Every fan right now at the Herd Tennis Center is directing their angst, directing their anger, and not always saying the nicest things at you. And guess what? You just said with your tennis, take this. Yeah. He's earned it. This is college tennis. And again, Arizona State's making a push, and we have to go full on court 6 because this first set on 6 now becomes, dare I say, almost everything. I mean, not almost everything. There's a lot of tennis still to be go. But from a momentum standpoint, right now, the belief for Arizona State has to be real.
First set for the Sun Devils on court 5, Cautious over Veltz. First set for Arizona State on court 1, Cassone over Bass. And first set on court 2, McKinnon over Parulek. Can they make it 4 opening sets? Signa looking to force a breaker.
By the way, can we split this with court number 4 as Mizuchi's closing in as well? What a turnaround that turns out to be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And good catch there, Gruskin. Ganot was up 2 breaks of serve, 4-1 in this first set. Nice volley.
Honestly, the near side Musa experience, I'm really excited for this. Like, because we get to see it all up close.
And by the way, man, so much credit to this Arizona State team. Young, on the road, relatively untested. They have played a great first couple of hours.
Wampi Mizuchi on the near side on court 4 for Baylor, trying to complete the comeback. And how crucial is it? Overhead missed. Wampi does everything right in that point, just tries to cut it too fine. It looks like he even got a clean strike on the overhead. Just went wide.
Well, I think what happened, I don't know if you guys heard a yell on your end of the mic. We heard one on our end. I think that was a Baylor teammate assuming that Wampi approach was going to be a winner. So technically Mizuchi lost that point twice, because that's a hindrance, my friend.
Couldn't you argue that you were yelling about something else?
No.
No?
I mean,
that
yes.
would be my excuse, Gruskin.
No, you could, but come on now.
I know. I'd be like, I was talking about court 6. And then what would they say? I don't know.
Yeah, that's just tennis gods karma,
Yeah.
as they like to say. But all right now.
All right.
2 set points fought off. Scoreboard's behind a little bit, I think, on 6. I think Muse is at 15:30. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
See, here's the flip side. Yes, Arizona State's clearly got the momentum right now, 3 consecutive sets, but Baylor takes these 2, and it's the shortest momentum run of the day. It's like, oh, congrats, you had a little 3-minute run. And then the Bears steady the ship. Oh.
Mizuchi, backhand drop shot doesn't go. And it'll be a deciding point.
What was that choice?
It was a winner if he landed it, but Gruskin, you never want to miss a drop shot wide. It's just there's no point of missing it wide because you're not really going for an angle there. You're just trying to take away the depth. Huge deciding point, court 4. It's good from Mizuchi. And the veteran.
Wait, hold on. Did he call it wide? Called wide and confirmed.
Yeah, wow. Well, you saw the reaction from Mizuchi. He thought he had it. What a shocking turnaround on court 4. Wow. 4 set points saved by the freshman from Israel, Roy Ganot. And now as the tiebreak begins on court 4, the tension and immediately is on court 6, where Musa has a set point for Baylor.
I mean, you gotta love college tennis. Come on now.
And just for the record, as we've got the set point.
Oh my goodness. Signa, backhand winner. And a deciding point on 6 coming up.
Oh no, that's Musa, right? That's got to be Musa with the celebration.
Oh. Yes, yes.
I mean, that's a hell of a set. Let's go full on 4 probably. Yeah, full on 4. Watch the ending of this first. I mean, here's the thing I wanted to say. If any of you expect Gil and I to make an accurate assessment of that far sideline call via a live stream, with all due respect, I have no idea. Yeah, like, sure, maybe it was in, maybe it was out, but this set is now, again, inflection point.
Yeah, especially when we're in the split screen, everything gets even smaller.
Yeah.
But was confirmed by the chair on the far sideline. You will add. Good bounce back in this second set on 2 from Perulek, up 3-1 against McKinnon. Miladinovic looks to be in very good shape against Jacob Ballard. 6-2, 4-1 for Marco. Great pass. Not on the money.
And you can tell just from how Mizuchi has played these last 6 points, he's afraid to move forward. Ganat just must be nailing him with that pass over and over again. You see the speed, right, Gil?
Yeah. Gruskin, do you remember the first set point in this one?
On Love 40?
Yes.
When he blasted a forehand wide?
I believe it was the missed overhead.
Oh, yeah, I missed the overhead wide. Yeah. And that was the hindrance.
Yep.
Wow, my brain is broken if I can't remember that. That's sad. That's poor. That's why we needed you here, Gil. By the way, you feel like with this, I feel like Mizuchi could go straight from here to the lacrosse field. Just like fit in perfectly. Oh, yep, confirmed. Just long.
Backwards cap, flowy hair. The senior from Argentina. I don't know that they play lacrosse in Argentina, Gruskin.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Mizuchi only plays tennis. That was my assessment from watching some of his other coordinations. I remember, I think we said, well, we asked, like, so how's the basketball game? He just kind of smiled and shook his head. He was like, no, that's not for me.
No, lefty from Argentina. We don't have any Manu Ginobili action.
No, he said he plays a really good ultimate frisbee game because he's fast as hell and can, like, you know, sort of catch things. But the nicest guy in the world also as well, worth noting. And we tease him because we do love.
It's a tricky little shot there from Ganat. He's trying to play that from a low contact point, very tight on the net.
He's not going away. He's really not. It's just sitting there for the whole first set. I'm sorry.
I'm impressed he made that last shot, that forehand. I thought that was going to be a little tricky.
Worth noting, by the way, because we're going to stay here, Cassone already up a break 2-love in set number 2, but Paralek's up 4-1. Miladinovic is up 4-1. Velch is up 2-love in set 2.
I loved that first ball forehand from Mizuchi. No hesitation there. He had a look to rip it, and you know, he just was like, yeah, we do not need to get into a rally here. I'm taking my chance. Good inside-out forehand there from Mizuchi. At this point, seems like he's mentally rebounded from losing those 4 set points at 6-5. Very much engrossed in this tiebreak at this point. That's a couple from Ganat where he's gotten some service winners, but it's called out. Second serve here. It's bad net cord luck.
At home, too.
Tell you what, though, that's not a shot that Mizuchi should have been hitting that low to the net. You know, it'd be one thing if you're attacking with a flatter ball down the line or such. That was a trade. Should have been a little bit more margin on that. Nonetheless, it's unlucky. Mizuchi's turn to save a set point.
Got good. Very, very quickly.
That was a great point, too. You're right to point out the speed of Roy Ganat. It seems very, very difficult to hit through the Israeli freshman.
Well, you can tell Mizuchi is afraid to swing through a ball. He's massaging everything. And part of that is a byproduct of, look, I'm down 6-5. I don't want to make the error that loses me the set, speaking as Mizuchi. You know, that said, I do think the harder he hits the ball, the bigger it comes back at him. And that's just Ganat absorbing, redirecting everything. Now, he has done an excellent job of doing that, but at some point, you got to create your own offense, right? And I just worry that that's not, you know, again,
Yeah,
he hasn't done much of that.
it's a little bit of venom missing. I think at times there's been offensive intention, but not 100%. 6-all. Oof. Well, he did try to go after it. Results in the air. Second set point coming up here for Roy Ganat. Roy Ganat upset-minded on court 4. He takes the opening set in a breaker.
I mean, we have ourselves a match. 4 first sets go to Arizona State. If Baylor's going to win this match, they need a 3-set victory in singles. The first place that might come is court number 2. We should pop there now as Teddy Perlak, a 4-1 lead on the precipice, a 5-1 there. Milodinovic is close to the finish line, Gil on 3, but wow.
not something that you felt coming after the doubles, where Baylor was clinical and decisive in the 2-spot and the 3-spot, even up a break at first doubles with, you'd have to say a very confident doubles point for the Bears, which is right now the only points up on the scoreboard. Oh, great D from Perulek and excellent reaction from this crowd.
Yeah, simply put, it's Teddy time. It's time for the veterans to step up.
Miladinovich has certainly stepped up. And Westhoff, maybe we go split screen here and check in on court 3 to see Miladinovich now 2 points away from closing out Jacob Bullard. Again, this is going to feel very, very good for Marko Miladinovich, who was defeated by Bullard in 3 sets last year, not only to reverse that result, but to do so with this kind of scoreline.
Oh, that's a body shot.
Well, a chance for Bullard to take out some frustration, and he does not pass that opportunity up.
That's almost a gimme. By the way, Velch, 4-0, Baylor on court 5.
So him and Perulek bouncing back nicely. Casona's up 4-1 after taking the opening set on court 1. Miladinovich supreme on court 3. And it's revenge over Jacob Bullard from last season. 6-2, 6-2. Miladinovich puts the Bears up 2-0.
It's a much-needed win for this Baylor team, especially after you drop 4 first sets. Just a little reminder to everyone out there, hey, we're still up 2-0. That's a massive victory from the sophomore Miladinovich, who, despite being a sophomore, is one of the returners on this team. Again, things are going to be expected from the sophomore this season. It's a big way to step up.
Double set point for Teddy Perulek. And he closes out what was a lovely set of tennis, clean as a whistle, and we will go to the distance on court 2.
That was like 17 minutes. That was truly clean as a whistle. And, again, speaking of quick sets, can we split screens courts 1 and 5, please? Split screen. I'm losing the English thread here, Gail. I apologize. I'm gonna cede the talking to you moving forward. But 2 quick second sets. Murphy Cassone. Again, we've watched him for like 6 minutes. I get it now. I see the contact point. I see the fluidity. I want to split this with 5 where Velch has come roaring back. But man, this is a message from Cassone.
Gruskin, the Sun Devils needed to have this at first singles, right? Absolutely.
It was necessity. I mean, and by the way, not just today. All year long, they're going to be riding that Murphy bandwagon.
Of all of the Murphy Cassone statistics last year, I think the most impressive one, he was undefeated in the Pac-12. in singles court. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
now
he beat Dostanek, or they didn't finish, I think, the USC match.
It's likely. I'm not sure, but I don't think he took a loss in the Pac-12.
That's nuts.
Little break point here for Cautious as he tries to win back some momentum on court 5. Worth a quick reminder, the winner of this one will play Florida State in the regional final. Went over San Diego earlier today.
And you know, by the way, who's sitting at home right now and enjoying this more than anyone? Dwayne Holquist, head coach for Florida State, who's like, take your time. You want to play 2 more hours? Give us 2 more.
Cautious breaks the run of games for Veltz and gets on the board in this second set. Top singles matchup here between Finn Bass and Murphy Cassone. And a deciding point now with Cassone a chance to go up a set and 5-1. Well handled from Bass. Very low contact point on that third shot forehand. He had to scoop it up off the court surface and drop it in before the baseline on the approach shot. He did so nicely, and it was a difficult pass for Cassone, which he could not make. So Finn Bass hanging in there in this second set against the ITA National Freshman of the Year from Kansas. Seeing a lot of firepower from this Murphy Cassone serve, that's for sure. Hold that love for Cassone. Bass can't get into a return game in this second set. So now Murphy Cassone is a game away on court 1 as he looks to put his Sun Devils on the board here. Baylor with a 2-love lead, the doubles point, and a win by Marko Milutinovic at third singles over Jacob Billard. Some third sets are awaiting the start. In fact, Perulek and McKinnon are now underway in their deciding set. Westhoff, let's go to court 5. Check back in on Mizuchi and Ganat. This was the craziest opening set of them all, as Ganat started off up 4 games to 1. Mizuchi with a huge comeback. Right now we're on, I think I said the wrong court. We are on Veltz and Cautious right now. Veltz has had a strong second set, bouncing back after the first. This is one of the many opening sets that the Sun Devils won in the singles. Cautious here. Ganat, Cassone, and McKinnon. As Gruskin put it very well moments ago, it's going to take a comeback from a set down by someone for Baylor in order to win this. Double fault there from Cautious. Break of serve to Veltz. 5-1 in the second. Nice start to the third set for Ethan Musa, or excuse me, the second set for Ethan Musa. He's worked to a 3-1 lead.
It's going to be amazing when
Nico Signa,
when he finishes second on the list. He's going to be the second match done. At that point, you and I can just sit back and he'll do the play-by-play. We'll hear him.
Yeah, there you go. Gotta love it.
We got a question from Kyle Schuberg in the chat, Gil. I'm curious your thoughts. He said, how much pro potential does Cassone have? I wanted to throw that to you. Don't need an immediate answer. Just one to dwell on.
Sure. I think the biggest thing that stood out to me thus far is his serve. And he's not all that tall, which is a good thing because, you know, you're not at a huge disadvantage from a movement standpoint if you're able to serve as well as Cassone does at his height. I like the snappy forehand by Cautious.
Mm-hmm. This Arizona State team has proven to me that they're fighters. That's what my takeaway, and that's what you look for in kickoff weekend. Yes, you want to win. You want to get to the national indoors. Who doesn't? But you want to learn about your team. That's what this opening weekend is all about. And I think that's what we're learning about Arizona State, is that they fight.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge opportunity for the Sun Devils team. 2-0 with wins over Wichita State and Bryant.
And I hate to do this midpoint, but got to go to 1, Westhoff. Just go straight to 1 as Murphy Cassone has himself a match point on Finn Bass's serve. 7-5, 5-2. We might get a reaction here as well, which I know we don't want to miss.
So here it is on match point. Murphy Cassone fired up at top singles. He gets the Sun Devils on the scoreboard with a straight set victory over the fifth-year senior Finn Bass.
It's a great win for Murphy Cassone, and that right there shows me exactly what I want to see from the sophomore. Hostile environment, down early. What does he do? He takes that first set, which builds some momentum for his team, and then he gets off the court and puts a point on the board for the Sun Devils. That's huge.
Gruskin, am I correct in this that Finn served for the first set?
Correct, he did. He was up that early 3-love break, and again, for Finn Bass, the entire challenge this year will be finding that weapon, finding that thing to make life easy for himself. Murphy had it in the serve, the first strike. That was the difference, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think in the second set, Bass was not able to make enough quality returns to really get into a Murphy Cassone service game.
And so now 2-1 overall. Arizona State on the board here. Man, you're starting to do some match calculus in your head, and you're seeing what's the pathway to 4 for each of these teams. It's tight across the board. No clear path for either yet.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I'll tell you what, I think one of the biggest differences in this match could be Ethan Musa. If he's able to pick up this straight set victory, he was slotted in the number 7 spot. He comes in because Luke Koenig exits the lineup, and now he comes in potentially with a very, very crucial win at 6.
Yeah, and Musa played a really good match. I keep pointing back to this one against Virginia where, look, he didn't finish, but he took that second set from Barbotzer, who is the most experienced player in college tennis. Barbotzer was a member of the 2018 Wake Forest National Championship winning team. He was a member of last year's National Championship winning Virginia team as well, for what it's worth. And I don't say this in a derogatory sense in any way at all, but Barbotzer's 28 years old. Like, that is playing a grown man in one of your first dual matches, and that's a heck of a performance for Musa to be on the road, even get a set in that match. You see why Coach Woodson always has a smile on his face when he talks about this sophomore.
Bottom of the lineup, where Baylor is trying to take advantage of Arizona State with that depth, and we've had a close eye on Veltz. We've had a close eye on Musa. Veltz is looking to force a deciding set. Musa here up a set in 4-1.
Should we flex the guns and go split?
Yeah, I think the occasion calls for that, Gruskin. So let's go 5 and 6 split screen.
Call this the anchors here in college tennis, those 5 and 6 spots. You think about some of the best teams in college tennis history, what separated them from their peers. Virginia, who played 5 and 6, J.C. Aragoni, Henrik Wiersholm. Those USC 4-peat teams, who played 5 and 6? Oh, I don't know, just a top 200 player in the world in Roberto Quiroz, and, a top 100 player in the world in Yannick Hanfmann. That's what separates the good from the great. Again, this bottom of the lineup, this is where the real points are earned.
Oh, that's awesome road work from Musa. Tremendous defense out of the forehand corner, and it's Signa pulling the ripcord on that point.
He's got him in the torture chamber, doesn't he?
Yeah. I mean, that when a long rally ends in a drop shot like that, you see what's happened there. The shot tolerance has run out on one side of the court.
It's a mental mistake. It just means, again, he's got you. And again, man, I say this lovingly. You're like when Ethan Musa learns how to play tennis and hit the ball big, develops these weapons. You see the athleticism, just the springiness. That's the word. He's springy.
Yeah, and you need it at 5'8".
Yeah.
Signa's just going for a little bit too much here. Not bringing the patience to the court that you need to take it to Ethan Musa.
And this is where you see his age, because he's a sophomore, correct? And the reason I bring that up is because you look for this sophomore, even he doesn't have to win today. That's a whole different story. But we learn as college tennis fans, staying on court and not losing sometimes is as valuable as winning. Just keeping other pathways alive, preventing that third point from being put on the board for Baylor. Now everyone feels that pressure. I have to win my match. He's just going down a little too... Like, I like these slices. This is better.
Musa with refusal to miss. Two-shot pass there to cap it off. And how about that slice? So short in the court that Signa just had no choice but to come forward.
But I like that rally. Like, you clap the racket. Congrats, Ethan. Like, you hit a good pass. But slow, steady, nothing forced there. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest approach, but a much better in-rhythm point. Meanwhile, how big is this on 5?
Yeah, Veltz was down 40-15 in this game. Now a deciding point. He's on the near court. Forehand unforced, so now it'll go to the serve of Jambor Veltz.
Ooh. How about that? What a cannon from Musa. Moose.
Ethan Musa comes through for the Bears to give them point number 3, and now a match away from taking this dual match.
That's just unbelievable. And that's clutch. And that's not a word I throw around lightly, but Baylor needed it. Down 4 first sets. Musa was down. I believe his opponent served for the first set. I want to say twice. Certainly was up 5-4. Actually, I think Musa held, so he served 4 at the one time, but credit to Ethan Musa, man. That's a great win. Now Baylor's 1 point away. Now, again, everything changes. This is when the Fire Nation attacked. Shout out to Avatar.
You know I like that.
Yeah.
That's a great point psychologically of just going up 3-1, and now these Sun Devils feel the pressure.
Although, scoreboard perspective, and again, Teddy Paralek winning that second set 6-1 was huge. He's up a break already, 2-1 in the third, but man, Ganat up 7-6, 4-1 on Mizuchi. Not something I saw today. Let's not forget, Velch was up, 5-1 a second ago? Like, this battle has just been pulling nails. Arizona State brought their best today. They are giving Baylor their best shot.
A little bit loose on the forehand the last couple minutes for Veltz.
And Michael Woodson hasn't moved. Head coach for the Baylor Bears has been on this Veltz court since the start.
And that's a big first serve just when he needed it. Veltz will have 2 chances now to force this decider. The freshman from Hungary, big lefty with awesome firepower, has arrived at set point. Oh, yes. Veltz bringing the heat, and we're going 3 on court 5. A couple of excellent bounce-back second sets by these Baylor Bears.
Yeah, and you could see Coach Michael Woodson, and I, lip reading, disingenuous at times, but it was very clear there. He said, "Good job." That's exactly what you wanted to see out of the freshman. That's well said. That was a good job. You stay alive, you get the set, you fight on. Was it the best tennis we're going to see out of Big Z throughout his Baylor career? No. You see the pieces already.
There was some adversity there.
Yes.
It felt like the comeback may have been on, and ultimately it's 2 really good first serves by the big lefty to pull him through from 30 all. Let's go to court 4 for Ganat, and this, as you mentioned, might be the most eye-opening result, or perhaps the most surprising result if it stands, as Roy Ganat, the freshman, taking on an experienced, nationally ranked senior in Wampi Mizuchi, and he is up a set and 4-2.
And what are we seeing out of Mizuchi? The veteran play. I am not going to lose today. I'm making a million balls, and if Ganat beats him, so be it. But Mizuchi knows his job. Give the rest of his teammates time to get to the finish line, especially playing right next to him to his right. Teddy Perilak 3-1 up in the third.
I feel the quality of play has been very high on this court as well. Oh man, what a dropper from Mizuchi. And what a return game this has been.
It's clutch. Really is. Again, opening weekend of this season. Let's learn about these teams. Seeing some grit here in Waco. How about that drop shot, though? The chutzpah. I mean, come on.
Double fault. Back on serve in the second. And now let's keep a close eye on court 2. Parlek and McKinnon. in this third set with Teddy up a break 3-2. This might be Baylor's best chance to clinch it.
I think we have that third set underway on 5 right now as well. Action just getting underway there. First service game on 5. Let's pop over there for now. Although, Westhoff, when you're ready, I say we go split screen 2 and 4. I like that. You're right. The level on court number 4. Oh, we've got changeovers everywhere. You love this. You've got 3 singles matches, and according to super producer Daniel Westhoff, changeovers everywhere. So, again, if we're to set the scene, Gil,
Yep.
how would you define the course of this match?
Well, it's been just an excellent effort from the Sun Devils in the singles, especially winning 4 first sets. But, you know, you have the win at first singles for Arizona State in hand, which they needed, Cassone over Bass. You have this upset bid, which could be Ganot over Mizuchi, although Mizuchi is putting up a really good fight there. A big win for Ethan Musa at 6. I mean, I really think what Baylor needs for this to not get very worrisome is Perulek to protect this break lead in the third set against McKinnon.
Oh, what a point from Max McKinnon.
Tremendous dictating from the junior. Gruskin, it's been incredible, by the way, as we have seen Arizona State compete really well in this match. They did so last year, beating Baylor just 4-3. Very close one. But, you know, talking to Coach Woodson, what he's so proud of over the course of the 2 years that, well, really, it's been now 3 years that he's been head coach of Baylor. This is the third. They've rarely been upset. They've lost to some of the cream of the crop teams, but it's been so consistent from these Bears.
They've lost like 6 matches over the course of the past 2 years. 2 were in championships. You know, 1 was to the national indoor finalists. 2 of them last year to indoor finalist Tennessee. They bring their, I mean, again, it's a standard match in, match out. You're expected to bring as a Bear, and we see that fight now across courts, and you hear it from the Baylor Bears off court as well. Everyone's expected to do their job, and that starts with Coach Woodson, who does his job every hour of every day. Dare I say, does it the right way as well.
Mizuchi with another backhand drop shot, a shot that we've seen work really well for him. That time, the passing shot behind it. Lots of momentum for Mizuchi after getting that break of serve back. Now, potential for a hold at love. And it is. So all tied up at 4 in the second set on court 4. How badly do you think Baylor needs Harlech to pull through here?
I mean, here's the thing. Velt, you feel great about getting the freshman a third set experience. You're always a little shaky at that point. I mean, again, I honestly think if you're Coach Woodson, you feel pretty good knowing that you have Perulek on court. And I know Mizuchi was down 4-1, but I'll go to death with Juan Pablo Mizuchi playing 4 singles any day of the week. And so that match has steadied That's massive for this Baylor Bear team. I think the other question is if you're Coach Hill, you know, you need McKinnon to get that break back because that's the catalyst. That's the one. That's the match everyone's looking at right now. I also think let's just go full screen on 2. We'll keep our eye on 4, of course. We get near a set point or a match point, but again, Max McKinnon's a former top recruit in the country. The 20 minutes we've spent on this court, you see the weapons very abundantly. How does he show me mentally? I want to see what he has in this moment.
You're absolutely right. Lots of eyes on this court, too. Much of the crowd has converged here for this third set.
It's just so technically sound from Teddy Paralek. And in case you forgot, you heard the let chord there. Let chord's played at the Division I collegiate level.
Enormous deciding point. McKinnon wants it on the deuce.
Interesting.
Tremendous quality depth on that first forehand. And Paralek escapes a tight service game.
There's Musa.
Baylor faithful trying to will the junior to the finish line.
God, that's pretty.
I think McKinnon has done a great job, Gruskin, when he's approached to that wing, attacking the Paralek slice.
Yes. Well, because that's what Teddy has to do. If the ball's on his shoulder, you just have to slice that ball with the one-handed backhand technique. And if he slices, McKinnon has time to pinch forward. You're right. He's done it just about every time. And it's gutsy, too. It's a live stream. I thought it missed. Westhoff, can you bring up a split with court 5? Let's go split with 5. Ganada's 2 points away. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe court 2 is urgent for this Baylor Bear team.
What a match that's been between Ganat and Mizuchi.
We can make 5-4, Westhoff. Court 5, court 4.
We have Wampi Mizuchi serving down 15-30 in a must-hold situation against the freshman from Israel, Roy Ganat.
Oh.
Enormous return from Ganat. 3 match points. But if you're a Baylor fan, you also see things swinging your way on court two. Teddy Paralek with a couple of break points to take a commanding lead in this third set. Oh, called out. McKinnon thought he had an ace.
He missed it. McKinnon missed the overhead.
Yep. So 5-2 for Paralek. Ganat continues to try to create this second score for Arizona State. Well, you have to imagine the heart rate is high for Roy Ganat. Block return into the net. Now a deciding point. Didn't go. Roy Ganat, the freshman, with an enormous win in Waco over Wampi Mizuchi in straight sets.
Look, if Arizona State is going to pull off the upset, that's the sort of win they needed. Now they've got a lot of work, and we'll head right back to court number 2 where Teddy Paralek double break 5-2 lead. But man, you're looking for anything to build on with this young Arizona State core. How about that from the freshman? The win over Mizuchi. And it wasn't a fluke, Gil. He earned it.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And Mizuchi made him make a lot of great plays in that match. Ganat was more than up for the challenge. And also worth noting, coming in as a freshman, Matt Hill slots him in at 4th singles. It's almost like he expected Ganat to be ready to pull off a performance like that.
Yeah, he was athletic. That was the big thing I took. The absorb, the redirect, the ability to do a little bit of everything. It just felt like that level was too slow for him. And that's a scary thing if you're any Pac-12 or potential foe for Arizona State this year.
Good start to this return game for McKinnon.
We are now 3 hours in, so I ask again. The Paralek backhand, Gasquet-esque?
No, absolutely. 100%.
It's the follow-through.
Yeah, I think it might look a little closer to Musetti, but it's the same genre of one-handed backhand.
Yeah, very good.
Ooh, that hurts. That's a return you got to put back in the court. Brilliant. Baylor beats Arizona State in the first match of this ITA Kickoff Weekend. And it's a come-from-behind victory by Teddy Paralek over Max McKinnon to clinch it for the Bears.
Took the veteran a second, but when he found his footing, he found, more importantly, perhaps his timing against the heaviness of that McKinnon ball. Teddy was excellent. The veterans come through in the end for this Baylor Bear team. But, man, I mean, talk about a team with so many new pieces. And it's those new pieces, Musa, Koenig, Miladinovich. They delivered the goods, did they not today, Gil Gross?
No, they absolutely did. And I thought it was a very clean doubles point. There was a little bit of a lull with some adversity at the start of the singles. But the efforts to rebound, obviously first and foremost from Teddy Paralek. The enormous win by Ethan Musa, who was originally not in the projected lineup. He comes in at number 6 and delivers really the most confident